Hey there, folks. It is Friday, February 25th, 2022. And we're back. Mr. Brad, how's it going this week?
Great. Very productive week. Look forward to tonight's episode or no show.
It's usually, we'll call it an episode. It's funny because a lot of people still kind of think it's a podcast because I used to put the archive in the actual podcast stream. Now, by the way, the little StreamYard indicator is saying like a low signal, but I'm hardwired. So if I get any glitching, I apologize in advance. But we'll see. I'm not sure what it's doing.
Yeah, anyway, you're freezing up a lot.
Okay, so I'll have to check it out and see what's going on with it. I'm hardwired to the usual thing, so there shouldn't be any issue with that. But we'll see what's going on. Either way, we'll take a look here. But yeah, all I was going to say was that a lot of the I lost my train of thought with the signal.
I said episode.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. So I was saying with the podcast feed was that for whatever reason, after a while, I'm like, they're not really podcasts though, because they're kind of a free flowing conversation. It goes in whatever direction it's going to go. And I stopped trying to put like timestamps on it. I'm like, it's impossible. I can't. It's not going to work. If I try to do that anymore, it's going to be kind of silly. I'm sure some people got some benefit out of it, but it's like, I'll try to figure out something later that make a little bit more sense, but it's not going to work for now. But it's all good. So let me grab a couple of these comments here. So absolutely. And I'll get a little wrestling talk in there. I won't dominate it too much, but we'll see how it goes. Baz, good evening. Yep. Hello, Jeff. Good evening. Brad, thoughts on SGC's gaining popularity? Well, I don't think Brad, do you have any take on SGC in particular?
No.
Nice. I like it. That's a good answer. All right, that's fair enough. So let me go in here. I like that they go with the provocative questions today. Yeah, it's sports a lot of like, I don't know about that. I can see where you're talking about it, maybe in kind of the approach. I like AIH Sports actually, and I know he's been in the comments a lot, so I do appreciate his take, but it ends up being a lot of the same in terms of the formatting, because he comes from like an options trading background and things like that. So it ends up being a lot of that. It ends up being a lot of looking. It's basically, if you go look at the videos right now, it's basically what is the specific argument of how the sports card cartel is, running things and how, content creators turn on each other and do all that. It's like, well, yeah, you're talking about human nature. Yes. And people like drama, so it's kind of fun. I get it, but I don't think I take it nearly as seriously because for me, it's just another wave. And we do this in the hobby a lot. We've had a big rise wave. Well, you have a big rise, you have a much bigger, more precipitous fall if things drop off, which they always do, especially when you got a bigger rise. So Global Sports Card Investor, good day. Absolutely. Bobby Rell taking the evening off. I've got him showing him down there, but I don't know if he's going to pop in at some point, but I do see his little icon. Once I can see a picture or something, I'll bring him on. There we go. Good evening, Bobby. How's it going?
Oh, that's not good.
Got the audio. Got the chickmunk. See, he needed a little more time. All right. So, any Wander Franco top scars? I do not. I don't have that. I don't have any of those. But I'll be honest. It's what I said earlier. There are going to be plenty of them. I'll probably get one at some point. It'd be one of those things where it'd be kind of a fun little footnote because for me, if you can get them inexpensively, I don't see any reason why not. What I may do is I may try to open some retail. If I open some retail and I pull one or two, that's fine. But I'm not going to go out of my way. I'm not going to pay any premium for it. So let's give it a go. All right, chipmunks be gone, Bobby?
I hope so.
There you go. Sounds good.
You're golden.
I was sitting back there, but I didn't know I had the cam and the mute off. So
yeah. No worries. How's the week treating you?
Well, it's a great week. Eric would like to hear what I'm going to have to say.
There you go. Sounds good. Sounds good.
I finished the list. So there's a list I've been working off of Excel on the
of people that you're going to give the website in about 10 years, and Eric's on it. Yes.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, he'll be there about 9 years, I think. So we're okay. Yeah. So I finished the list, but I still have to go back and do a lot of regional stuff and a few other things. So at least I got to the end of the list. Now I have to go back and backtrack a few different things quite a few different things that I need to add. But we're basically doing well.
Excellent. Good. Glad to hear it.
Website wise, everything's going, and the website's looking great. And he's doing some changes and it's looking really good.
Nice.
Well, the great thing about it being on the website, it's a living document. You can add to it anytime you want.
Well, we actually plan on, Eric, is we're going to get everything initially on there, plus a lot of stuff you haven't seen. And then over time, we're going to keep on adding more exclusive regional stuff. and I think it'll just keep adding and adding. Every month there'll be 10, 20 new things that we're going to be adding. We're trying to get the player allocated collectibles, like just all the Richard stuff, all the Bobby Orr stuff, and just kind of separate that. But that'll take time. That'll take time over the course of 2 years. I think it'll take time to add those. And because if you want to search Bobby Orr and see what he has, like there's so many different things that Orr, Gretzky, you name it. Those guys. That's another a year's worth of work. So.
Those Bobby Hull plates I sent you the other day, I never saw it. I never saw them. I got to get my hands on one for my personal collection. I just never saw one, and I sent them to Bobby right away and said, "You ever see this?" And, oh yeah, I've seen that 100 times. Of course you have. I never seen them before. So
and it's good to know
be able to go into the
website
and look up that plate as an example. To get information on, that'd be great.
We don't know where they came from. Unfortunately, that's where we end up getting a lot of information. Oh, there you go. Okay. Yeah,
it says
I printed on the back. I know.
On the back.
Bobby Hull from Chicago is in Massachusetts. I got it. Okay.
The plate came from Massachusetts.
Everything comes from Massachusetts.
All the good stuff.
While you're figuring that out and debating it, I'll read a couple more comments.
Go ahead.
So good evening, Mike. Absolutely. Eric is on the no suit for you list. Facts. I'll get so Ben Cardboard. Is Brian going to run the New Jersey PSA office? You're going to go to Jersey?
Wow, what a facility.
He knows already.
Well, I was gonna briefly mention that one. So news-wise, it's been kind of a slow week. I did recommend, and thank you again, Brad, for the recommendation of that PSA podcast. And I did recommend it to some folks to check it out. Yes. It is good. If you are interested, even if you just want to listen for a couple of minutes, the first couple of minutes are talking about the backlog. So it's good. It's good for them to put that at the forefront, because a lot of people are going to be curious and getting the information from the horse's mouth. So my understanding is I think they went from 5.7 million to 5.5. So about 200,000 in a week, which again continues down this process. So it's actually looking pretty good, Brad, for your April prediction, because if they're knocking a couple of 100,000 off a week approximately, and they've been pretty consistent with it the last couple of updates, that means that by the end of the month, we're looking at probably being, so I think they were at 5.5 million. They'd be comfortably under 5, heading to the low 4s. And at that point, I would be very surprised if they didn't bring back another level and make the 50 completely open. And the 50 is already starting to get open in the little drawing things they have. So even folks that have to go through that are now getting 50 slots instead of 5. So they're starting to take it. They're starting to be willing to take more and more, which is indicative of that number coming down. Yeah. So they've got the capacity, and they're looking at the New Jersey office being fully operational for grading by 2023, which would increase their capacity and give them office space for other things. And I think they're absorbing the autograph authentication section of it, which is in Jersey, into that office facility as well. So it makes more sense to have everybody under one roof. And apparently it's going to be a big old campus, and it's going to be a whole deal. Maybe we'll even see it from space. Who knows? I can't promise that, but it seems alleged. It might even be visible from space. So real quick here.
Joke about such things.
Yeah, I know. It is serious talk. Green cardboard. There you go with the characters. Nice. Good evening. Let's take a look here. All right, so let me touch on this one. So this is always one of the things that we always look at. Brad's very open about a lot of this stuff, but being a PSA bulk submitter, like, what do you want him to say about SGC? Let me put in a point. I've been watching a lot of Peter from SGC's interviews and stuff, and he's been doing a very good job promoting the brand and promoting the product, and they've been doing a very good job with their business as far as building it up. The thing that was SGC's rise, while very good, it's still at a finite level. SGC's rise is that, yes, they're available. And Peter says so much as pointed out in a lot of those interviews, same interviews, he acknowledges that, yeah, that's part of it too. The fact that they have the available, $30 rating that nobody else really has. BGS is super backed up. We'll talk about good old Beckett later on in the show. We'll give Eric his moment. But plus we have a beautiful slab that I may want to show off at a point, to let us all have an enjoyable moment with it. But the thing is that, Beckett has got its issues. CSG right now has been dropping the ball a little bit with the Beckett with the eBay authentication, as well as they're still working on some stuff. But the next part that's going to be interesting is if PSA continues. The real test will be if PSA continues to increase their volume and be able to bring down the lower price levels, and then SGC has built up a bigger base, a core audience. But there's going to be some folks that flat out are just looking at price. The loyalty is fleeting. It's whoever can offer me the product that I'm looking for at the turnaround I can accept at the price I want. And if that's the case, then bringing another viable market is going to be good. And SGC may also adapt, and they may adjust their pricing too as their capacity has been improving. So it's like, to be honest, it's better for the industry if there's multiple players who can offer competitive at a good price and actually turn the thing around. So it's better for SGC if PSA is good because that keeps the market viable. It's better for PSA if SGC stays there as good competition. We'd all like BGS to be available. They have done themselves no favors. And in the long run, we'd like CSG to be successful because more players in the space, the consumers win. That opens it up for everybody. So it's better for everybody if we have at least 2, 3, or 4 players that are legitimate in the space competing for our dollar. That's better for us.
Quick question for Brad there. Have you sold any cards over $750 and went through the process yet?
We don't have to.
No.
Yeah, is it still not? You're still not required
not
to
in
send it in
Canada.
from the Canadian side, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't
Yeah.
know that.
So
Right.
from the seller's perspective, I think it's still U.S. based. So it would be for them.
Oh.
So
Yeah.
from us, we'd still be able to send it direct because it would be too complicated. You send it there,
Oh,
and
I
imagine if it's a
know.
Canadian bidder, like it'd be horrible.
Then it comes back over
Yeah,
and
it'd
yeah,
be miserable.
Oh my God,
It would be
yeah.
be a terrible experience.
But
That's a negative
Duties,
waiting to happen.
taxed and yeah.
Yeah, that's a negative waiting to happen.
I think I said that before. You know, the duty and tax coming back on that would be who's going to figure that out in advance,
Yes.
right?
No, it would be awful. It would be awful. How long before Bobby Hall's statue is removed?
It will be removed when enough people complain and the right people complain.
That's right.
Then until then, it'll stay there for as long as time goes. But
Yeah, I think for the most part, it'll be a combination of are the people complaining annoying enough? Otherwise, it's we're kind of lazy, just leave it alone. We don't really care that much.
is it just regular complaints, or is it people from an organization representing a group that it's how it works. So
See, back in the day, that would have been where they would have sent it over to my line for escalation. Oh, absolutely, this is terrible. It's like, you gonna do anything about it? No. But thank you for calling.
Carlos, take line 2.
Yeah, I got this. Carlos, how did you get through 57,000 phone calls in 6 hours? Like, guys, it's a gift. It's a talent.
when it comes to people now and paying the price for things that are said, I look at an older person. We'll say someone like Bobby Hull, right? He was young and grew up in a time period when the world was wrong in a lot of ways, and anything said and done during that time has to be looked at under that lens. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm saying it has to be looked at that lens. Then you have this middle period of someone like his life. What kind of things were done during that, when things changed, when he had an opportunity to see things in a different light. And then you have old
Tell Bobby Hull we'll get back to him.
And then you have old person Bobby Hull. Well, I believe that once you hit a certain age, you can say or do anything you want and shouldn't be criticized about it because you're old.
No, I definitely criticize Carlos Sr. He's of that age, but he definitely still gets criticized. And he gets criticized instantaneously, but that's regardless of what he says, just to be clear.
So if he said or did something, a person says or does something, and again, we'll look at Bobby Hull's lifespan in say 1999. Yeah, I think maybe he should be held accountable for that. If he said something in 1950, let's look at it under that lens. And if he said something when he's 82 years old, let's look at it under that lens.
Yeah.
That's just how I look at people, and this whole cancel culture thing. It's let's make sure we're looking at things under the right lens. When an 82-year-old says something, you just go, "Oh, gee, that's too bad," and you move on.
Well, I think the more critical piece, and like I said, I really don't believe in like the real cancel culture thing because you can't cancel Bobby Hull. He's old. What are you gonna do? Take him off Twitter? Like, what difference does it make?
Yeah,
he'll just walk around and yell at people randomly on the street. Like, it makes no difference. It's not gonna
the
change.
Blackhawks just ambassadored him.
Yeah, but in reality, like, who cares? Bobby Hull will go to an autograph signing and sign some autographs.
He's coming to a mile from my house next month.
So is the restraining order still good? Like, is it over a mile? Or is it only Marcel Dion?
Oh, I haven't.
So you acknowledge there's a restraining order. You hesitated. You thought about it.
Well,
you're like, let me check with my lawyer. Hold on.
I've been told I can't talk about that.
Yeah, there you go.
But
so Will here says
Tim met Bobby Hull. I have not.
There you go. So Will here says, I hope PSA gets through backlog by July 1st. It won't be July the 1st. They're targeting the fall. Now, this is actually from PSA's own verbiage now. Now they basically put out there that they're shooting for the fall. And I will say, if they continue to bring the backlog down at the rate they're doing it, they're tracking for that. It actually looks very plausible. Like, I'm seeing the volumes they're putting out of cards, and then I'm seeing how the backlog is adjusting. That's why I do recommend, if you have a little time and want to check it out, I'm not going to make videos reporting on it because, like, guys, literally it's on the podcast. Literally in the first segment, they give you the numbers. If you're interested, if it's something that would be beneficial, I can throw it in with something else if I'm already doing a video on a different topic. But strictly for that, if you listen to the first 5 or 10 minutes of their podcast, right within that first 5 minutes or so, they give you what the current backlog rate is, how they feel they're doing with it, and then anything in particular you need to know about how they're progressing. It feels like they're progressing rapidly towards meeting that fall deadline that they're shooting for. And if that's the case, then we're going to get some levels brought back along the way as we head in that direction. So it won't be like all at once, but it'll be like in the next month or two, you're probably going to get another level. The $50 level will become completely available to everybody. Just submit whatever you want. And then we'll progress our way downward. Okay, real quick here. Peter from SGC wanted no part of Brad and Dustin's back and forth banter. Stay clear of that. Wisely so. Wisely so. We'll say one thing. I do enjoy the guy's show. And I like banter and mockery as much as anyone else, and I do. But like, if you're gonna bring somebody on, they're gonna be on for about an hour, then you kind of have to back up the banter a little bit because you only have so much time. And Peter is willing to talk about a lot of things. That's what I say. I give him a ton of credit. He is a great ambassador for his company, and he's a great ambassador to get out there and talk about a lot of things. However, if you got him on for about an hour and that's about what you guys feel like doing, because they could have gone longer. I'm sure he would have been able to answer more questions. He seemed very content to sit there and answer more questions. It's like, you're actually missing out on the resource. You're missing out on the opportunity to ask him more questions. It's like, you don't think if I got in, I think it's Kevin Linane is the president now of PSA.
Yeah.
I've never reached out, but you don't think if I didn't bring him on for like a segment or two and said, oh, would you give us like, an hour, 90 minutes? We'd probably tone down the usual thing. We'll keep the Marcel Dion, restraining order, talk to a minimum, and we'll get kind of to the point, take advantage of the opportunity to get through. And then afterwards, we'll go to mocking ridicule. We've got time. We could do both.
I bet you he'd come on, Carlos. I mean, he's in Clubhouse with us, Brad, right? I mean, he's been in there with us. I mean, I don't think he'd mind coming on if he thought it was an honest invitation.
Yeah, I think maybe that'll be something, but we'll have to see. But the reality of it is, though, that if you have something like that, then yes, the banter on a lot of these shows is fun, but you have to kind of pick your spots a little bit. In that situation, hey, you've got an opportunity. And by the way, he was willing to talk about his collection and kind of how he views the hobby and things like that. Take advantage of it. And I know they get really built into the shtick. Like, it's so critically important that they take the pot shots and like the Tinder and it's like, dude, not now. Your show isn't long enough for that. If it's my show, then we got time for that. So we'll be excited if PSA gets back to 15 to 20 bucks. I think you'll probably get it, especially for the registry. The registry is the last piece. I think that's the key. I would not be surprised.
I think they have to. When you look at it, when you think they're going to have the capabilities to grade 100,000 plus cards a day, I don't think it's going to be 10. There's going to have $10 options.
Yeah.
You have to.
Yeah, especially once you ramp up the capacity at that point, then you're going to want those people. You're not going to have them sitting around twiddling their thumbs. You're going to be like, nope, we're going to get you some work. We'll get you some stuff to do. And as new products come in, people are going to want to submit some of that stuff. And if you've got the capacity to handle it, well, then that's money in your pocket, but then you get the cards out the door. And that's the important part.
Yeah. And you can see it now, too. So I think your order, Carlos, that we sent in, it was in the system. It got there on the 2nd or the 1st or whatever the date was. It actually took 2 weeks to get entered into the system, which is a long period of time, but it makes sense. Like we knew the package arrived, but they had all those people hired, and this is just my assumption, but now all of a sudden they're getting ready to start taking submissions rolling back in at a higher volume, but they don't have those 100 people that were opening packages or 200, whatever that number would be, that they did have because they didn't have to do that part anymore. So now they're bringing back people and they're going to start hiring again. And you'll start to see that will move quicker, right?
Yeah. Well, that's so kind of, thank you for bringing it up. That's kind of the point of the extra, because we talked about on here that I sent over some cards to Brad, and Brad did me a favor and took a picture when he got it in, and then we're kind of keeping track of it. I'm basically keeping notes on dates and times, when I sent it to him, when he got it in, when they sent it over to PSA, when they received it, and now the timing in there. when I get all the stuff back in, I'll be able to give you an end to end, literally from the moment it leaves my post office to Brad to PSA, back to Brad, and then back to me.
Yeah.
And you'll be able to get a complete of where their current state is. Now, on that level, on the $50-ish level, translated for us, they're promising, I think, 3 months, right?
90
3
days,
months.
yeah.
Yeah, 90 days is what the promised turnaround time is. But right now, so as of this time now, it's in the system?
Yeah, so now it's in the system. It's in the research and ID. So I think that will flip probably in the next, it could flip tonight, it could flip tomorrow, but within the next week for sure, it will go into the grading stage.
Yeah. So we're about a third of the way, a little less than a third of the way within that time period. So I'll keep you guys updated, and I will make a video on it, giving the whole thing from end to end, and we'll be able to see what that looks like.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you, at a high level, Eric, I heard about this, but I didn't pay too much attention to details. High level. What is it that Bobby Hall said? At a high level.
The specifics I can't remember right now. He has said many offensive things over the years. He was the man of his time. He was not somebody.
Did he say Tom Brady was good at football? Because I'd be very.
He may have said something like that.
And then I'll cancel him.
Yes,
I will cancel him personally.
This is not somebody that you'd want your son to grow up to be off the ice.
Well, that was true for. Listen, look at how Brett Hall turned out.
Yeah,
dear God.
And Brett had a lot of issues with his father when he was younger because of the stuff he saw at home and this, he saw his father do. Yeah. He wasn't a great guy off the ice. He's a legend for playing a game and not a legend for being a man.
So you're saying he's hashtag not a role model?
No.
I think we can comfortably say that. I think that's fair.
But if you're a hockey fan, you appreciate what he did on the ice. Sure. Off the ice, the man is not to be admired. That's just a fact.
Yep. Yeah, so hockey's just outlining. The Blackhawks have right now a very checkered record, just in general, with anything.
And they're trying to clean it up. That's why they unambassadored him, I think.
They got a lot of work to do, but there's a lot there. There's a lot of issues with it. So good evening, Tom. So Joel here. As much as I don't like paying a premium for PSA, it's a good thing. Seeing what everyone's submitting a year ago, getting their subs back, can understand why you got so backlogged. Yeah, and I will say this, and this is my opinion. I believe the current regime, because the current regime has been now in a year. And you got to remember, a lot of that backlog got built up prior to that. And when you're first coming in the front door, you have control technically, but you're not going to sit there and start pulling levers and being like, hey, what does this button do? Like you can't be running in, without realizing what you're going to do. And then saying to yourself like, oh, I'm going to change everything. It's like, well, you don't even know how it works yet. You got to figure out how it works. And then you can start critiquing and criticizing and saying, like, oh, well, this doesn't work. This doesn't make sense. We should probably do this differently. What I'll say is this. If you look at what happened with that big run-up, number one, we've talked about this, and kind of the July the 1st reference is basically based on Eric's prediction of doom. So the market will be destroyed and, zombie apocalypse. So we won't have to worry about it. But hypothetically, if we had any kind of a big boom again with lower prices, they know how to flip the switch. They can go to the lottery system. They can put a cap thing on for their bulk submitters. They can actually turn the tap down or bump the price up temporarily because SGC did this as well. They use this as a mechanism to basically turn the tap off without saying we're turning the tap off. But if they feel like but then as soon as they open up a second office and they have way more capacity, then they're able to sit back and go, okay, we're comfortable with a 2 to 3 month backlog, so to speak, at the lower levels. Anything beyond that, if we're starting to creep up beyond that point, then it's unacceptable. Then you shoot for the under promise and over deliver. If you can do the 3 month thing and consistently deliver it in about a month and a half, 2 months, most people will be pretty happy if it's a reasonable price point. And that's what you're shooting for. You want to get to that point. Do you want to add anything to that, Brett?
No, 100%. I agree. You summed it up perfectly.
Sounds good. Thank you. Okay. Bobby Hall had a great joke last time I saw him. My wife made me a millionaire. When I met her, I was worth $6 million. Now I'm worth $1 million. That's like the old joke of how to become a millionaire. Start off as a billionaire. It's a classic way. Annoyed with PSA, send cards to SGC instead, waiting for PSA to low prices. Who wants to wait for these guys? Life is too short. And that's fine. And that's why I say that SGC serves a beautiful counterbalance. That's why I gave that statement a little earlier. I said there's nothing wrong with folks. If some folks are fed up with PSA permanently, perfect. That's great. For those of us who don't care, don't mind. But like I was sitting back waiting. I didn't mind. I wasn't going to submit something until I felt like it. Now is a good time for me, price point wise, for the specific cards that I was sending in because they would have been upcharged anyway. So like, it's not like I would have got, if you give me the $10 service, I can't send those in under the $10 service. So it wouldn't have worked. However, down the road, if you provide me the $10 shirt, I have some cards that would probably be PC cards that would be very good for me. And then it's going to make my life easier. Because some of those cards may be fun for consistency wise. I may want them in the holder. I may be doing some set registry stuff, and that makes sense for that. But SGC, while it's not a bad option, and I have no hesitation about buying SGC cards, and I've said as much, I don't need SGC at $30 because a lot of the cards that I might want to do make more sense at PSA, especially at the price point. And if it's a PC card, I don't want to pay $30 a card. If SGC was available at $10 a card, well, maybe it's a little bit more interesting to me. So that's what I mean. Like, there's a place for all of these third-party graders potentially. All the legit ones, not HGA. All the legit ones. There's a place for these guys depending on what you need and what you're going to do. So real quick here. When I was supposed to meet friends and go to shooting range, to be my first time shooting a real gun, even though my dad was CPD for years. Any tips? Follow the instructor's advice. Carlos Sr. was an instructor at the Balboa Gun Club in Panama. One of his favorite pictures that they have in the family album is me at like age 2.5, 3, holding a rifle under the auspices of Carlos Sr. We're very familiar with it in our household, but in Canada, it's not very, very easy to get that stuff. But basically, just follow the instructions, follow the safety protocols, make sure you wear goggles or whatever they give you, and yeah, just take it easy. It is something you have to be careful of, respect it. It's a tool, but it's a weapon. So you got to don't be sloppy with it, especially if you don't know what you're doing and you've never done that before. Yeah, just follow the instructions. You'll be fine. Have fun.
I have my concealed carry permit here in the States. My advice is remember the saying, no one ever learned anything by talking. Shut up and listen. Take this extremely seriously. One mistake could cost you or one of your friends, their life. And it's not a game. It's not something, and I'm not accusing anybody of anything, but it's not something that a bunch of, drunk single guys should go out and screw around with for a night. It's very, very serious. Take it serious and be safe.
Yeah.
And listen. Don't
and
talk.
I'll quickly append one thing as well to what Eric is saying. Carlos Sr.'s, like I said, he was an instructor. That was one of the things he did. And his most basic piece of advice for all of them, because a lot of his friends were in the Panamanian police, which was also the military. They were the same. It was the same thing. The police force, military, it's the same crap. But what happened is he would always, and some of them would have very, very poor firearms, control. They would be very sloppy with it. And half the stories he had were of some of his stupid friends who accidentally shot themselves, like because they were being idiots. So again, don't be sloppy. And these are guys who are supposedly trained and are supposed to know what they're doing with it, and they still managed. But the number one piece of advice he always gave is like, pretend that whatever you're doing with it, when you have it in your hand, don't point it at something you don't intend to shoot. It's a very simple piece of advice. Do not point it at something you don't actually intend to shoot. So if you're not intending to shoot it at it, don't wave the damn thing around, especially in the direction of people or anything like that. I doubt that's a concern for you, but I'm just saying in general, it's a good piece of advice. It's a good sound piece of advice.
Good to tell actors.
Yeah. You could save so many problems if a simple piece of advice like that, it's straightforward enough. Just pretend it's live. If you're like on a shoot like that, pretend they're live rounds. Would you point it at somebody randomly over here? You wouldn't if you thought they were live. Pretend they're live.
Yep.
Consider them always to be live rounds.
Treat every gun like it's loaded.
Correct.
Remember those bad boys?
Oh,
yeah, the little cap things.
Yeah.
There you go.
I still have that. I think I've had that for like.
I love that whenever the situation calls for it, Brad's got the props. Brad's got the props ready to go.
He's always got something in that office.
Nice. So there you go. Hopefully that helps. So I did interject a little bit of seriousness into that because, like I said, Carlos Sr., he had a gun collection. He took his stuff he knows his stuff. And I'm a decent shot when I've had the chance back in the day. It's been many years since I've had a chance to do anything. But I've always taken to heart that one piece. It's like, no, treat it like it's a tool for purpose. Treat it like that, and you'll be fine. Mm-hmm. So real quick here, I'll ask the question, but you can maybe fill in on this. Isn't there a contract or anything like that? I don't think you could do that. Would that be something that's even possible?
I think I could, but I would not. I would never. Yeah, I would never work with anyone else on that level.
Yeah, so we'll just say, just to fill in here, you have had a very good relationship with them over time, and then prior to that, Len previously as the PSA Canada had a long-standing relationship with them. So it's understandable. Not everybody. That's why I said I advocate for all the third party grade, all the legit ones. I want them all to succeed. I want them all to do better. All of them. I want them all to do better. SGC had its missteps, but they've done a lot to improve. Them improving helps push the ball forward for everybody else. If they provide good competition, it forces PSA to get better. It forces CSG to get better. Nothing can help BGS, including God. And I'm not even a believer, but trust me, God can't help them. I'm not sure anything can. However, in theory, if there was anything that could make it better, good. Competition is good, and I want more viable options that are legit. The more of those we have, the better it is for everybody. And that's what I say. Like, if PSA is a permanent no-go for you, then use SGC. If you don't like the black tuxedo, use
That's
CSG.
it.
Yeah.
You don't like that, you're probably doomed. One touches. One touches.
Yeah, there you go.
HGA.
One touches. One touches. Fairly inexpensive. One
They
touches.
are one touch.
Yeah.
A creaky one touch.
Yeah. Yeah. Good evening, Albert.
Hi, Albert.
Yeah, I know. Got Baseball Cards has done it. No, I was just curious if Brad had a specific contractual thing. That's why I posed the question. But I know that there have been multiple bulk submittals.
We're different as well. Like we're PSA Canada. We're our own company. I said this many times before, but we are PSA Canada. Like my email is psacanada@collectors.com. Like we're involved. Like it's not just a bulk submitter. So
yeah, I think that's why I say, like, my opinion, my thought was that you guys have a much stronger, more direct relationship with PSA comparative to the average bulk submitter.
Yeah,
Marks,
that's it. And to
other
hockey,
ones, yeah.
Yeah, like Mark's cards,
yeah. But I do think, like, honestly, I'll say this quick to Hockey 99. Like SGC, I think they do a great job. I have no qualms. I buy SGC cards. My preference is PSA, and I think the long-term vision for this hobby, I think if you're an investor, a collector, and whatever you're going to do, PSA is a Goliath, and what they're doing, all the infrastructure and all the technology and everything they're doing, I can't see another grading company currently touching them in the marketplace for a long, long time. So
It's a
my
free
advice,
advertisement there, Brad. Okay.
yeah, no, but my advice, it's easy. Like if you said, hey, I got a Gretzky rookie, and I submit it to Beckett, I submit it to SGC, I submit it to PSA, and you came to me with the Gretzky rookie and said, where should I get this graded? It's the answer is simple.
It's a no-brainer, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, so
yeah, SGC, I know. I mean, PSA, sorry.
Right?
MNT, mint,
Oh,
guys.
Mint, yes.
Mint.
Oh, sorry. They're up in Newmarket there.
By the way, for the record, I've obviously made fun of Mint's existence because it's funny to me, but I actually went to the damn website. It's expensive. Like, all things considered, it's actually kind of expensive now. Like, I'm like, why is this even a thing for you guys? That's actually kind of it's like $35 for like the small amount of cards. I'm like, guys, that sucks. It's not very good. Send it to SGC. What the hell are we talking about?
Wow.
Like, get out of here, Mint. How dare you?
With a mint leaf.
I can pull up the chart, but I actually thought, like, actually this is kind of high. Like, this is not cheap at all. Like, okay, look, KSA is funny, but at least they're cheap. Like, if you go to the show, you can do it live, you can do it there, and it's pretty inexpensive, relatively speaking. And at least you can do it at the show on-site grading. Fine, the holder is, the plastic equivalent of a rusted tin can. But what the hell?
Yeah, so if you had the option of all the grading companies, they're all the same price with the same turnaround time, who would you send to? And I know people can say, I wouldn't send to this person, or I wouldn't. But if you're in the business, it's, I don't know.
KSA, they're local.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's fair. And Bob here says the right thing.
Not even that's
Daphne
right.
Can save
Bob with Bobby, the greatest slab company in the world, right there. KSA.
Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
That's fantastic. That's it. KSA.
Have you cracked one of those before, Eric?
Oh, God.
All you need to do is drop it on the floor and it'll crack.
No, but with that
gets slab strong, though.
Yeah.
I don't think Slab Strong has a slab for this crap.
But the card sticks to that black on that one there that you have. The card will stick to that black insert at times.
Oh,
and
yeah.
The cards actually, the edges are stuck to it.
Oh, wow.
Well, he actually trims it out, and it's a sticky thing that he sticks in
on
the back. I know.
It's
It's like, Nathan, man, come on.
Yeah.
These are facts, man. These are facts.
I do have a question.
So what if you
for
grade a company called Bulk Submitter Canada, owns PSA Canada, SGC Canada? Yeah. You get it. Snaggletooth grading. Yep. Exactly. See, I'm just trying to find it. I'm trying to see, Eric. Actually, I got a good one for you. Since we brought up good old BGS, there's a better picture. I'll find it. It's here on the computer. I'll find it a little bit later. But this one I thought we'd get a kick out of. This was actually in the PWCC auction, and it amused me just to get a little bit of a kick. Like I said, our good friends at BGS need to get their act together a little bit here.
Do you think?
Yeah. Okay. So this is an exhibits card. Okay. So it's a postcard back exhibits card. By the way, that is what it is. That is correct. Now, this is good old BVG. It's one of Eric's favorites. Here's the thing. That says number 40, Hack Wilson. Okay? Hack Wilson. Look at the name. That is Jimmy Wilson from the Philadelphia
his nickname was
National.
Hack, wasn't it?
Yeah, the thing is, there is a Hack Wilson, and that's not his real name, but there's also a Jimmy Wilson. That's a different player from the era. That is not Hack Wilson. Hack Wilson was the guy, I think he still has the record for most RBIs in a season. Because I think he was the one who did 191. He had a 50 home run season. He was a pretty good power hitter for a little period of time there. Not Hall of Famer, but a very notable player in his era. Jimmy Wilson was a guy who had a little bit more of a journeyman. Hack Wilson and Jimmy Wilson are two different dudes. It's like, guys, this is the vintage grading. It's like, but here's the problem. It's a twofold problem. Number one, it's clearly not Hack Wilson. Number two, because Hack Wilson never played for Philadelphia. And number two, PWCC just took the label.
Isn't Pittsburgh Pirates?
This one is Philadelphia. So Philadelphia Nationals. So it's the
They have the
Phillies.
P.
Yeah,
I
it's the
can't see
Phillies.
this. I can't see that.
Yeah, it's the Philadelphia Phillies. But the thing is, the problem here is that as a result of that, PWCC took the label literally, and they try to sell it as a Hack Wilson card.
Oh.
It's like, no, my dudes, no. So I'm afraid not. Sorry, guys. Good try.
Well, a lot of that happened in when I was doing the book. Is a lot of the players are misnamed.
Yes.
You know, you have Bun Cook and all the different cooks because there was cousins and brothers and stuff like that, and a lot of people get mixed up in the fold of the documentation. Which actually brings me to another thing. I was working on the anonymous set from 1925-27, and it's really interesting. I asked this question out there to in Facebook world, and I asked them, what is the predeterminant for the rookie card status, for the anonymous sets? And they all come back because they are allocated as rookie cards in the anonymous sets. But how can you, I guess that's the question out there, is how can you allocate a rookie card status of a player for an anonymous set where you don't know who the manufacturer is, you don't know if it's regional? Why has it been determined as rookie cards? So if anyone wants to answer that one or come back to that, or even the 33, you look at the 33 anonymous, or you can 25, 27, whatever. So what do people think on that? Good question.
I'll open it up to the chat if anybody wants to opine on that. I like to think that the individuals responsible for that, Bobby, were the same individuals who thought this was a good idea.
Okay. There you go. Enough said. I think you're right, Carlos. You're right on the money. That's
my
it.
favorite part is, so Eric sent this over to me, and as soon as I saw it, I was like, "Oh, we're gonna use it. We're gonna use this."
What is that?
That is a Beckett slab, but it's a Beckett slab that is grossly oversized for what it actually needs to hold.
Holding cards.
So this is one of the booklet cards.
This big?
Yeah, so it's from 2015 National Treasures Jumbo Material Signatures. It's in Antonio Brown. I'd knock it down like a couple of grade points on that. Yeah, so good old Antonio Brown. Not great. Not great.
Who would show that off in their collection? I'd be embarrassed.
Come
that's
on, Bob.
probably, what's that, 12 by 8?
It's you could literally fit a magazine there without any problem.
That's why I put my hand next to it when I took the picture. I wanted some type of relation to the size.
Well, you got small hands, so that you know what that means.
Yeah, small gloves.
No, big heart.
Oh, okay.
I gave you a nice one today.
Thank you. Thank you.
But regardless, the overall absurdity of it, the visual appeal of this is kind of interesting. Now, in fairness, we do like to pick on Beckett. We do like to pick on them.
There's a reason.
No, there's many reasons. There's a number of reasons. There's a number of reasons. The absurdity of this is next level. However, our friends at PSA, in fairness, have also had their own gratuitously ridiculous holders over the years.
Yes.
And I actually have an example of one of these holders. I will go get it, and I will come right back. but I'll leave this in here first. So Friedman, good evening. Is Brad's monthly show still a go tomorrow with the Renner Blast? That's a good question.
Yes, sir.
Oh
Nice.
yeah, I heard about that.
So,
It's been
so you guys
going
are still
around
expecting it out?
Yeah, absolutely.
You dig yourself out of there by then?
We're always good to go.
All
We're
right,
all
sounds
set up,
good.
ready to roll.
Sounds good. And 4-leaf cards, good evening. Absolutely. So I'll leave it to the chat. By the way, I'm curious. So this is also an opinion piece. So you can comment on what Bobby was talking about. Yes, for sure. There you go. Sherry, thank you for the clarification. Appreciate that.
Number one Carlos fan, always there.
Good stuff. Appreciate it. The second thing I'll kind of pose a question. I showed you guys that ridiculous slab. I want you to think about that there's a company who thought that giving that to somebody was a good idea. They thought they would be like, okay, as a presentation, let me give you. I want to see like the box they put it in. It's like, why would you think this is a good idea? But like I said, in fairness, I'm gonna go get a PSA slab that I've kept in my collection. That's a fun one. They're from good old PSA. It's not quite as ridiculous, but it's still not great.
Not quite.
Not quite, but it's still pretty interesting. I'll be right back.
So, guys, with the question that I posed, how do you feel about that, Brad?
Honestly,
Honestly,
yeah, I don't know. I really don't. I'm kind of stuck up with those older sets and rookie cards. Like,
well, it should be the same as today. It doesn't really much matter. It really shouldn't change because the rules are kind of the same. Is it regional? Well, if you take those regional sets, or you take those anonymous sets, there's only 3 or 4 known of some of most, if you know, some are 1 or 2 of the 1925-6 and 26-7 sets of anonymous.
Right.
The 1933, they don't come up very often, but a little bit more than the anonymous. So can you say that that's a nationally distributed set, which is really one of the criteria for, you know, for a base rookie card? You know?
I don't have, honestly, I don't have an answer.
I just don't know. You know, I put it in my last book as rookie cards because I'm sort of following what's going on out there. I'm guilty of plagiarism too. You know, we kind of assumed that, you know, Beckett knew what they were talking. Everybody knew what they were talking about. But I'm really getting down to hashtags here, and I'm sitting here going, is it really fair, or is that really logical to grade these cards as rookies when we don't even know the name of the manufacturer, let alone there's only 3 or 4 examples of each, if that.
Yeah.
You know, and I have to say no. So do I not put rookie cards on them this time around? Like, I know the book is almost 8 years old now. Am I changing my status? No, I'm actually looking at it at a different light. I want to go forward with the best amount of information that I have. And I think as we determine things, I don't think the rookie cards, is that really going to affect their value? I don't really think so. How do you guys feel about that?
That's been on certain cards. Part of my fun is teasing about the current state. I know it's a good selling point, but I would think with a lot of vintage pieces, like, no, the rarity or the desirability, or if they like the player or the team or whatever, is going to carry the day on it. If they still want it, they still want it. Making it a rookie or not, I don't think is going to carry much of a premium either way.
I think the RC really, you're right, Carlos. I don't think the RC really is going to affect it in that great. It is sort of a PRC or whatever you want to call it. I'm not even talking about XRC because I will stay far away from that. But let's say PR, which is pre-rookie card. I could give it that kind of status, but or even in that vein, I can't give it rookie cards. I really can't. And that's the way I'm going forward. I didn't want to tell anybody, but I guess I just told it now. I have to take that designation off. Now, it pisses off some people because I asked a few collectors that I will be taking that off. And they said, well, why are you taking it off? And I said, well, who manufactured it? No answer. What more am I going to, how many were just, well, there's only 3 or 4 known of each, or 2 or 3 actually known of each. How do I document that? Doesn't fit the regional, doesn't fit the national distributed, doesn't fit anything. So
Bobby, I would just, you know, I understand all the points that you're making, and I agree with all of them. I guess when I'm looking at a rookie card, my question is, did it come out in the correct year? And was it only printed in that year?
Well, I determined the year. We got the year down. We actually told PSA, I had to email them with all the information about how to determine them. So they got that down right. They didn't actually at first. They called them 25 to 27. And I sent them a ton load of information. I said, listen, you guys you're early doing this. Let's fix it now. And they finally, and they did acclimate to that. So, which was good. Unfortunately, it's up to who to determine. Where's Victor? Where the hell is Victor?
I was gonna say, I think you should just put. My opinion is you should just put it on Victor and put all the pressure on him. Victor, will alone arbitrate if this is a rookie card or not. Go.
No.
But have you noticed the big auction place?
All right. One at a time. Go ahead. It happens a lot less than people would think. We're actually pretty good most of the time. Okay, Brad first. Go ahead.
Do you notice that all the big auction companies out there use rookie card wrong so many ways? It's astronomical when you look at it.
I've heard some even think Hack Wilson is Jimmy Wilson.
Yeah, but they just put it in. Like, you can see, I don't know how many cards you see that are clearly just not rookies, but they'll put them down as rookie cards and in the titles, and they all do it. Like, it's out there. I think us as true long-term collectors really focus in on that.
Sure.
But I think the majority of the general collectors out there just don't pay attention as much to it as we do.
I agree with that. I agree.
It's misleading for money purposes, I think. At that
point. It is.
It is.
Yeah.
But that's why my opinion is I've been advocating for, like, guys, look, if you like the card, you like the card. Don't pay a premium because it's a rookie card, unless you are specifically collecting rookie cards. If that's something you particularly care about, then so be it. But if you need the card for your set or whatever, do you care if it's a rookie card or not? Like, does that make a big difference? If you're building the set, you need it for the set either way. So don't pay a premium because somebody put a designation on it. Like, especially if we're going to get into that argument. If it's one of those, like, borderline cases, like, is the value worth it? Are you willing to pay X, Y, or Z? Great, then do that. Otherwise, don't.
Yeah, sure. Borderline is certainly an issue, but if it is a rookie card, it does have that status.
No, I get it, and then that makes sense.
And the money.
Eric, did you want to toss something in there?
I think I just wanted to reiterate is just that as long as it came out in the correct year and it was only printed in that year, I don't really care who makes it. If that's one of the first publications of a player, that's good enough for me. I don't care if it's Parkhurst, Topps, and whatever. If it came out in that correct year and they didn't print it for the next 3 years, it's fine with me.
Sure.
Especially with the older stuff. Now I think you have to be a little clearer in modern times, but when Bobby's dealing with something from the 30s, I think you gotta I think you have to have flexibility with that stuff, especially since there's no one around to ask.
Sure.
Well, I'm here to ask. I'm right here.
No, you were.
We have a
printing place in 33.
No.
Bobby started as an intern around that time, so his memory's a little foggy about that one.
Yeah,
so
I
real
wasn't
quick,
so gray then, but
So real quick, I'm going to show the case that we were talking about. I usually have it on the desk, but when Eric showed me that thing, I remember that I had one of these. So this is an old PSA slab. So it's one of these things. So I'm gonna zoom in and I'm gonna show you guys a little bit. By the way, the reason I kept the card is twofold. Number one, this case is ridiculous, but number two, this card specifically also entertains me because the card itself is also ridiculous. But I'll share with you why. So let me zoom in a little bit here to make it a little easier. So it is a PSA slab, and this is an older PSA slab. So this is a Marion Hossa scripted swatch. So you can see it's actually got, it's meant to be like an early try at having a jersey card holder, but you can see like it's got way too much plastic for what it actually needs. You don't really need all that nonsense. However, one other thing to note about this card is that it's got a very weird combination of things. It's Marion Hossa, pictured as a Pittsburgh Penguin, listed as a Detroit Red Wing, with a swatch from the Atlanta Thrashers.
Oh, wonderful.
It is a wonderful amalgamation of confusion par excellence.
Carlos, that holder is actually for the wax packs.
Yep. No, I understand. But I'm like, they decided to put this in it. And they're like, what the heck? Put it in there.
What fits? What fits? That'll do it.
Yep. So it's like, so all the graded companies have had their moments. Some of the old SGC ones are kind of weird and kind of dumb as well. I've seen some of those. They're not the best. But again, like, learn. To me, it's an interesting curiosity. The card itself is not really worth that much, but it's fun in this weird holder with the weird combination of pieces. Like I said,
it doesn't look so bad as the other one.
Yeah. Oh, no,
not even close.
That would take a different level. But still, it's a great conversation starter. If you put this in front of some hobbyists, it's just like, and then also the combination for the player itself is like, it's just a general oddity, the whole thing.
What do you got, Brad?
I love it. When you said it was show and tell, like when someone talks about something, I get the kid in me comes back out. I get excited. So someone said like, "Oh, the craft dinner," and I'm like, I just got a Gretzky 9 back for my collection.
Is that the which one is that? Is that the cardboard?
Just the drawing, yeah.
As we're going, I'm just going to read a couple of these comments here real quick. So Albert finished his 0506 Future Watch set. Congratulations.
I want to ask you, Brad.
Yeah.
In 1 second.
Yeah, so real quick. I'll read them quick, and then you can ask your question. I collect strongly. Pre-war cards are really distributed nationally. Most guess Montreal, Toronto's flexibility is warranted. Okay. Craft dinner cards are some of the greatest of all time. I did like a lot of the craft dinner cards. I enjoyed a lot of the food issues. They were good, especially for the time, for sure. Like I said, I still think there's a place for them today. I would still like to have some craft dinner cards. I think that'd be good. If I see a misleading title on eBay listing, I report it to eBay. Well, good on you. So when the wrestling rookie card conundrum is solved, then we'll know what a rookie card. Yeah, that's a very complicated beast.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, when characters and different iterations, like it's a lot of nonsense. Were C55 cards distributed nationally? I don't know.
Well, they're in Sweet Capital cigarettes, and I'm sure nationally they were distributed across.
I would think so. Yeah, I agree with that.
Pretty popular.
Ask Victor about the rules regarding wrestling rookie cards. It would make his head explode. It'd be very entertaining, but his head would literally explode.
Yes.
I'd love to show you guys a large PSA case. I have an oversized Korean plastic promo card. Well, if you ever get a chance, if you want to put it on Instagram or whatever, I don't know if you, I think you've got an Instagram. Yeah, you're always welcome. Right there. You can go to the Instagram, shoot it over to me. I have it open and I can always pull it up by all means. Let's see. What's Brad got to show now? Yep, we'll definitely do that. Curiosities from Bad Shelves. Yeah, he's got
that. Would be an awesome show. What
grade is the Sportscaster, Brad?
Sportscaster is a 4.
Oh, really?
All right. Yeah. So I've
English?
caught up.
English or
yes.
Or Finnish? German?
Italy. Yeah, the Italy English.
Italy, okay.
But
tougher one.
English,
A tougher one.
yeah.
This is the Gretzky.
It is English,
It's a Gretzky Sportscaster. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, see, like that's a rookie.
That thing's 4 different. Yeah, there you go.
I made him. That's actually when I sent that in. I was like, "This could be a 10." Like I remember a couple years ago.
I think they got rounded. I think they got rounded corners as well, right? So it's like yes. So that's less of an issue in that sense.
Pokemon. There's a little surface crease that I didn't see, but I missed it.
Yeah.
What were you going to show us? Oh yeah, the craft dinner. Was that the blue back thick one from the box, or was it the one that was inserted in the?
The thin one. Like there's the set.
Okay, nice.
Because
I got a couple of Reggie Lemlins.
To get high grade.
I still
did you have a question specifically, Bobby, or was it about showing the card?
Well, there's 2 different kinds. So like with the craft dinner, there was the ones that were folded in the box. So the box had an extra little card that was kind of folded into the box. Those ones are very difficult to get in any grade. The other ones they were in cellos and they were all over the place. So those are kind of easy. I didn't know which one he had, so I was wondering, because if you do have a graded one that's a relatively good grade that it has the blue back or is the box version, those are super tough and people don't realize how rare they are.
That's the box version there, and like this would grade like a 1.
Yeah, it's tough.
Super, like you said, super tough.
Yeah. It's hard pricing those out because I was trying to juggle and I couldn't do percentage because too many different stars and it's tough. The price guide when you have to, those kind of food issues.
Like I think that's one of the most underpriced. The 60. Someone mentioned it earlier. The 65 Coca-Cola. They don't sell for much. Like there's all 6 panels. Like just gorgeous. I think I picked it up maybe a couple of years ago for like $300. You know what I mean? Like just should be more money to me. But.
Sure. So Korean Cardboard here did send over the picture. So thank you. I did receive it and I've got it here. Good. So I'll open it up here in a second. So thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like Buzzy's comments. Be nice, Buzzy. Victor takes his stuff seriously. We appreciate his passion. Like I said, he's a bit Don Quixote in some of the directions he'll go with it, but let him have his fun. He legitimately enjoys the pursuit anyway. He likes coming up with that stuff. Let him have his moment. Yep, the real rookie. If you want a good laugh, look at eBay. All the variations of Slabs PSA used for the 91 Topps Micro. Yes. When they got the small cards, it becomes ridiculous what they try to do to fill it out. I agree with that. Yeah, I'll trade you. Yep.
I know they had those 1951 mini cards that were from, what was it? They're 1 inch by 3/4 inch. And you got this big holder, and then you got this little dicky card, and you can barely see it. Like as you get older, your eyes are. It's like what? Who is that? So, and they grade them. So,
Well,
Yeah.
I wanna show these. I'm sure all you hockey guys have seen these, but this is equally as ridiculous.
those are okay because
I don't mind it as much. The border on it
way
isn't as
too big.
ridiculous. They are too big, but the border on it isn't quite as bad.
It's not so bad. Not so
I
bad.
mean, it's bigger than my hand. I mean, it's insane.
That's not
Do you need Bobby to go back to the NHL?
Yeah, I know, right?
It's like you're setting him up for that one.
I mean, it's crazy.
But the card's as big as your hand almost.
It is. It's what
Yeah,
5
fold
inches?
1991 Topps Micro.
I mean, it's just such a waste. And trying to put these away is
No, I agree with the story.
There's no
The storing
reason
is the problem.
this can't be thinner and shorter, and it's just
Here's a great little story behind those cards, or behind the cards.
Yeah.
Between the NHL licensing and the NHLPA, they were fighting it out from 1968 to about 1974. So the NHLPA would come up with stuff because it was for the union and for the players. The NHL was actually for the players and the NHL Association. So they were juggling back and forth between who got what issue. And obviously they went out on that. That's why they had those generic jerseys. If you look at the Eddie Sargent and all those other ones that they issued, they're all generically the same picture over 3 years because they're in the same kind of jersey. So it's a really interesting battle. I really like to write a large article on the fight or the battle between the NHL and the NHLPA. And in 1974, they came together finally, and they said, okay, we're going to split everything going forward. Anyways, I just thought it was an interesting story because a lot of people go, why is it always the same picture?
There you go. Swanson TV Dinner WBF cards from 91. Look at Brad's
What?
got you.
Swanson?
Yeah, Swanson.
In the dinner? Like in the
wow.
frozen?
It'd be in the package probably. Yeah.
Wow. I never heard of that.
And they're
Now, by the
black.
way, I would imagine the chipping on the black would be pretty bad normally. Like that would be like they'd be super prone to that with the black borders and everything.
Where would they be? Like in a cello in the box, or how? Like what's
I'm
the?
just trying to think of the way the Swanson TV dinners were done.
Well, they're dinners with a metal. Like,
They didn't have a box on the outside, right?
Yeah,
didn't
they
do
had
a box.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe between the box and the actual thing, maybe just kind of held there.
In a cello,
That'd be
or
my
on
guess.
the box.
That'd be my guess. Yeah, why not?
On the back of the box.
Yeah,
makes
they were in cellos. They were in cellos.
Oh, they were in cellos. Okay.
Okay, that makes
Yeah,
sense.
so
Yeah.
inserted. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
In frozen. That's cool.
Yeah. That's why I say, like, I would like to get back to an era of having some cards
I
inserted
like
in
that
food
stuff.
stuff. Like,
Yeah,
why
it's
not?
cool.
Look, it's fun. Like, let people have their fun with it. I think it's cool.
Yeah, who
so
doesn't want to
357,
like
good
Salisbury steak, right? And get a wrestling card.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, so you also got to think 1991. Hogan's still pretty big. Is a pretty big deal still in 91.
Yeah.
So this is actually the slab that Korean Cardboard was talking about.
Oh, fudge.
So you got the big card there, and
Oh
then
my
obviously
God.
a big border around it. Like there's a lot of extra space sitting there. It's very
just
interesting.
ridiculous.
Again, hand for scale, and I'll leave it to you to decide both.
I can see the guy at PSA going, nope. Yeah, that'll work.
Okay, so here we go. A little background on it. The card I sent you is 2015, a promo card. They were given away outside of games and sold. There were a set of 7. Thank you for the background. Appreciate that.
That's awesome.
Very cool. Thank you for the picture as well. Appreciate that. So let me go here quickly through a couple of these. Hockey Hugger says, Eric, your collection is badass, so compliments to you.
Oh, thank you.
Like the mini Skybox basketball ones. Yep. Okay, here we go. Any of you have the 4 PSA Tall Boy? I don't. I've looked at buying some, though. That may still come into play. 357. I have PSA 10 Trout, 2011 update. It's actually your best card. Would you sell for $3,100? Serious question, serious answer. Depends on what you bought it for. If you could use the $3,100 and you don't have much into it, take the profit. If you think the Trout will recover and play and go back to playing like close to full seasons, maybe win something down the road, why not? You can hang on to it. It just depends on how much. Do you care about the $3,100 more than you care about holding the card and maybe down the road it goes up? That's really what it comes down to. Do you care about the $3,100? There are cards that I have that I've appreciated, where even at the appreciated price, I know I'm not going to replace it, so I don't feel like selling it. There are other ones where it's like, look, if you're going to pay me what the going rate is on some of these, you can have it. Because it's like, oh, you won't be able to replace it. Yeah, but I don't really need to. I owned it. In some cases, I owned it for years. I know what it is. I have my memories with it. I don't need to.
So,
I don't need to hang on to it.
My question is, what was that card worth last February?
Well, I
And
don't think that one ever like reached because that one was always really high and it got pretty high after a while. Like, let me see. I can give you a ballpark on that.
so he's getting offered 31 now. What was it worth a year ago? Because I'll guarantee you, in a year from now, it's not going to be worth 31.
Well, that's true. After but you said after July 1st, it'll be like about 97.
And well, that a year from now is after July 1st.
Yeah.
Someone's offering you 31, and unless you're a rich person who doesn't care about money, sell it.
Yeah. So I think at the apex, it was about let's see here, about $7,000.
35?
$7,000 for PSA 10.
7.
It got
And
that
now it's
high?
down to 3.
Jeez.
Sell it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, but that's why I say, like, my opinion, regardless of the price point, I ask a simple question: what did you get into it for?
Yep.
What did you have into it originally? Then, do you need the money, or do you want the money more than you want the card? If you just want the card and you don't care, then so be it. Live your life. Because like the reason I say is that I'm not a rich man by any stretch of the imagination. I don't pretend to be. But if you offered me like $100,000 for like my collection, that probably wouldn't be enough for me to sell it. If you said all of it for $100,000, no, not really. Some of that stuff is probably worth a little bit more than that, but that would still be pretty good. That'd still be a pretty good chunk of change. But it wouldn't be life-changing money. It wouldn't be so much that it's like, yeah, I could pay some bills. It'd be nice. It'd set me up well. And then I could rebuild a piece of the collection and, go on from there. But that's not worth it to me. But if you wanted to buy a segment of the collection and, pay X amount, well, then it might be worth it to me. But if you want to ridiculously overpay, Nat Turner gets bonked on the head and goes, Carlos, $5 million, I'm taking everything that isn't bolted down. Dude, for $5 million, you can have the fucking house and everything in it. I'll walk out the door, throw you the keys, and you got it.
You can have the bolted down stuff too.
Yeah, like
for $5 million.
Just take it, demolish the damn thing. I don't care. Set it on fire. I don't give a crap.
You.
But that's what I mean. Like, but for $5 million, I can go rebuild somewhere else and do something else. And by the way, I'll still do my show and I'll buy new crap. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. But that's why I say it depends on what it is, depends on what you have into it, and it depends on what value you would get from the money. It depends. That is always my answer.
You're 100% correct when you're talking about one. Do you need the money? Do you where are you at in the card? Is it going to make a difference? And would you rather just keep it as part of your collection, no matter how much? I wasn't in the position to make a $3,000 decision, but I have a Larry Bird card. A year ago, it was close to $1,000. I paid $25 for it a few years back. I collected that Larry Bird card because I wanted it.
Yep.
I want it just as much today as I did when I purchased it. And yeah, $1,000 for that card would be great. But no. I bought it because I wanted it. Mm-hmm. I didn't buy it to sell it. Now, like Carlos said, if it went for $20,000, thing would be out the door.
Yeah. I don't need to play the $1 Million Man clip, but there is a price. There is a price for a lot of us on a lot of the stuff. There is a price, sure. and I always try to be very transparent with folks. I genuinely believe truly that the entire basis of a lot of us who are collectors, the basis of this is on a bedrock, a foundation of nostalgia. Mm-hmm. But where I kind of push back on folks is like, look, there's nostalgia and then there's actively living in the past. I may not be able to replace everything around me here, but I remember how I got most of the stuff that is in my collection for a long time. The memory is here. Unless I have dementia or something, it's still here. I don't need the physical stuff. I like having the physical stuff. But again, Nat Turner, $5 million. You can buy the whole life. I'm out the door. It's all yours, bro. Hell, you can be Carlos now. I anoint you. See ya. I got 4 names. I'll take the other 2. You can have the first.
By the way, that Larry Bird card you could probably get now anywhere between $150 and $250.
Yep. There you go.
So
this one's for you, Brad. Yep. Any thought of bringing in some athletes down the road for some signings at the store?
We did. Yeah, we brought in guys that were friends of ours that we've had relationships, but it's not. I mean, with the price of athletes right now, like it kind of peaks it out. If we do, if I if we do it again, I want to offer, like when we had Roberto Alomar last time, we did free autographs for 2 hours to everybody.
Sure.
So if I want to do it again, we won't do something that we charge people. We'll bring somebody in and maybe he'll sign some stuff out back afterwards. But yeah, we're definitely going to do signings, and we will not have a charge to the public, or we won't do them. So.
That's a pretty good deal for folks when they get those ones, because a lot of times you get charged, and that's pretty sweet for the folks that are willing to come over.
I got 3 people tomorrow: John Busick, Reggie Lemlin, Stan Jonathan. I'm going to have to pay for all 3.
Don't take on. Stan will kick your ass now.
He's built like a fire hydrant. All right, he's a shorter guy, but he's built like a freaking fire plug.
He was the Ty Domi of the 70s.
Oh yeah,
there you go. There's a reference.
So
what does Brad not have to show off? Brad did like show and tell. We talked about it.
Shut up, Brad.
All right, hold on. We got to give it a moment.
Oh,
yes, God. Brad. Yes.
Okay.
Eric, all right, which ones do you have there? Okay, I see Randy Moss.
Randy Moss.
All right.
TJ Watt.
Okay, TJ Watt. No, okay, gotcha. Okay.
And Jalen Hurts.
All right. Gotcha.
A guy at 4:30 today came into the shop and said, and I thought about it. Said, yeah, I want to sell my collection he had. So we bought it for $1,000, and inside was 3 kabooms. And all I thought about was Eric tonight. I was like, I got to bring these home with me.
Brad, I thought we were buddies.
I know.
Part of being buddies is finding a way to poke the bear. If you got it, you poke the bear.
Well, it's not a $25,000 cover.
Oh my God!
These will be on eBay Sunday night.
There you go.
I am not keeping those, Eric.
Good, because they're garbage. Throw them away.
That's great for being looser than black border. Yeah, no, I agree. Those Swanson cards, to get them in nice condition would be very tricky.
Yeah.
Yep, this one. Trout was 1/1000 during 2019 National. No, I'm with you. But my question is how much you have into it. It could be whatever the price was in 2019 National. If you bought it for $100, well, then you're way ahead. If you bought it for $1,500, then you're still ahead, but not as much. It just depends. It's
so
context.
Swanson would be very difficult, because when do you have old product? Never.
If you do, there are secondary questions that we need to ask. More pertinent questions.
Yeah,
some serious questions.
I think there was ones that went out like factory issued kind of. I don't think they were intentionally factory issued because I've got a whole bunch of those, and
I'd love to see a display, a box or something like that. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, I graded all the ones that I have because I'm working on the set all graded. Okay. But the ones I have, like I got 9s, and most of them are 9s and 8s. So I think there was obviously not all issued inside food. I think some went out the back door or whatever. So
sure.
Yeah, I find that most of the things that came in frozen things never survived. Even the packaging. We have a lot of the Captain Highliner stuff. It's just hard to find a display box.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So here, hockey. Not many views for the Carlos video on whether or not the junk wax era. It actually did okay. Again, you got to remember the channel. I've never pretended the channel has gotten over time. I've been enjoying that slowly the views on a lot of those videos are starting to creep up a little, because I remember the time when it was lucky if it got 50 views. So like from where I'm standing, like it has been a steady and slow improvement. And if you find a video that you get some value of it, share it. Like honestly, that's the simplest way. But the second point is a good one. It's people looking for positive reinforcement. Yeah. But the thing is, that's why I said, like, my point with that video was that, number one, I don't believe we're in the junk wax era because people are forgetting just how much we printed in the junk wax era. Even those really high estimates, like, we're still talking fractions of, like, the real junk wax era products. But secondly, there's nothing wrong with having a product that is printed super high. It just means you guys are paying too much for the boxes, and you're paying too much for these singles, and you need to be reminded that there's plenty of supply. Get slapped on the wrist a couple of times, be like, don't do that. And if going forward, Fanatics uses Topps flagship as being like, we're going to print a lot of this every single year going forward. It's always going to be available at retail. You have a hankering to open a blaster box, it will be there. It will be at Walmart and Target. No problem. No questions asked. It'll be there. But please don't buy it to try to flip the stupid blaster. It's not worth it. There's tons of them. That's a good lesson to teach some people and get them off of this terrible habit they got into. That's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. And then if your kid wants to open some packs, let them open some packs. They can buy it at retail. And it's wonderful. It can be some fun.
Gets kids back in it.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. There's room in the hobby for having that kind of product still to this day. Give them that. That's good for them. That's good for everybody else. And you know what? If you get bored and you happen by the store, yeah, all right, $19.99, I'll grab one.
$20. Yeah,
like
it's go wrong.
It's killing a little time. Just have some fun with it.
opposed to $20 a pack.
Agreed. Exactly.
Yeah.
This would be. I see nothing wrong with this.
That's why the Tim Horton stuff is good. It's get little kids involved in it.
Yeah, they're drinking too much coffee though. That's the problem, Eric.
That's true.
Terrible.
They get twitchy.
Terrible. Yeah. So this one here. So I did receive this, and I'll go. So it's another Beckett special. Different direction, a different angle on this one.
All right.
So here we go. I'll show this one off. So we got the big slab again, but this time it's been used a little differently.
Oh, good Lord.
It doesn't even look like the thing. The thing is right at the edges. If you look at it,
Can you enlarge that?
I can try. Hold on. I can do that.
Is that a custom? Yeah, custom card.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a
that's
custom card.
That's a Beckett. Okay, I gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Just
By the way,
barely.
thank you for including a picture of us in the background. Appreciate that. Little bonus cameo. Appreciate that.
There
Eric's
you go.
there. Yeah, we can see him.
Well played. Well played.
Boy, that's right to the extremes, isn't it?
Yeah, like it's right up against the edges of it, and then obviously you got the big space top and bottom. But very interesting. So thank you for that, ink, paper, wax collector. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Oh,
That's
my
one of those
God.
custom cards, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a cut. That you can tell that's
Yeah.
like a cut.
Yeah.
So it looks like it's probably for the autograph authentication, is what I think. So let me take a look
So-
here.
Yes.
Bedano is born in Devon, Michigan. Yes, he is. Bird is a legend. Yes. Boston Kid. Good evening. Aaron Rodgers single again. Allegedly. It seems to be like there's conflicting reports about that. At the same time, like Aaron Rodgers has done fine on the girlfriend front. He's fine. Some people collect cards. He collects girlfriends. Let the man live his life. Okay, hold on here. Da-da-da. Let me see. Okay, so here we go. So Albert here has sent another picture. So this one is a PSA. So we're being even. We're being even and giving everybody their equal airtime here.
I showed those Dad's cookie ones that I hate. So
Why do you
I
hate
have-
them?
So this one's a Crosby here. So this is for the 5x7.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah. So that I think the key here is that we've got 5x7 to me is used often enough in cards that we've got to do a better job of having a slab that's a little bit more streamlined for it. I know 5x7 is an awkward size, but we can do that. We can do it.
That's like 10x7. That.
Well, the thing is that
holder.
this is the beehive.
holder.
I'm pretty sure these are 5x7 this year. But they did.
The holder is 10x7.
Oh yeah. But there's too much room in the holder. There's just too much room in the holder. It's the borders. It over and over again in all these cases. It's the borders. There's just too much space.
Well, to find the right template for every card, it's very difficult. I understand that. So,
For sure.
What you got, Brad?
That's I like the Young Gun Jumbos. Like that's a nice holder. Like it's a perfect size. I think they do a great job with those.
So what's the size on the actual card?
Is
it about 5x7 or is it a little bit smaller?
That's a 4x6.
Six. Yeah.
You know what, manufacturers? Maybe we start standardizing the oversized cards. Let's just pick a size and roll with it. I don't care what it is. Just pick one and roll with it.
Like my top loader section over there, you got 35 point rookies, 55, 75, 100, 130, 180, 260, 360, 200 now. It drives me nuts.
Yeah, I would feel bad if I was trying to produce the holders for this stuff. It's ridiculous. It's too much. So there you go, Albert. Got it. Thank you.
Well, here's an example. We have some old chocolate bar packs from the 1970s. All different companies. They're all the same size.
Yep.
So they're 4.5 by 1.5 by 1.25. It's amazing. And 4 different companies here from the 20s and 30s. Like, Willards and what have you. All the, the popular names that you know from hockey cards. Patterson and what have you. So there is a standard out there that they kind of were setting there.
Okay. Yeah.
It just seemed to happen.
Yeah.
And
I don't know
Carlos,
if the
I
Klitschko-
should say-
Sorry. Go ahead.
I didn't even say okay. Yeah, I was going to say about that when Hockey mentioned that video. Not to toot your horn too much tonight, but that was a good video. I think more people should watch that and listen to it. Like when you explain the tops and it's out there, it was really, really well done. So
Yeah. Well,
I agree, but I won't admit it.
Well, it's important. It's important that
Neither would I. Yeah.
Yeah. No. Understandable. And I agree. I agree. It's a fantastic video. It's truly required listening for you all. But here's the thing. I don't care. I put the video there, and hopefully the people that do listen to it get it. And I've said, like, look, if you find a video, I don't care if it's mine or anybody else's. If you find a video that's making a good point, share the damn thing. Most people are lazy. They'll watch it and they'll be like, oh, that's a good point. And then they'll move on. It's like, well, that's the reason why videos with actual content never get anywhere, and videos that are talking garbage get thousands of views or millions of views.
Yeah.
That's
exactly.
why. So it's like, blame yourselves. Like, we'll create the content, but it's not my job. I can't I've got other stuff to do. I recorded it. I made my point. It's there, and it's available for anybody who wants to see it, whether they like it or not. Klitschko brothers. So I understand why this question is being asked. I don't think anybody's going to pay a premium for that. But respect for, because I think it's Vladimir Klitschko. I forget which one of the brothers. Basically, they're fighting in the Ukraine. Obviously, he has enough money. He could have left, but he decided they're gonna stand there and try to defend the homeland. So, best of luck to them.
Yeah.
Respect for it.
Yeah.
Respect for
Oh
it.
my God.
Yeah,
That's
huge
amazing.
respect. Like, he doesn't have to be there. He can leave. He can get himself a private helicopter or jet and get out of there. But he decided he wanted to stick around. It's like, best of luck to them. So Boston Kid here. So I'll touch on this one briefly. Collect what you like. So your first half of your sentence is defeated by the second half. I was told Vintage is the only game in town. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No. Vintage
Bobby,
was modern. Vintage was modern once. You like vintage. I collect vintage. If vintage is the only thing that existed, I would stop collecting. That's boring.
Vintage was never modern once. It was just what it was.
Yeah. No, but at one point, that was the current issue. That was the current issue of the day. In 1955, you didn't have 1956. It wasn't available yet. 1954 was a year in the past.
Considered vintage a year.
I understand, but the point is, something only becomes vintage when enough time goes by. That's it.
What is your vintage?
Vintage for me is still before 1980. That's still what I go with. That still for me is the cutoff.
Yeah, mine's 90. Yeah, we've always discussed that.
So that for me, I still like the old 1980 approximately cutoff. And for baseball, it works really well because in 1981, then Donruss and those other guys came in, Topps Monopoly broke. There's actually a nice defining line there. It gives a little bit of a distinction.
Which baseball is different than hockey. Yeah,
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Yeah. So it gives a little bit of a defining line. It's helpful as opposed to just trying to randomly pick a year somewhere in there. It gets a little bit murky.
But I think when everybody culminated to be
ahead,
in the 90s, you know, I think that was sort of
I get it.
the push time, you know,
I get it.
Everything at that time. Now, how many expanded after that, other than Topps Peachy before that? There's like not much.
Yeah. My big thing with a lot of this stuff is that, and it's always the vintage guys who always say the same thing. It's like, dude, if you want to just collect vintage, then just collect vintage. That's cool.
Okay.
Then go ahead. That's fine. Some of us like a little more variety. Like, I can do both. So it's not really an issue. And a lot of the vintage sets, flat out, I don't like them. So I don't care about them. So more for Eric.
And a lot of the new sets you don't like either because there's too many.
But that's the thing. Like, so here's the good news. I don't have to collect the new sets I don't like, and I don't have to collect the old sets I don't like. I can just pick and choose the ones that I like, and it creates my collection then will be configured different than somebody else's. And that's perfectly fine. That's how it should be. So there we go. Kevin, good evening.
Kevin, haven't talked to Kevin in a couple of months. Hope he's well.
There you go. Sounds good. Just trying to get caught up on the comments here. 3x7 custom card and a 6x9 slab, and they have 3x5 slab. Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Well, they have 3x5s, eh? Well, it might be tight on the end, so
yeah, it's one of those things. Like sometimes you'll see these combinations. Like, why did you choose that? That seems kind of odd. I never got the fascination with thicker cards and logic. Thicker cards equal more value. Thicker cards don't equal more value.
They shouldn't.
How does that work?
I don't know.
You're on your own, Bob. I've never heard that. A thicker card that is a memorabilia card of a popular player that's limited could have, but that's not the thickness. You need the thickness to fit the memorabilia piece. They're two different things. Structural.
So probably be because the packaging came from the sale company, Bobby. Is that we're talking about the?
I think he's talking about those wrappers. Same company. He's saying he thinks it's from the same company.
Oh,
here we go. I got it. Yeah, follow-up comment. Got it. Vitaly Klitschko is the mayor of Kiev. Okay, cool. Didn't know that. Still doesn't mean you have to sit there and defend the city, but I applaud you for sticking around.
Yeah, you guys know that the current president is a former comedian.
Are you talking about in Ukraine?
Yeah, he was a stand-up comedian.
So is he making jokes right now?
I don't think there's anything to be.
I was going to say this might not be the time.
Not a lot of things to laugh about, but that's what the guy did.
This might not be the time, sir. It's like, Mr. President, this might not be the time. Please don't do it.
The former president has been videotaped in the streets holding a gun.
Yeah.
He's out defending, but the current president is a former comedian. That's what he did before. I'm not criticizing. I'm saying that I was surprised to have heard that fact today.
Arnold Schwarzenegger was the mayor of California.
I hear Ronald Reagan was an actor. Worked with a monkey.
Arnold Schwarzenegger was a comedian. Did you guys see Pumping Iron? Hilarious.
It was great.
Hilarious.
All his
one
movies
of my favorite movies of all time, actually. At that time, I remember
Vintage to me is 82 and prior. Fair enough. Wheelhouse, many of you know, 52 to 82. There you go. Collect what YouTubers tell you, and then you can blame them when it goes down. Facts.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. I collect exclusively what? Redacted, and redacted tell me to collect. Agreed.
Mhm.
Sounds good. Here we go. I mean, printing cards on thicker stock for higher end products. Okay, now that makes a little bit more sense. Now I'm following you. So I would say, I think it's just it became a convention because I think that so it's twofold, right? I think one of the thought processes is that it makes it more difficult because remember a lot of these sticker cards and decoys became a thing that you used to have the memorabilia card. So by having them a little more standardized, you couldn't tell necessarily which one was the memorabilia card. Mind you, a lot of these more premium products are like in boxes and things like that anyway. So, that's not necessary. I think it just became it's the illusion that because it's a thicker gauge of cardboard, it's a little bit more premium. It's just creating the feeling that's more premium. If it feels like it's a thin, flimsy card, people wouldn't treat it as a premium product. They would probably not like it as much. So I think it's a perception thing more than anything else. And then the manufacturers just kind of rolled with it. You know what I mean? So once somebody started doing it consistently, I get it.
Sorry, in-laws are leaving, so I gotta go 1 second. Be
Yeah,
back.
no worries. Not sure about Oklahoma, but snow in Boston today. Yep.
Yeah, 3 hours of shoveling. It was horrible.
Yep.
It's heavy. It's wet, heavy snow.
Yeah. So you said you said Kevin, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So Kevin, here's the deal. I'm gonna ignore the comments. It's a card live stream. If you've got any theories politically, keep them to yourself. Jesse Ventura was governor of Minnesota, I think. Yep.
He was.
Yeah, he was. Yeah. That was entertaining too. Sonny from Sonny and Cher was a senator. Yes, that's right. Sonny was a senator.
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
I think he was a sitting senator when he died, I think.
I think that's right, yeah.
I think when he died in a skiing accident.
I think you're right. That sounds about right. Now, real quick, I want to elaborate one more thing. It's not taking a shot at Kevin because I understand that folks do this a lot. But the reason why I'm saying so is that there are plenty of avenues and places to discuss geopolitics and any theories you have about politics anywhere you want. I've kept the channel. I have my opinions on it too, but I don't share them. And the reason I don't share them is this is not the avenue for that. You want to start up your own YouTube channel and talk about that all day long? You can. There are plenty of ones that have been very successful doing it. Over here, we're just screwing around, having fun, and showing cards and talking about stupid holders. That's what we're doing over here. We're not talking about destabilizing the West. I don't care. No, I appreciate it. Thank you for that. And it's just for, like I said, we keep it light. There's going to be plenty of opportunities for you guys to curse at the happenings of the world in a lot of places. We're for a couple hours here. We'll have some fun and screw around. Sound good? Who's the famous F1 racer paralyzed in a skiing accident? Schumacher. Well, I don't think it was Schumacher.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Schumacher's in there.
Did he get paralyzed in a skiing accident?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay, I
He's
didn't hear about that.
He's still alive right now, but it's very. There's been no pictures of him. I don't think. For 4 or 5 years, there was no pictures, and he was living in a castle on a mountain with his own hospital crew. Yeah, it's Michael Schumacher. He's
really okay.
Yeah, it's really
interesting.
Yeah, I'm actually tonight. I'm going to Google more about it now because I forgot all about it. But
there you go. Okay, yeah. I got you. Okay, fair enough. So Tom here says Jack Kemp, the quarterback, was a senator too. Oh, very good. Sounds good. No, not coming down. Honestly, I understood, and I just wanted to make sure we were clear on what the direction was. That's it. Keep it nice and simple. As long as everybody understands where we are. I think that I feel like I give a lot of latitude because we have a really good chat, and I always think that it's a good opportunity to be like, nope. There's a time and a place for everything, and plenty of avenues to have those conversations if you want to. So by all means, but not here, because it's very clear that we take very seriously our third-party grading holders. We take them very seriously, and that is where I like to put my seriousness. Right, Eric?
Well, I haven't had a chance to rage yet, but I take it seriously. I take it seriously too.
We do, yes. Brad's Bubbles webcam is not working tonight. His stream is clear. Brad, you're working. You're doing
Stepping up the game here.
There you go. What are Eric's thoughts on the thicker cards? Is he a fan? Should the cards be thicker? Does he enjoy needing 5 types of top loaders? So I don't think this is as much of an issue with the vintage cards, but like the President's Choice, obviously it's a thicker gauge of card stock for the memorabilia. So it serves a purpose on memorabilia. So do you have any thoughts on the different kinds of holders that are necessary, stuff like that?
So yeah, I definitely have an opinion. I think you kind of named how I use them. Every once in a while, I'll get a card from a legendary player of the past that has memorabilia, and they are thicker. And yes, you have to get a different type of holder for it. And I don't mind that too much. I like the stability of the cards and the look, and that's fine. So I don't have problems with that. Recently, I came across some cards at the local card shop, and there was a stack of them about, say, yay thick. There had to have been only like maybe 5 cards, and these were base cards. Okay, I guess it comes from a high-end baseball set.
Yeah.
Okay. And each card was as thick as a memorabilia card. Mm-hmm. So I asked about it because I didn't know. And I was told by, one of the more knowledgeable people of modern day stuff. But yeah, that's just a higher end thing. That's how they come.
Yeah.
I'm like, what a waste. Why in the world are they saying, well, this is higher end, so we're going to make this card of Chipper Jones, okay? Mm-hmm. Now, that's just the one I happen to have picked up because I was thinking about Tim, who that's Tim's favorite player.
Oh, right,
so that's why I grabbed it and I said, what is this? Because that's how I got that card in my hand. And I was like, what is with this? Is this something special? No, that's just a base card. Well, I mean, I'd have to use muscles to snap the thing in half because why is it that thick? So I think that is a little ridiculous. I think it's a way to give you more but less because now they can stick these thicker cards in packs and it makes you feel like you have something. Then you open the pack up and
my thought process is that I feel like it's supposed to showcase that premium idea. That's supposed to be what it is. But you know what I'm thinking?
Yeah,
now that we brought it up, I think this is probably, and maybe this is where I need to. It's a good avenue to bring him back. I feel like this is a good carbon question. Yeah, because the cup and exquisite, these brands, and the cup incorporates for their base cards, for what goes with their base cards, they fall into this category for exquisite and immaculate and stuff like that. So maybe he has some thoughts on that general idea. I'm not sure what the thicknesses of the cards that he does for the weekend for the Infinite.
Yeah, I don't know.
But if they're thicker cards, are they thin cards or thicker cards?
I have not had one in my hand.
So it might be good. It might be good to check it out and see if that thought philosophy carried over to it. Because I know he's going for a premium feel on that. So I'm curious if he went for a thinner card with the technology or a thicker card to kind of go with this theme that we're talking about. It's actually a good question. I kind of like that.
Just keep in mind, if you have Carbon come on and you allow me to be a part of that discussion, he will spend most of the time making fun of me.
Everyone spends most of their time making money.
I just wanted you to understand that he's no different.
So,
normal stream?
Normal stream with Carbon? I like it. All right, so some speculation on Schumacher. So now we got to figure out what the Michael Schumacher situation is. There's a lot of comments on that. Now, Paralyzed said this has been a coma state since. I genuinely have no idea, but obviously you guys have a lot of different takes on it. Documentary about Michael Schumacher. Haven't seen it. There you go. This was follow up here. Conditions similar to Konstantinov. Okay. Extremely underrated all-time basketball player, Moses Malone, top 5 in points. Thank you. Good to know. Have a good night, Corinne Carver. Take it easy. Yep, be careful.
Good. Please be careful. Take it serious.
Yep. Hopefully that advice was helpful. That's all we can hope for. Brad's thoughts on top loaders, magnetics, and upside-down magnetics. Particularly the upside-down ones. Isn't it just weirdos who do the upside-down magnetics? Isn't it kind of a strange thing to do?
All right, listen.
Isn't it like a sign of being a serial killer or something?
No. Listen, the peer pressure has gotten to me. And I have changed. And now I have all my cards with the magnet at the top. And here you go. Here's an example.
The best part is it was so obvious where he was going with it, and he leaned into it. He went for it. I applaud the effort.
So I just want to let everyone know that I'm on board with this. I apologize for my past discretions.
You should apologize for your past discretions. That's including your present indiscretions.
And moving forward, all my cards will be housed appropriately.
Well, to be frank, I think you should show all your cards that way. It would still be more appropriate. I think that's still better. It's still an improvement. So anyway, Kevin says it's great to see you. Reminds him of the clubhouse days. So there you go.
Good to see you too, buddy. Hope all's well.
Yeah. Remember the thick started with the Fleer preview in 93, 94? Yes. Yep. More expensive before jerseys. Yep. I know that for Fleer, they were going for a more premium feel. That's why they use slightly thicker cardstock. It was a selling point. It was like, we're not using flimsy cardstock. We're using better cardstock. So what time is it? South Korea? Sorry. Yep. South Korea. So, yep. Sounds good. Have yourself a good one. Schumacher documentary Netflix. Very good. Sun made an F1 debut last season. Very good. Thank you. Okay.
Schumacher was a Ferrari guy, right?
I feel like that's right.
I think
so.
he was.
Yeah. Most people think Carmelo was the better brother of the two, but Moses way better. There you go.
Okay.
Moses Malone, second underrated basketball player. I'm still curious how we got Moses Malone into this. I feel like I'm missing a piece. Like I'm looking through the chat chronologically, and I feel like I'm missing something.
Watched the guy play his whole career. I mean, he was great, but I mean, he's not Jordan or anything.
Yeah. Surprised when I've bought cool exquisite Sawchuck base card. Too thick for 9 pocket pages. Yeah, for 9 pocket pages, the exquisite are not going to fit. That is 100% true.
Yeah, and that's the stuff that's ridiculous.
Yeah. So Danny Ainge was asked when Dominique was left off the top 50 players. Says not a top 50 player. He's a top 10 in his opinion. There you go. Okay. Yep. That's why he doesn't like the thick ones. Upside down, Bob Bonner. Nice. Yes.
Yeah. I think it's going to go for pretty petty because I think it was a short error print run. So
there are a lot of errors happening in that corner. A lot of errors.
So I'm very fortunate to have picked one up.
Indeed.
And the only thing that's crazy is that the autograph is upside down also. I don't know how they did that.
He might have had dementia. I think that was a problem. It could have been an issue.
Well, so I don't know. It was weird.
The Chicago starter jackets. Yeah. During the Jordan era, the starter jackets became super popular. I remember seeing a lot of those at school, actually.
Oh,
a lot of folks. But I feel like also we saw a lot of wasn't it the Charlotte Hornets? I think a lot of folks were wearing like the Charlotte Hornets ones. Yeah.
Yes. I can't believe you just said that. That's what I had the Charlotte Hornets. That's what I had.
I remember seeing those, and I remember the Bulls ones. They were definitely the starter jackets, and I feel like those were two of the teams. There were other ones, but those were like two of the teams that I remember seeing a lot. Just thinking back on that era.
Because think about that era. No, I'm not saying best player. That era, who were the two most popular basketball players of that era?
Yeah, so you got Jordan. Who was in Charlotte? Was it
Larry Johnson?
Yeah, Larry Johnson.
Grandmama.
Yeah.
So they both
because they had the commercials and everything too.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they were getting pushed hard, and
the Raiders as well. That's a good call for the football. The Raiders.
And
for sure.
Yes, absolutely. 100%. He's right on the money. Those are the three big ones back then.
Yeah. And there were definitely a whole rotation of those, no doubt. Yep, Hornets had the color uniforms, the nice color uniforms, and Larry Johnson and Alonzo Mourning. Yep,
they were awesome.
Zubaz, by the way, in Buffalo, Zubaz, they're still in fashion. For the Bills Mafia, trust me, the Zubaz are still there. Windbreaker starter jackets, yes. Suns, yeah, the Suns, yes. When Barkley was winning his MVP, the Suns were pretty big there. Bulls and Hornets, yep. UNLV, yep. Shark stuff was popular for a while as well, yes.
Yes.
Brad had a starter jersey on that magical shelf somewhere. Still get your starter jersey?
I wish I had that. I wish I still had my starter jacket.
There you go. Zubaz never went away. I think it went away everywhere but Buffalo. I'm like, who's wearing Zubaz outside of Buffalo right now? Hi all. So Colorado Sports News, good evening. How do you feel about slabs that don't have protective plastics inside, like Beckett? The Beckett has they've actually got an OPEC inner sleeve.
Mm-hmm.
The only way to go for super nice.
PSA doesn't though.
Yeah, PSA doesn't.
SGC doesn't.
Yeah, I think SGC is floating. Beckett is, I think, the only one.
It's the only one. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. That don't have it like Beckett. Okay, sorry. I misread your statement.
Me too,
I misread your statement. I think it makes sense to a certain degree. I do like that. I do like that it does offer an additional layer of protection. However, I will give one counter. Sometimes the inner sleeve, they put it in wrong. Like when I bought those PWCC cards, I bought 2 Juan Soto cards. I actually sold the PSA one I made about 2.5, 3 times what I bought for it. It was, if you bought the PWCC monthly option, you did well.
Oh God, yes.
First one was good. The second card is, but I did so well on the first card that it actually made up so that the second card right now is basically free, and it was the better of the two cards. So I sold the lesser card, and right now I'm in the black. Wonderful.
Nice.
But the second card is in a BGS holder. It's a BGS 9. It's a nice card. If I can find a picture of it here, I'll try to show it. But what happened is the inner sleeve is actually misaligned. The card is in no danger because it's got a nice protective area around it. It's fine. But like obviously because it's an inner sleeve, you can't move it around. So it's kind of stuck, suspended, kind of tilted. And that was the way Beckett did it. It's like, if I can find the picture, I'll show you guys. But so the inner sleeve, if they don't position it properly, it's actually not that great. It's a little bit opaque. So if you've got a card that's shinier one, then you lose out on some of that because the plastic is kind of thick in the inner sleeve. So I don't know if you guys have seen that. That's just my opinion. I don't mind the idea though. I think it's a cool idea. Right now for me, as far as clarity of the holder, I still do like the CSG for the clarity. The clarity of the holder really makes a card pop. But to your point, you do have to be very careful because you can easily damage the card putting it in the holder the wrong way. There's a lot of things that can go wrong. So I'm with you on that. I get the general idea. Yeah.
Lots of comments here. Holy jeez.
Yeah. No, people are, and I appreciate the comments. So thank you for that. Love the Beckett magazine with Larry Johnson. Florida Marlins, Colorado, Rocky stuff. Yep. Especially
Colorado had a run when they first showed up too. That's true. Yeah.
Yep. Because they were the new team. So
yeah.
And you remember Zima beer or Crystal Pepsi?
God.
Crystal Pepsi, I do remember. The Zima beer, I don't.
That is my biggest shame of my life.
That specifically is your biggest shame?
Really?
Yes.
Crystal Pepsi or Zima beer?
Yes. Zima beer.
Zima beer. Okay.
So why is this the biggest shame of your life? Out of all the shames that we have chronicled on this very live stream.
We're Canadian. We don't know.
Because I have to live with the fact that the first time that I ever got trashed was on Zima beer. It was the cool thing in the early 90s. Yeah, that's the thing that was new, and all the girls were going to like you if you drank it. The stuff tasted absolutely disgusting. And the night before college graduation, it was we had a just absolute blowout campus party, and I must have drank, I don't know, 10 to 15 of those things, and the next day was horrible. But the first time I got absolutely destroyed, it was on that crap. Not something cool.
Not the last time.
I wasn't doing Jaeger bombs. I wasn't doing Goldschlager, which was cool back then. I wasn't doing rum and cokes. No, Zima beer.
Bruh, no rum and cokes? Disgrace.
The Molson Golden?
Just disgusting. I'm ashamed of myself.
What I love is that specifically is what finally invokes shame. All the other things, no, he's fine with those. But Zima beer, oh my God.
Yep. I hope my mother's not watching because I don't want her to know that.
So this is the problem. It's the problem. Like wrong era, Eric. The problem is the era. If you'd been like about 10 years younger, I could have brought you down to the old University of Guelph. We could have gone into the kegger at the veterinary frat because those people drank. Them and the engineers. If you wanted to go to Rangers, like, aren't these guys really serious? Until they go to the kegger.
Yeah.
And we got 3 a.m. last call, bro. You can put in an 8-hour shift drinking.
With Molson X.
Dang.
I didn't drink too much because I was an athlete. I played soccer in college. One of those, my body's a temple, and that doesn't go in the temple kind of guys.
Unless it's Zima beer.
And I tore my hamstring off my ass, and my career was done. And college was ending, and it was bad.
Mm-hmm.
It was.
We'll come back to mock about this later.
Yeah.
Everyone make a note of it. We will come back to this. So Brad, do you get any asks about Lindell Wigington?
No, he's playing in the NBA. He's Nova Scotian.
Okay.
No, I haven't. Surprisingly, I think he only has cards in draft. Like he doesn't have an NBA card yet. I don't think. Just the Panini draft. Great story. First, he's not the first.
I'm sure they allocated rookie cards there.
Yeah,
I just appreciated, like, I really didn't know the name, so I was like, nope, I'm glad you know because the name doesn't mean anything to me, so I didn't know what it was.
Never heard of it.
I love that we got more Zima comments. Like, the reference of Zima really, like, thank you all for the comments. Much appreciated. By the way, those of you who are hanging out, if you didn't already, we would appreciate if you hit the like button. I only remind once in a blue moon, but if you could do that, that'd be very nice.
If you
The
like
Zima
hearing
was-
about my deeper shame, hit the like button.
Yes, hit the like button. I think that's valid.
I think
Okay.
the Zima beer was like the Brador of our time. in
Apparently.
Canada.
Yeah.
Remember Brador? Right.
Vaguely. Really, I have to kind of go back into the memory bank for that
it's
one.
I don't
kinda
know that
rated-
one.
I don't think I do.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. That was
Like,
the new.
I
big thing
feel
at
like
the
I
time.
knew the name, but I don't remember too much context for it. So this is actually what I'm referring to. The inner sleeve, if you notice, is tilted. Like
Yeah.
it's a little bit off. And it's inside the sleeve. Now the thing is, the card is in no danger. Like, it's got plenty of space in all sides. This would be something. So maybe this is something I talk to you later, Brad. I kind of want to crack this out and put it in the other holder.
Yeah.
And to me, actually, I'm in the black on this card already. So frankly, like, it'd be easy for me to be like, please take it out of this thing and flip it over.
Yeah.
Because this is the rookie year. It's not a rookie card because it's a prospect. Let's be fair. However, it's rookie year and it's out of 25. So for Soto, it's already good. And technically, I'm $0 into it because the other card already paid for it.
Yeah, I would flip that out. Yeah.
Yeah. So it'll be good. But yeah, right now it's in the inner sleeve. It's well protected, but it's a little bit tilted, and they put it in wrong, and it's stuck that way because
The
of the
worst
inner
part
sleeve.
is when the sleeve is of the card is too big, too small for the sleeve, and then it just can go every which way but Sunday. Yeah.
Yep. So Zemo was created when wine coolers got in trouble. There you go. Glad you're enjoying yourself, Ty. They put the grenade and Zima in the back in the day. There you go. Grenadine.
Grenadine.
Yep.
Yeah, that's that.
Zemo's malt-based wine cooler. Discerning Canadians would not call it beer.
Oh, it's malt based.
Okay.
It was
Gotcha.
disgusting based.
Oh, you drank malt based? Oh, yeah, because you like actually the European beer, right?
I like Guinness. That's what I drink now.
Guinness, UK, yeah.
There you go. How about Brad does an insert signing with boxing legend Kirk Johnson? There you go.
I feel like there's a lot of Nova Scotians on this chat tonight.
It looks like they're going for the references for you. They're going
Like,
for
I
the
was
references.
It's funny because I try to figure out who people are. Like I always wonder. I'm looking now.
Everyone's got a different name, I know, yeah, because their username and their real name,
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I don't blame anybody. I after a while though, honestly, I just got lazy and I'm like, I'm just gonna use my own damn name. I
Yeah,
don't
I
care.
pretty-
like, it's
Mine's
it's like,
there.
oh, are you that Carlos? Yes, I actually am that Carlos.
Yeah.
The name gave it away. Yes, I am that Carlos.
Brad, you should put AMG,
Yeah. I think I'm just Brad, aren't I? Yeah.
aka PSA, aka Brad, aka whatever.
Yeah. I'll always just be Brad.
Yeah, I'll include it. Sometimes I'll remember to include it in the description, just to include some of your information in there as well. And I'll try to include it in tonight's one for folks to check it
Rico
out.
Suave.
There you go.
He was popular around the same time Zemo was. So
He was, yes.
You were dancing to it. I knew you were.
Only reason
whatever
for the sleep.
I danced to whatever the girls wanted to dance to, man.
What song did he sing there? Was it
With enough Zima, there were actually no girls there. There were also no guys. It was just Eric. Eric and the music.
I have no idea what happened that night.
There you go. Only reason for sleeve is basically when a card bounces around a hard plastic, getting bent up, worse shape. Yeah. No, I'm with you. I get it. I think it's one of those things. They got to find like a middle ground. The inner sleeve idea is not a bad one. But like I said, because Beckett went with that OPEC one, that's because I think if memory serves me, I could be wrong. I think the Beckett inner sleeve is also kind of sealed, isn't it? Isn't it kind of closed off? Because I don't
think it would have to be, but I don't see any close off point. on
Yeah,
it.
I have to look at it again, but I feel like that's right. I feel
So do
like
I,
that's
yeah, because
I
I
think you're
definitely
right.
had to cut those.
yeah,
at
because
one-
I think if you
Oh,
take
did you?
the
Okay.
card out, I think the actual inner sleeve is actually sealed up.
yeah,
Oh, Brad would know. He takes them out for PSA. I know.
yeah.
Sounds like Eric's career ended the same way as Reggie Lehman's. Nasty hamstring injuries. There
I
you go.
was after Reggie,
And Zima beer.
after Reggie.
It was a
tore
Zima
his
beer
hand-
before the hamstring injury.
Oh yeah, that's
Don't
what
let him.
created-
Don't let him.
Exactly.
Listen, his sequencing in this is upside down like his one touches.
I-
He's getting the order wrong.
I prefixed it instead of suffixed it. Sorry.
So Reggie tore his hamstring against the Nordiques, I believe, and then he had his comeback game sometime later after he healed up against Philadelphia, and I had tickets. I bought tickets right behind the Bruins bench and saw his comeback game. I've been a Reggie Lumlin fan since the 80s. So
There you go.
I was devastated that he got hurt. And when he was reported to be coming back from the injury, I bought tickets with my own money I was in high school and got tickets right behind the Bruins bench. I still have the pictures in a photo album from that day with the backs of Cam Neely, Ray Bork.
Backs of Cam Neely. Wow.
Well, hey, Nevin Marquardt,
Ooh.
big
Well,
names.
you're just name dropping people now.
Yeah.
Dang. So answer this question. Who do you got in Boston? Celtics, Patriots, Bruins, Red Sox.
Oh, right now,
Red
Patriots. I think Patriots are still living off their dynasty. I don't think they've come down yet. Bruins fans are the most passionate and real fans.
Shots fired.
But there's a limited number of them. But this isn't just an opinion. This is kind of what's known to be true. Red Sox fans are all pink hats, and they go for the experience, not because they know anything about the game or appreciate baseball anymore around here.
Pink hats?
Yeah, they go with all the women wear the pink Boston Red Sox hats, and they're called pink hats. And it's more corporate, or people
So
who
it's
just
basically the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Yeah,
pretty much,
people who just want to go to Fenway and say, "Oh, I went to the ball game," and you ask them, "Well, who was pitching?" and they don't know. You'll say, "Name one person who played yesterday."
The guy was throwing the ball. He was
Ted Williams, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I mean, they play this game on the radio, Ask a Pink Hat, and they ask people who come out of the games all just basic questions of what they just saw. Can you name one player on the Boston Red Sox? David Ortiz. Yeah, he hasn't played in 3 years. I mean, it's ridiculous. So the Red Sox fans are a complete joke now. I think the Celtics are picking up steam. They've been on a really good win streak, and they're getting a lot of positive vibes.
I'm just happy he's taking pot shots at it. Like, I'm just glad he's in a rolling truck in Manila, because if he was actually anywhere near Boston, he might be in trouble.
And but I'll tell you this, the Celtics fan base was really growing, and then Kyrie killed everything.
Kyrie kills a lot of things, including brain cells.
Killed the franchise. He killed.
No, you didn't hear that from me. Didn't say it.
He just killed the spirit of everything. The trajectory the team was going has taken a nosedive. And
I agree with that.
He's just, remember, he got hurt and went off to promote whatever that stupid Uncle whatever movie he was doing.
Uncle Drew, I think. Yeah.
And the Celtics without him went to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah.
But his hold on that team and the philosophies he was telling the young players like Jaylen Brown and Tatum just messed them up, and they became these selfish players, and they're still trying to recoup from what Kyrie did to that team and the attitude that he left behind. He destroyed the Celtics.
But it takes a long time to recondition somebody to consider that the Earth is round.
Yeah,
it takes a lot of work. Do you have an idea? Like, so it's not flat. No, not flat. No.
Yeah, he's the worst.
So Eric, you must have not been an athlete. Athletes party, drink, party hard. It's like, Brad, do athletes drink and party hard sometimes?
I never heard of such a thing.
With Zima?
But nobody parties hard with Zima.
Oh yeah. Oh, Bob Jackson. Yeah. Rico Suave was Rico Suave.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah.
So quickly, I'm going to get caught up. I just wanted to feed that one too on a T, Brad. I wanted to feed that one to on a T.
Absolutely.
All right. So good evening. You ever drink Cisco? No, I got nothing on that one. Anybody got Cisco?
Kid was a friend of mine. No.
Biggest malt liquor. There you go. Chris Bryan never had an alcoholic drink. There you go. Yep. So Dartmouth. There you go. For Friedman. There you go. Very nice.
And that's where my parents were born.
Beckett in her sleeve is sealed. Okay, perfect. Thank you for that, Buzzy.
Yeah.
I thought that was the case, but thank you for clarifying. Brad may not know me as Mike, the autograph guy. There you go.
Mike is an autograph expert.
Oh, very good. Excellent.
Ooh.
Olympics start yet? Nah, we'll get 2 in 4 years. 357, also the best athlete the last 100 years have been party hard. Yep. And they've all gotten drunk on Zima. Who's on first? Yep. Babe Ruth, Mickey Mantle, Herbert Drinkers. Allegedly.
Mantle had Zima.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah. Mantle had all the Zima and a lot of other things. Remember shopping at Brad's store in South Center Mall. There you go. All right.
1989.
Nice.
I am that old.
There you go. So ask what Reg Lehman's real first name is. Does he know?
Yes, Regine, Rejean.
There you go.
You forgot the accent.
The accent?
Oh,
because it's REG accent aigu. Yeah.
Well, this explains almost everything. Like, what the hell?
I am
There you
half
go.
French, by the way, so half Scottish, half French. So what are you gonna do?
If I didn't have enough reasons to be concerned about this man, he's doomed now. SEMA. Best welders I work with are drinkers. Yep. But that's why I say, like,
The best welders are drinkers. Okay.
that seems
well,
to be
hopefully,
a problem.
I think they're drinking when they're not welding, Bobby. I think as long as they're not drinking while they're
don't
welding, I think it's
know.
okay. Well, are you thinking that the drinking helps them artistically weld? Are they more creative in their welding?
I heard most of the welders are cocaine addicts, but anyway, Joy.
There you go. But that was always
Jesus.
it's always these certain categories that always it's not necessarily that's why I say, like, when I was in university, if the people that went way too hard because they wouldn't drink most of the time because they were doing the schoolwork. Like I said, it was the engineers. They would be like straight lace because they had to focus on all these things because it was assignment after assignment after assignment. I lived with one for a couple of semesters, and like it was constant work. He was either at the library or back in his room studying and doing his stuff. But then once in a blue moon, they would have a window, and they would go to the bar and they'd make up for lost time.
Oh, good.
When we drank, they would do it in a night. They just, like, we're gonna make up for it.
2 years worth.
It's like, let's go. So that's why if you wanted to go party with the engineers and it was time, it's like, where are the engineers partying? Let's go.
Because they never party, because you always see the university guys with the engineering on the back and you just go, pussy. Yeah,
But that's like I say,
not
they
so
make
much.
up for lost time in
They
that
do.
specific situation. Like, now is the time.
They always end
Ah.
up with their pants down at some point in their life. So
It's something. But very, very, very. Yep. There you go. Perfect.
Jan.
All right, we're caught up on the comments. We did it.
I don't know what
Thank you,
that
everybody.
course
It's been a lot.
means.
Wow, yeah, it's been
a lot. It's been a lot of very good comments. So thank you all for that. Appreciate it as always. So there was something I was going to bring up, and now I'm trying to remember if I had it written down somewhere.
Mike Trout.
Let's see.
Beckett sucks.
Well, we got that. No, that's a general theme. Like that's
Okay.
a normal theme.
Brady. Mike Trout.
July
Come on.
1st.
July
July
1st
4th.
is also a general theme right now. It's an ongoing. You know, we got that.
Actually, you're pretty on cue on that. If you
Yeah,
have
so
that,
far so
you know?
good. So far so good. Like you're still on track. Actually, I remember what it was. This is a little bit random, but we've got a little lull here for a second between
All
the Zima talk, so we can.
Because I do have a question I want to ask you later. So
please,
go ahead.
please. Right after this, we can definitely
Go.
do it.
Yeah.
Have any of you guys checked out what's his name? John Cena's superhero TV show?
No.
I haven't seen the movie yet, so I won't understand the TV show.
No, here's the thing. I don't think the movie is necessary.
Okay.
And I'll be honest with you, I heard about it and I heard some people saying good things about it and everything. And I was like, okay, maybe I'll check it out. And then I was trying to figure out how I could watch it because it's on HBO Max. And I was like, well, I don't have that. So, but in Canada, we've got it on a thing called Crave TV. So it's streaming. You can check it out.
That's fine.
And I was looking into it and I was like, well, I don't want to pay for it. I think it's like $20 a month. But then I checked out on the website and you can actually do a 7-day trial. And I'm like, well, if I can binge the series, you know, because it's 8 episodes. So it turns out it's in the DC universe. I'm just trying to remember the name of the character. It was John Cena, and
Cena was cool, but then he turned into I don't know.
But here's the thing. Here's
Eric.
But here's the thing. So the character's name is Peacemaker. So it's the name of the Peacemaker's show.
He's from Massachusetts, you know.
He is.
No way.
Cena?
But here's
Yeah.
Newsbury. Is it Newberry or Newsbury?
Newberry.
Newberry, Mass. Here's the thing. I'm not a fan of John Cena's acting. I think it's lame.
Yes.
That's why I was kind of iffy. But I kept hearing good things. So I said, okay, well, on a
From
free
who?
trial, actually, a lot of the critics really loved the show. So here's the thing. I decided, all right, I'm going to watch it myself. And here's the thing. For John Cena's awkwardness and weirdness, this character is perfect for him.
Really?
It is literally the most perfect character. He's acting, but he doesn't really have to act that much. It is perfect for him.
Like Keanu Reeves in Matrix or something?
Yes, basically. So
Okay.
this is John Cena's Matrix situation
Got
because
it.
the style of the character plays into his natural
Works.
goofiness. It actually works. Like for him, it's like, no, you are a peacemaker. You are a peacemaker. Because it goes right into him being able to focus on the kind of silly, kind of slapstick, almost immature comedy that like is perfect for John Cena. If you ask him to do some like real serious dramatic acting, it wouldn't work. There are moments where you can intersperse it a little bit, but for the most part, it's comedic. It's just being silly. And And overall, they put together a pretty good cast. And for the plot and everything they got in the 8 episodes, it works. I was actually very impressed with it. For the 8 episodes, I was like, all right, I wouldn't mind seeing a second season of this. I enjoyed it for what it was.
Yeah, he's a weird actor, but he's great on the wrestling. It works for him, but the acting part doesn't really kind of go over well.
Well, I think that's why this works. Is that he basically has to do the extreme, because Peacemaker is the anti John Cena. So he's got to go kind of to the opposite. But again, there's still a little silly element. So it's not like he's going completely against his.
Well, that's right up his alley anyway.
That's what I mean. Like, so he's more of an anti-hero than a hero. So like it kind of works. He kind of gets to explore the other side, but there's still enough goofiness for it to go into it. And I would recommend, if anybody's kind of curious about the tone of the show, on the HBO Max YouTube channel, they've got the intro package. It's basically like a hair metal song and a dance routine where everybody is totally straight faced while they do the dance routine. And that's the intro of every single episode with all the cast in it. It's like, this sets the tone for the show perfectly. It's like, it's goofy ridiculousness. It's silly as hell, but for what it is, it's very entertaining. I got a kick out of it.
I can get by the costume. It's so stupid looking.
That's what I mean. But it plays into it. It's like, great. I don't want to spoil any plot points, but I'm saying for what it is, if you put your expectations appropriately, it's not half bad.
All right.
I do not regret checking it out and spending a little time watching it. I had fun. For 8 episodes, it was fun.
I am going to try to watch the movie first, but then I'll get into the show.
Yeah, I do strongly recommend, if you get the chance, because if you can do it like a free trial thing, that's why I say, like, I had a 7-day free trial. It's like, oh, that's perfect. I didn't have to pay anything. I watched the Beanie Baby documentary too. They had Beanie Baby Mania documentary. I was like, oh, what the hell? Since I've got this on, I'm like, I'll check this out.
Beanie Baby, okay.
Yeah, it was called Beanie Mania, and it was also on the Crave TV thing. I was like, oh yeah, sure, I'll check this out.
I think I saw that one. Yeah, it was really interesting. Yeah.
So for me on the free trial, so I got to see the entire Peacemaker season 1 and Beanie Mania. It's like, all right, I got my money's worth on this. You didn't pay anything, exactly.
There's 3 collection things that in my lifetime that I watched and shook my head. The first was like 1982 with the Cabbage Patch Kids. Then came I forget which order actually, but we had the Beanie Babies, which I didn't get and shook my head. And then we had the Tickle Me Elmo. And those 3 things.
Well, Tickle Me Elmo was like a Christmas phenomenon. The Beanie Baby actually lasted a couple of years.
You're right, it did. But those are the 3 things I remember. Like you had to have, and mothers were beating each other up in toy aisles.
Yeah, yeah.
In my lifetime, and I just
Furbies,
and none of them are worth anything now.
No, there are a couple that still hold. Like if you're talking about like compared to what they were, then no. But if you're talking about compared to like retail when they came out, there's a couple that actually sell for a little bit of profits.
Went to a shelf.
Yeah, he's got it.
Brad,
I think.
What about Pogs, Eric? What about Pogs?
Oh, Alf.
He's got Alf.
See what they did is through. I think it was through the early 90s. They short printed, or they didn't short print. Sorry, I mean they would wait for Christmas rush to bring out the Furbies, to bring out Tickle Me Elmo, all those other things that they were coming out. They were always, hey, we're not going to have enough because everybody's, jonesing on getting these things. So I think it went a little bit crazy. Cabbage Patch was a different story. That thing, I was there. I went.
Yeah, it was crazy.
I went through it. I was in line.
I think the differentiator for me on the Cabbage Patch Kids and the Tickle Me Elmo is that you'll have these things that like really get super hot for a Christmas season. Like people lose their minds.
Before you, right?
It would have been before my era. But the Tickle Me Elmo, I definitely remember that being craziness.
Yes,
I remember that. Yeah. Because I remember seeing like the toy stores and people lost their minds.
Furbies was big too.
Furbies was a big one, yeah.
We bought a couple for our my brother's girlfriend's kids, and they got them and they said, "Oh wow, great Furbies!" It's like, you know what we went through to get those? Like we drove around to every Toys R Us.
It's possessed like the Hogan thing in the background the Bobby used to have.
Yeah, right, almost.
But what I'll say is this: that like I said, the Beanie Baby thing actually lasted a while, and I will say in the same vein. So I recommend if you guys like some silliness, again, don't take it seriously, but if you like some silliness, the Peacemaker show is fun for what it is. Again, go in with appropriate expectations, but just give it a chance if you have the opportunity. If you can watch it without paying anything crazy extra, check it out. It's fun. It was called Beanie Mania was the name of the documentary. It actually does a really good job explaining why they give explanation why they think that the beanie thing took off so much, and do a little bit of a profile on the creator, who's kind of a mysterious dude because he made a lot of money and then kind of
based on.
What's that?
What year was that based on?
Oh, it was the late 90s. It was the late 90s.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's actually when everything started to really get into that craze.
Yeah, but it's also the model he used, because he didn't go to Toys R Us, he didn't go to the big retailers. He stayed at small retail stores and spread out the distribution amongst the
Oh,
small
is that
stores.
guy who's that big collector who
Yeah,
still has a? Oh, okay. I seen
yeah.
it. Yeah, that
They've
was
got him in there, but also the guy Ty whatever the last name was.
Yeah.
But when he did it, he decided to do his strategy. He didn't really advertise it, and they basically didn't tell anybody what the full list of all the Beanie Babies was for a very long time. Like, it was very early days, but you got a chance to see, they interviewed some of the folks that worked there, including folks that developed their website and some of the stuff they did. Like, and we're talking, this is late 90s website technology and showing it off. So you're getting a taste of that, right down to the dial-up modem sound effects.
It's funny. A lot of people think that these are going to come back at one time, and I just can't see it.
I know. Me neither.
I have a Gretzky one somewhere.
Brad,
Yeah, it was the one
we
where
don't
they
have
put the
the
players'
space
names on the
for it.
back of the numbers. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a Gretzky.
Go
It's
like-
blue, and it's got a Gretzky. It says Gretzky 99 on the
Yeah.
back.
Yep, I remember those. Is he better than the MJF Rosie appearance as a kid? Yes, 100%. Yep, continuation of his career. Yes, but I will say, like I said, I actually prefer Peacemaker. John Cena's shtick got old for me in WWF and WWE. It got old for me because they never allowed the character to develop. This one, they gave him a character arc. Like, he's still stupid, but there's a purpose. Like, there is a beginning, a middle, and an end. And then they were able to get a story arc done in the 8 episodes, and then left room for you to go to a second season where you can do a bunch of other stuff. And if you like the superhero movies, and in the last episode there are a few cameo appearances. I won't spoil what they are, but there are other superheroes that you would recognize. They do include some cameo appearances at the end, not until the end, but they do include a couple in there. Okay. So that's what I mean. Like, he's in the DC universe. Here's what you need to know: he's in the DC universe. So even though he's the superhero, I honestly didn't know existed. I had no idea that was a thing.
I had no idea.
But, like, you know what? For what he is, I like it. It's so weird that it kind of works for show. And like I said, John Cena is perfect for that role. Funkos are plastic Beanie Babies. There you go. My buddy doll. How many months did you beat up for the Merrick? We can't
7.
even count. Pound puppies. Yes. The dumb rubber band bracelets. Yes. Pogo balls.
I
It
don't know
sounds
that
familiar,
one.
but I'm not sure.
I remember my buddy. I remember the stupid song. I remember Pound Puppies.
I can sing my buddy's song.
Yeah, don't. It's in my head, and it wants to come out, but I'm not singing it on the show.
There you go.
Man, I can sing it.
Yeah. They usually pop into toys every Christmas. And the other one, so there was the Tickle Me Elmo. And I want to say, wasn't one of the PlayStations out at the same Christmas season? Weren't there like it was like the two-headed monster of people freaking out over the Christmas season in that year? I feel like it was the Tickle Me Elmo in one of the PlayStations.
No, probably, yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
I feel like the
every
timing-
Christmas a new video
I feel
game
like the timing
console
was
comes
right.
out.
I could be
and people
wrong.
go nuts,
Maybe
so.
I'm off on it, but I'm not sure. Everybody's particularly unique, but Cena is way out there. Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, so I'm being very clear what I'm saying. As an actor, John Cena's weakness, his limitation, is that John Cena himself is awkward. He's kind of a weird dude.
Like Tom Brady.
Like, everything about him is always a little weird. But when you have a character that is actually kind of weird, then John Cena can actually, is like, actually, you fit right into this role. I could just slot you right in. It's like, it doesn't feel out of place. You don't actually take it out. It's not like John Cena playing. It's like, nope, John Cena is now Peacemaker. They're the same dude. Yeah, Beanie Babies birthed eBay. Yes, the early days of eBay in the mid and late 90s, Beanie Babies were huge for that. Years ago, it was Fingerlings.
Never heard of it.
Monster Buddy. There you go. Insulin was discovered in 1921 by Toronto doctor Frederick Banting. I love that we go to Wikipedia. Disney Princess doll set. My Pet Monster. Oh, there you go. 2 of you got My Pet Monster at the same time. We'll eat all the Beanie Babies. Wow. All the references, guys. All the references. You're full of them, I see. All right. Fair enough. Sounds good. But yeah, it was just I wanted to make sure I mentioned it because, like I said, I did actually sit down and get a chance to watch it. I was like, okay, cool. I like that.
That's a good recommendation. I will be all over that.
Yeah, like I said, especially if you can get, like, I took advantage of the 7-day free trial. So I wasn't out a penny, just some time. And it's like, nope, I felt like my time was well used. I wouldn't pay $20 a month for that service. It's like, I wish you had another option to watch it. But if they got a season 2, maybe I'll think about it. I do that with Netflix from time to time. If an interesting show or two comes up,
Right.
I'll get it for a month, and I'll be like, okay, I'll get it for a month, watch what I want to watch, and then turn it back off. I'm not paying for it every month.
That's what I did with HBO Max when the director's cut of Justice League came out.
Yeah.
I just bought it for a month to watch Justice League twice and then shut it off.
All right. Sounds fair. Sounds good. Okay, real quick here, looking. All right, you want to give this a go? This is probably an estimate, but do you have like certain things that are people are asking for, or anything that's coming up a lot lately, or?
That's a good question. But honestly, we're all over the map. I think you'd have to go by sport and kind of say.
Yeah. All right. But anything in particular? Okay, let me put it this way. Let me ask you this: does anything that people have been looking for lately surprise you?
I wish I could give a better answer, but no. Like honestly, like I sold a box of Dynasty or Dallas trading cards today, which is kind of unique. You know, you come out. We sold a box of Pop Stars, the wax box from 1991 Pro set.
Okay, great.
We sold 2 boxes of 1-on-1 basketball today, which were like $2,000 boxes, which was surprising. What else did we have? We had, again, it's really all over the map. Like we sold a young kid actually today. It was nice. The young kid came in and bought a PSA 5 Mark Messier rookie, and I bet you he was probably 12 years old, and he had all his money, and I think we had $250 or whatever the price tag was on. Mm-hmm. And he had a big roll of cash, and he was like, "No, this is the card I want to buy."
Friggin' kids.
I was like, I said, he goes, "Will you do it a little bit better?" I said, $220. He goes, "Deal." And I said, "No, that's too much. $200. He goes, "Yeah, I'd probably do it." I said, "I'll tell you what, for you, it's $150 today. It's a good investment." Yeah. But I love seeing the younger generation buying cards like that.
But did you tell him it has to be hashtag invest? I'm like, I'm not giving you the price if you don't say hashtag.
Yeah, exactly.
Say it right, kid. Dang.
Yeah,
no, that's good.
I just seen that Mike just posted too. Yeah, a guy got a Wander Franco black auto out of a box of Tops. That was yesterday.
Oh, okay, good.
But yeah.
Let me catch up on a couple of these. Boglins, I do remember Boglins. Street Sharks, yes. Teddy Ruxpin, yes.
Yep.
These were the LJNs, and I know somebody references it, so I'll quickly zip through. Dark Side of the Ring, yes. We've talked about Dark Side of the Ring a little bit. It's a good documentary. It's a good documentary.
Yeah.
Very much so.
I like the Piper one. Just because I'm a huge fan.
I think they did a very good job on a lot of them. I think they did a good job on them. So I know you had some boxes and stuff. Have the AW ones been selling for you okay?
Yeah. So I think we had 16 boxes in.
Sure.
And they're selling for like $250 to $300. We put them at $200, 1 box per person.
Yep.
And they sold out in a day or two.
Yeah. We'll have to see, because I know that the next one is the AW Spectrum, and that is supposed to be the higher end one.
Yeah.
So it's designed to be, by the way, it's designed to be higher end. So it's supposed to be more expensive. So that one's going to go, ooh, that's going to be real interesting. Actually, I got to check with Billy, because I got to give him my contact, because he said he'd send me the picture of the steel chair one. It's like, I want to see it.
Yeah.
I'm curious. Like I will keep it, I'm sorry, I'll keep it confidential. It's only fair. But I want to see it. I'm curious, because he explained it to me, and I was like, okay, that seems kind of interesting. All right.
Do you think there's going to be a point, like if I was Upper Deck, why wouldn't they? I guess they got to be careful with it in some way, but I like to put the suggested retail, which they never do on their products for hobby.
So I have discussed this with individuals who work at Upper Deck, and I will answer that offline.
Okay, gotcha.
Sorry, guys. I'd love to share everything with you, but sometimes you have conversations with these folks, off the record, so to speak. Yeah. And it's like, and Brad knows this, and Eric knows this, and it's one of those things. I'd love to share everything, but the only reason people tell you stuff is because you don't say stuff out of turn. Right. The only reason they would ever tell you anything is if it's in confidence, you leave it in confidence.
Yeah.
But it's yes, true, to Brad's question, yes.
Because that has to be frustrating when all of a sudden they see it and they didn't really do it. People aren't getting value, but it's not really their fault. Anyway.
Yeah. But that's why I mentioned on last week's stream, I said to Billy directly, I said, look, while there's a different conversation, the only thing we can do is content creators, and I know some people hate that term, whatever you want to call it. Look, people who make videos on YouTube, whatever you want to call that. We can try to educate, but there's limits, right? Like there's only so much you can do. And sometimes I'm even correcting other folks who have bigger platforms. And I'm like, I give them a little information. It's like 5 seconds of research or just asking the guy directly, and you would have gotten the information. The truth is, I don't need to tell you what the MSRP was supposed to be. I know what the MSRP was supposed to be. I'm not going to say. However, and this is where I tried to be educational, in a video, I talked you through the spec sheet and I say, based on logic, what do you think the MSRP is supposed to be? And then look at the box price and tell me if you think it's off.
Yeah.
If it seems off to you, that's because the secondary market got to it and that's what ruined the whole thing.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate because you kind of wish, it's like, I kind of wish you would just say what it is, because then people would be like, oh, that doesn't make sense. So yeah, Big Wander Franco Pole at AMG I see posted. Yep, I think that's the one he was referring to. So this was a question for you, Brad. Have you ever been recognized from the YouTube channel?
Yes, actually.
Oh, have you? Okay.
You should have.
It has happened.
All right, that's fair. Sounds good. Yeah, I think that was the autographed Black Wander, you said? It was an autographed Black Wander Franco?
Yeah, out of 199, it was a redemption.
Very
They're
good.
selling for about two grand, I think now.
Yeah, they're selling for a pretty penny. Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, for sure.
Mhm.
Dark Side of the Ring Season 3 is not that good. That's a shame. I do like the Dark Side of the Ring. That's a shame. Glow is a wrestling series on Netflix, but I never watched it. There you go. Okay,
I
so to
watched
answer this
Glow
one.
when
So-
it was in the 80s, like the actual wrestling matches.
Yeah. So this one, 357. This is the local microbrewery that I order stuff from. So this is their Imperial Stout, and it is 9%. So pretty strong stuff. Not bad. Do you have any Grand Prix wrestling cards? There you go. Oh, there's a specific reference. Brad, you familiar with any Grand Prix wrestling?
I don't think they had cards, but I've got I don't know what I did with them, but I have the 8x10. What's the proper term for them? Like the promotional cards that are 8x10s. That
Oh,
they put
okay,
out.
gotcha.
I've got a bunch of those signed by. Do you guys even know Grand Prix wrestling? Do you guys remember that?
This sounds vaguely familiar, but I don't remember.
No,
it.
I
Yeah, I
never
think it
heard
was
of
like
it.
a big maritime circuit, but I mean,
Okay.
yeah, we always joke around like I could probably name a dozen guys that were in it, but it was a cool wrestling circuit that was around here. So
Yeah. Looks like it. Pretty sure it's a beer. Yeah, it's a beer. So that's where we cover that.
I'm just gonna see.
Okay, so let's see here. If I may project, AEW will crash faster than modern basketball. Doubt it. So they're in a bit of a weird spot. So here's what I'll say. I think that the regular cards that were going for too high early, yes. But the thing is that the inaugural series went up so fast because they didn't make enough of it initially. The retail's going to come out, so that's going to bring the price down. However, the numbered ones are some of the lower numbered stuff still doesn't come out because some of the lower number ones were 1 or 2 per case in hobby. So retail's going to help. It's going to put more into the system, but not like enough to offset that. So I think certain inserts and things like that are going to hold. I think the autographs are going to hold because they're actually a pretty tough pull in the overall print run. And they printed a decent amount. Once the retail fully comes out, you're going to see the print run's actually okay. That should stabilize the prices. But it's not going to make the autographs more abundant when they actually were less abundant. Like WWE, Topps WWE put like an autograph or 2 per box. Well, AEW is 1 per 4 boxes. So there's going to be a big discrepancy in the volume available in the 100-card checklist. And everybody has an autograph in the 100-card checklist. So even if you want a specific individual, it's actually harder to pull. So that's going to help long-term for that. Plus, it's the inaugural series. So in time, a lot of the AEW diehards are going to suck up a lot of those cards. And then they won't come back on the market. And that's going to keep the price of those stable. But the base set and stuff like that, yeah. The base set and stuff like that will be very inexpensive. I don't think it'll be too crazy in a couple of years. I don't think it'll even take 2 years. It'll take like 1. Because then the next series will come out. Because I think the next base set is going to come out this year. So the delays in the first one force it into this year. And then the next one I think is going to come out this year. So you're going to get the second series coming up soon. The blood of the content guys. I like that. I like that. I appreciate it. Better than Guinness. I would say
No, whatever you're talking about, the answer.
Everything is better than Guinness.
yeah. Guinness
I agree,
is
Bob.
like for commoners. So
You're all
anyway.
dead to me.
So anyway, I've muted this
Pretty
man.
much.
So anyway, it's for commoners, muted commoners, because people who drink Guinness can't speak. Watch him try to speak. He can't speak. He doesn't have words. Anyway, so the important thing is that I would say yes. I actually like Guinness. I have no issue with it, but it's standard like for some folks. I like it. because it is a darker, it's an imperial stout. It's a certain style of beer. If you like it, that's a style, but you either like it or you don't. So because it's very specific. That's why I say you got the different types. If you're a super lager drinker, then imperial stout might not work for you. If you like a Guinness or something like that, that might not work for you. They're a little bit different. A lot of these imperial stouts have a little bit of spiciness to them. Again, whether you like that or not is up to you, but it is a little different. You may now speak, Guinness boy.
I think it's yummy.
Moving on.
Zima.
Yeah. Zima, exactly. Zima boy will not speak on beer again. Yeah, I enjoy it through myself. I enjoy it. Yeah, there you go. Macho Man, Leaping Lanny Poffo. Yep.
Poffo, yeah.
Yeah. Andre
They
the
were
Giant,
brothers,
Leo Burke,
right?
famous alumnus of Grand Prix Wrestling. Nice.
Oh, yeah.
Nice. I like that. Atlantic
So,
GPW.
so Randy and Lenny were brothers, right? The Poffo
Yeah,
brothers.
the two Poffo brothers. Yeah.
I don't think Randy actually ever wrestled in Grand Prix wrestling. I don't think he did. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think he was working the family's territory because they had their own territory there for a little bit before he went to WWF. And I think that was kind of an interesting thing here. I don't know. Cuban Assassin, there you go. Dixie Carter versus Tony Khan. Texas Death Match or Viagra on a pole match. Only Vince Russo's booking. Leo Burke. Okay, here we go. Please ask Brad. Always curious. How do bulk submitters keep the same cards submitted by various people, getting the cards confused? That's fair. We touched on it a little bit. So let's say for whatever reason, hypothetically, going down the road, PSA does their thing. They get the production level down. And Brad, you got 15 different people sending in their Wander Franco 2022 tops base cards. We're all getting 10s, bros. We're all getting 10s. How do we keep it separate? How do we keep it organized?
Yeah, I'll try to keep it as short as easy as I can. When they come in, they're in the card savers. We number every card on that order.
Yep.
Then those cards go in a submission, and they all go in that same order. And then when PSA grades them, they grade them by the serial numbers all run consecutively.
Okay.
So if you send 25 cards together at the same value, the same service, then when you get those 25 cards back, the serial numbers run 25 numbers consecutively. So that's how we do it. It's kind of a little backup as well. I just had a guy that I called him yesterday. He had 25 young guns he sent in of 2 players, and he was 25 for 25, all PSA 10s, which is
wow.
Nice. Yeah, 25 for 25. But that's one thing we'll talk about on another day. But
worst pop control ever.
Yeah, right. But guys are getting. They say why? It's like no, but people are getting.
Does he work for Lee?
Well, they know they got to send.
That's only for BGS black labels.
Black labels. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, we can't beat the black label run.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
Well, you
he's
look at
pretty
your
close
cards
there.
before you send them now.
Yeah,
There was a time where you weren't really looking at your cards because it didn't matter as much. But
Agreed.
now you look at your cards, right?
Yeah, which by the way, I think is a good thing. And
Yeah.
let me touch on a topic actually, because this brings a thought to my mind, and I think it's a good topic, and it touches on videos I've done, but it touches on, and I want to get your guys to take a stab at this as well. And I think it's a good general thought for everybody. So hopefully that helps, Baz. Thank you for that question. Josh just got home, missing the wrestling talk. There's always a little bit interspersed in there. We'll always
There
find
wasn't
our
much. There wasn't much this time around.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Billy was on it, man. He was into it. It was all good. But here,
He was on it and then some.
oh yeah. Well, listen, he's passionate about it. I enjoyed it. And I appreciate his contribution. He was doing great. So I always appreciate that.
Oh, I love Billy's got great stories.
So this was, if you guys saw the Instagram, I'm doing like a little mini themed kind of thing going on. And these are all like ex-WWE folks. So I'm picking and choosing some WWE stuff where like it's ex-WWE folks. But if you notice also, inadvertently, I noticed it once I started looking through the stack of cards. These are actually different variants on the refractor. You got the base refractor, you got an orange out of 25, a green out of 99, a gold out of 50. I didn't even realize I was doing it. I was like, oh, and I've got a black out of 10 coming in. So like, okay, nice. It's coming together. So it'll be kind of a cool little collage. It's almost like a rainbow, but different people. So it's like, okay, cool. But my big point was, and I made that in the post. If you ever read the captions in the post, I actually made a point there. And I said, the cool part about collecting something where you don't have to have a checklist, you can collect whatever you want. Thematically do it in whatever sequence you want. Put whatever people in it you want. It doesn't matter because you're the one doing it for your own satisfaction, which is collecting. Then do it in the manner you want to do it. So I'm not following a checklist. There are other folks that I can add to this, but I don't want to. So I'm going to pick and choose which ones interest me. Those ones fit, and then some other ones will come in and fit as well. But there's other ones that I definitely could have included, but I'm picking and choosing. There's no set checklist for me on this one. Bobby Roode, yep. Better than Facts.
I was rude.
I would say better than Facts, yes. I've had Facts beer. It's okay. Not my favorite. Steamboat versus Macho Man Intercontinental Championship, WrestleMania 3. That's the way
All-time favorite.
It's a classic match, man.
Not so much the match, the dynamics between them and all their matches leading up and afterwards. And
I think the match itself, it's not going to hold up as a greatest match of all time as a technical match today. However, in the context of the time period, if you go look at the WrestleMania 3 card, it is far and away the best built and designed and thought through match from point A to point to Z, because Macho Man was obsessive about it, and he and Steamboat was one of the best. So they basically choreographed move by move by move and became obsessed with it to the point that they executed at a high level. Down the road, other people would emulate similar kind of matches, but they set the bar, and that's important. They set a bar that then others would go and follow. So they did a great job. Randy Savage and Lee Lanny had a few matches in '78 to BW at the Halifax. Okay, cool. There you go. Late '70s.
He knows.
Yeah, Ken Hodge Jr., Jeff Lazaro. There you go.
Well, Ken Hodge Jr., I think, had a 40-goal season his rookie year or something as next year, and then kind of fell off a cliff.
That's it. Gone. Yeah.
But I think he had a 40-goal season.
I think he might be right.
Don't know.
I think so.
There's always those anomalies in hockey too. Like it really is.
Lots. Yeah.
Yeah. Because
I like Jeff Lazaro. I thought he was good, but you can't take away Junior's 40-goal season.
Fair enough.
So I don't know if you're on the computer there looking up his stats or you're looking at something else. But
no, I'm definitely not looking up Ken Hodge. No.
Oh, okay. Anyways, he had one good season. I know that. So
I'll take your word for it. I'll trust you. I'll trust you on this one.
But it was a long time ago. I'm talking the 90s.
Yeah, 40 goals. You finished last. Whatever.
30. He had 30, but still.
Okay, a 30-goal season. Now that was either his rookie year or his sophomore year. And
we don't do sophomore.
His rookie year.
It's rookie or PRC. Yeah. Otherwise, fuck off.
Nice. Well played, sir.
Anyways, he was a dominant player for a season.
Yeah, and that is honestly kind of the fun thing though about the anomalies of the game. Sometimes you'll have guys who will put the pieces together for a season, and then afterwards you'll go like, "What happened? I thought it would," and like you for a season you had it, whatever it is, you had it. You figured it out.
There's a lot of guys out there who had it, and they just.
And then they lost it. Yeah. And then they lost it. Fell right off.
They did. Yeah, you thought they were going for gold, and they just finished at the bronze.
I've seen him at Bruins alumni games over the years playing for charity and stuff. So I don't know.
Well, that's where he got his other 40.
Yeah.
Nice. So you go. How come nobody talks about Jimmy Hart, the mouth of the South? Leaf actually has a couple. I'm trying to see if I have a picture.
There's got to be a Jimmy Hart.
Yeah, he's got cards.
I've seen him. I see him in my head. I know I've seen him
back there. Don't worry.
Yeah, no, he probably does.
Got everything.
Yeah, I got to check now.
He's got cards from the 80s.
Brad. Show us, Brad.
I'm like 80% sure I have a Jimmy Hart card.
He's in the classic.
Probably do.
Definitely in classic.
Yeah, in classic for sure. That's right. Let me see here quickly. I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, there's a Jimmy Hart for sure. I saw it before.
Yeah, he's in.
Yeah,
he's in this 91 classic.
Okay, yeah.
I know I've seen it.
Hold on.
I've seen him.
I actually got these as toss-ins for a different wrestling card. So these are toss-in cards, but I'll show them since it's from the set you're talking about, Brad.
Yeah.
So real quick here. These were toss-in cards. Kind of fun. So you got the Rockers. So you got Shawn Michaels and Marty Jannetty.
Yeah.
So you got that from Classic. Miss Elizabeth. There you go, Eric.
Oh, yeah. I love her.
See, these are all kind of the corners are beat up and stuff. Eric, you want me to send you the Miss Elizabeth? You can have it if you like.
Yeah. Please send it to him.
Tito Santana.
It's probably best that you don't.
Yeah, and Tito Santana. There's another one.
What the hell has he got on below there?
Well, it's a sombrero. It's a sombrero, my man.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Get your mind out of the gutter, Bobby. It's a sombrero.
No, I didn't have
Amigo.
I was kind of what's going on down there.
Yeah, I did actually find a Jimmy Hart card, so I knew I had one. I knew I had one on the Instagram. So 2020 Leaf, they did do a bunch of the autographs and stuff. So I got $1 Million Man in Jimmy Hart. So he's definitely got cards in that one for sure. And then I'm pretty sure, like to Brad's point, there's definitely got to be some in the early 90s for sure as well. The dual auto, those kind of cool. The $1 Million Man and Jimmy Hart, that's pretty solid, I think. Good combo.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Like
I'm gonna take off. I'm gonna open a pack first just to see.
Okay, let's do it, Brad.
All right,
Come on,
do it,
let's
Brad.
go.
Jimmy
So
Hart.
this is what, 1990 or 91?
I think it's 90 or 91. I think
All
it's.
right. Do it, Brad.
91.
It's all you. Do it. Oh, you got Hogan right off the top.
Right off.
Look at that.
That's a PSA 10.
Oh, the big boss man.
Big
Nice.
boss.
Oh, I used to like him. Yeah.
Boss man.
I can't
Okay.
see that
That
Is that Rick Rude?
Rick Rude nailed it.
All right, got it. Macho. Oh, you got Macho,
Macho
and
Man.
Hogan.
Wow,
Wow.
this
Okay.
is a stacked pack.
That's a loaded pack, bro. And the Warrior. Come
Yeah.
on.
Holy
For
geez.
1990 or 91, that's about the best you can do.
That's the top three right there, right?
Axe and Demolition. Okay, very good.
Okay, I remember those.
Jake the
Oh,
Snake.
Jake.
You're getting all the
there's
Hall of
another
Famers,
top
buddy.
one, man.
You're getting all the Hall of
Gotta get
Famers, man.
Jimmy Hart here. I just
Okay, I can't make that one out. It's too small.
That's
$1 Million Man.
Oh, is that the $1 Million Man?
Man?
Wow, jeez. Okay.
He's not laughing there.
Hacksaw.
Okay, you got
There
Hacksaw.
you
Nice. Okay.
Boy, those are the big boys back there.
And Andre? Jesus,
oh my
man.
gosh.
You don't need to open up anymore. You got.
And you got
everything.
Elizabeth. A nicer version of Elizabeth.
Oh my god.
There you go. Brutus the
Brutus.
Barber.
There's another top dude.
Jimmy
Oh,
Snuka.
come on.
Oh, Superfly.
Bushwhackers. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Oh, the Bushwhacker. I love those guys, man.
And
What is the last one? Is that a hologram or something?
nothing. No, it's just like an insert. there.
Insert.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's actually that's probably the
Brad,
best
that's
one
about
you're
as
gonna
good a
get.
pack as you could. You're getting Hall of Famers left, right, and center, and also top tier guys. You got Andre, you got Hogan, you got Savage, like right there. You're
And
solid.
they
Yeah, all
still
the
like
popular
big
like,
money.
Oh.
Like
yeah.
I believe that.
crazy. They were like nothing before, right?
Other than Hogan, Snuka was the most popular wrestler in like the mid '80s.
Jimmy yeah.
Oh my God, what he did off top of that cage! Oh my God, I'll remember that for the rest of my life.
If you attended Toronto shows, you had to buy one of these.
What's that?
So you got Jim Duggan there.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Hacksaw,
Yeah, he
Jim
always
Duggan.
comes in and signs them. Yeah, I know.
So
Yeah.
he'd go around the nat like at the Toronto Expo forever, and he'd have a nat like this kit bag in the back with cut up pieces of 2x4, and he'd be doing the and he'd go, "You want one? $20."
Yeah.
He
And I'd
did
be
the
like,
small shows in
"Absolutely."
Hamilton. That's how him and Jake the Snake actually both did the Hamilton show. What was it? Well, prior to COVID, so I guess a year before that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I want to quickly add here. So ink, paper, wax collector. I think there's a couple Warriors from the 80s.
That's a
Like-
rookie card. Where's
No,
the-
I don't think so. No, I think there's some Warriors from the 80s. That's the point I'm trying to make. Like, I feel like there's a couple. I think it was like an 89 or something.
there's something
And
in
I
there.
think 89 or 88. There's got to be one of those.
So
I
if
don't
there
remember
is-
which one.
They call it as rookie from there.
Why?
Oh, really?
They got ones from the 80s. I know this.
So let's go on. I'm gonna check if you go on eBay. They call
I
it
got
Warriors.
I got Victor on speed dial here. Just-
Yeah, I was gonna be like, how dare you?
Yeah.
Unacceptable. All right, hold on.
He's watching too. Come on, Victor. Chime in.
Yeah.
Where are you?
Yeah, I know, right? I feel like
You
it would be
watch-
like 88 or 87, something like that.
It has to be. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, like because I'm confident they had cards in 87, and I don't know if Warrior would have been in the 87, but I
Well,
feel like
that's
there's another one after that.
1990. It's his rookie card.
Wow, really? That seems odd that they wouldn't have
Wow.
included him. That seems interesting. Okay. Maybe they had a gap in there, so maybe I'm forgetting something.
I don't
My
know all the
apologies.
issues, so
I just bought a Hogan 85. There you go. Nice.
nice.
Every wrestler from the 90s era is a Hall of Famer. Virgil, no. Virgil, no.
He's still around.
Yeah, no, but I mean like Virgil, no.
No,
but
not
I get your
Virgil.
point. Anybody remember John Hanna, New England Patriots?
Oh, he's the
You got that
greatest lineman of all time.
The greatest fucking line.
He is. Look
Moving
it up.
on.
That's
America.
not an opinion. That's a fact.
That's like Brad saying this is the nicest guy in the world kind of thing.
I know, it's like it doesn't hold quite the weight that you would think it would hold. It doesn't
Sorry,
quite hold.
Brad.
You
Just
guys,
say.
are you guys being,
I do
you
do
know,
that one a lot.
you guys
I
not
do
know
do
who
that.
John Hanna is, or do you think I'm just being New England prejudice?
I think they know him in his house.
You
They know
are
him as
sitting
what?
on the Boston.
They know him in his house. Maybe.
Oh my guys, are you serious?
It is playing card.
I'm
Okay, fair
talking to
enough.
Canadians about American football.
Are
I
playing
forget.
cards real cards? No.
No, if the 88 is a playing card, I remember there was something from the Warrior in '88. If the 88 is a playing card, then I get why they would call the 90 a rookie. Then I understand. I get
Yeah.
it. There you go. There's Victor. Just got on. Have no idea on wrestling cards. What? Disgrace.
No, it's the technicality behind the wrestling cards.
I know. Clearly.
Yeah.
Offensive lineman. There you go. All right. Brad, that was awesome, actually. That was a great pack pull. Congratulations on that. Brad, I'll be honest. If that Macho and the Hogan are good, like, I don't know,
Oh, yeah.
bro. That's
Well, the
and the
Warrior-
Warrior apparently. And the Warrior
PSA
apparently.
10 just sells for $400.
Oh, then you're
Holy
that's
shit.
really good. But I'd be curious if Andre, you had Jake, you had Big Boss Man, like you had a lot of the good ones.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
like
For one pack, that's real solid, strong.
What does that say?
Eric, I understand this is complicated. If your head's in the shot, you can put it in front of your head
I
and it'll be in the
can't
shot.
because I'm trying to hold. I'm trying to hold it in the middle. All right there.
Yeah, it's
Sports
a-
Illustrated.
Sports Illustrated. Yeah. It's a helmet. Yes.
The greatest offensive lineman in history, John
And-
Hanna.
And what year was this Sports Illustrated?
That's irrelevant. You don't even know who he is. I'm trying to show you this guy is something special.
Oh, he's special.
Oh my!
Everything you talk about is special. There's nothing that I bet he even deserves a right side up one touch.
Maybe.
Maybe. Does he deserve a right side up one touch? Is he that kind of special? I don't know about your
Maybe
commitment to the
not about the
special.
right side.
I don't know about your
The other
commitment to
way.
the special if
The
you're not
other
going to
way.
put him right side up.
I think
I'm
it's
not
the other
talking.
way.
I'm not talking to you guys anymore.
Brad, thank you as always. It's a pleasure hanging out with you and chatting with you. Thank you,
Awesome.
Brad.
See you guys. Have a great night. I
Take
appreciate
care,
it
it.
Brad.
easy. Have a good one.
night.
See you later, buddy.
Yep, the legend Victor's here. That's right. Why doesn't WWE wrestlers get the Golden Globes or Emmy Awards? Well, they had the Slammies. They made up their own award show. John Hanna, Andrew Munoz, Jonathan Ogden, Larry Allen. So there you go. Bill Buzzy is giving you your top five, including John Hanna.
Yeah, number one.
Yeah,
Was special.
yeah.
Was that refreshing?
I hate to agree with Eric, but he's regarded. But Buzzy, the important thing is that we don't agree with Eric.
Yeah, that's the
Like he
that's
could literally say
to it.
something subjectively true, and we disagree with him on
We have to.
principle.
Yes, on principle. Thank you.
It's like everyone. There is nothing he has ever said that is right.
The
It's
sky
important.
is blue.
No, factually wrong, sir.
No,
It is aquamarine. Let me pull out the color scope.
it's actually aubergine.
Nice. People say Vanessa Brown was twice her normal size in the NBA. Okay. Sometimes the randomness of the comments gets to me.
Yeah,
I'm
I
like,
don't know.
okay, I don't know. Who's bigger in Boston? Bobby Orr, Raymond Bork, Kurt Schilling, David Ortiz, Tom Brady, Larry Bird, or Bill Russell?
Right
I
now,
would have to
it's-
be
it's-
David Ortiz.
It's no, it's Tom Brady. But
Dustin
I would say-
Pedroia.
I would
Dustin
say-
Pedroia,
I would
bro.
say- no, I mean,
It's
if-
Ray Bork. You said hockey was the big thing. Come on.
no, I said hockey fans are the most passionate here, but I think you got
But-
Brady and Ortiz are the ones that would draw the biggest crowd if they were
They would.
lined
Yeah,
up somewhere.
They would.
Which I wouldn't line up for either one of them. They both
Oh,
been
really?
caught cheating. I'd be all over, Orr obviously, and then I'd be Bird, Russell, and Bork. I see at the dry cleaners, so I wouldn't,
I think
whatever.
I think Bird is really underrated in the
But
stats. I would
for
think.
his era, he did get overshadowed a fair bit by Jordan. I would recommend, folks, there's some good supercuts of Larry Bird there in his prime.
Yeah.
He had the swagger. He was a bit awkward on the court, but he was skilled, like supremely
Oh, yeah.
skilled, very tough.
a 3-point guy, like
Yeah,
please.
like very tough,
Smartest
a great
guy on the
player, a
court.
great shooter. Like he could pass the ball, he could shoot the
Pass
ball,
well.
like he could do everything.
Rebound, defend, anything.
Unfortunately, his era. Now you got to remember, like in historical category and
Well, he's
precedence.
just before Jordan kind of ish.
Yes.
Yeah. But it was him and Magic Johnson that basically helped
Yeah.
put the NBA on the map. And then Jordan obviously took it to another level.
That is
But
correct.
like they laid the groundwork for him. And like, because at that point, when the Lakers and the Celtics were doing their NBA finals, up until then, the finals were on tape delay at that point.
That is correct.
And then all of a sudden it
Oh,
became
really?
like, all right, now we gotta do it live. People want to see it.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah. The Lakers and the Celtics, that matchup, because it carried over from the college.
What happened to basketball at that time? Because even Topps didn't issue cards for so many years too. It was
Because
just
basketball was considered second tier.
It was
People
gonna
didn't really.
die.
Yeah,
People,
but hockey was always second tier too, right?
no, I agree,
at
but
that-
like, okay, so I'll leave it to others to debate on the relative merits. But there was a cocaine issue, and then there was very much a racial component.
I didn't
Because a lot of people were like, "Oh, the black guys league, don't care." So it's like, so they kind of brushed it to the side. It's like the skill level was always there. The ABA brought dunks and a lot of fun stuff into the game,
Yeah.
but like they couldn't put the pieces together. And then Magic and Larry Bird showed up, and then they started having a beautiful rivalry with teams in Boston and Los Angeles. And all of a sudden, you got this going on, East Coast, West Coast. You got all this happening. Now everybody, and the caliber of basketball is top tier with these teams. Like it's stacked with Hall of Famers on both. So all of a sudden, you're able to draw this audience that suddenly is now we're interested. Oh, okay, yeah. Don't put it on tape delay. Show it live. Oh, okay. Thanks. So those two were crucially important to building up the NBA. And then, like I said, Jordan would take it to to grab the baton and take it to another level.
All
Make
that
it
is
global.
100% accurate.
Yeah, he makes a little shack in there and a
Yeah.
few other.
But by the
players.
time, once these guys start getting in there, by the time you get to the early 90s, Larry Bird's back is shot. So he's basically out. He's on the dream team, but like this is like his last hurrah, really. Like he's at the tail end. But he got hurt, and after he got really hurt, it was done. And then Magic got HIV, and he was out soon. Like
Oh, yeah.
those guys were both out almost at the same time. So then it was Jordan's league. And then, Charles Barkley rises to prominence. Shaq shows up, and then we take it to another level in another era.
Yeah.
But those guys were crucially important to building the foundation that is the NBA today.
The league wouldn't have lasted 2 more years. It would have folded if it wasn't for those two. So I think the 3 most important things are the merger, which brought some of that flair and dunking and things like that. So Dr. J came in.
Yep.
Guys like George Gervin with San Antonio. And then Bird and Magic took it the rest of the way. Because if you look at like 78, 79, the Bruins games were completely sold out in the Garden. And then the next night, the Celtics would be in the same building, in the same city, and it would be empty. Yeah. Nobody cared about basketball.
Yeah.
And the merger, and then those 2 guys saved the league.
Yeah. That's the thing. It brought eyeballs, it brought attention, and then it helped. Like I said, it can't, I said it, but it can't be understated. Going from tape delay to live is like a big indictment of what the previous era was struggling with. Like they didn't care enough to show it live. Today, you don't even think about any of the major sports. Like, no, you're showing it live. People expect to see it. But at that time, like they were willing to put it on tape delay because it's not that important.
And what's on, I don't know about up there. I assume it's the same. But, here we have Thanksgiving. We know football's going to be played.
Yeah.
On Christmas Day, you're sitting around watching NBA games. And that wasn't happening back then.
Mm.
So, Christmas Day.
Yeah.
NBA, Christmas Day. That's what you get.
Yeah. It became a big marketing monster. Once the league got to a certain point, it became, like I said, you can't even imagine playing a live sporting event on Christmas Day, but now it's a thing. And then we do Boxing Day here with the World Juniors usually. That's a thing that a lot of folks enjoy. It became a thing. Like we could do it on the holidays and people can look, it's a captive audience. It's like, I need to get away from these people. Please put something on TV that I can watch.
Right.
Totally understandable. I kind of know the answer, but for the hell of it, we'll have a little fun. Bobby, you ever consider trading a good portion of your vintage cards for a Crosby or Ovechkin high-end card? Do you have enough vintage cards to trade for a high-end Crosby or Ovechkin card?
I would never trade.
Yep, that's fair.
It's not about money, it's about the collecting and the passion behind it. I think I differ from a lot of other people who, we collect with a sense of, I guess with Ovechkin, he's a great player. I think he's probably one of the best players ever. But I don't have the passion for him as I do for vintage cards that have lasted the test of time. They've went through 40, 60, 80 years of time, and where they're making cards now, it's a little different. So I have that different opinion of that card. It's not that I don't like the guy. It's not that I don't appreciate Crosby or Ovechkin. I appreciate things that are historically significant, opposed to things that are manufactured in the realm of newness today.
No,
I couldn't say it any better.
Now here's a question though, because you predominantly do enjoy memorabilia, wrappers, boxes, a variety of different memorabilia in the realm. You do have vintage cards, but do you keep enough vintage cards around where even if you wanted to, would that be even something that would be possible? Like, do you actually have enough physical vintage cards available to even attempt that for that hypothetical?
Say it again. What?
So the comment was, would you trade it wasn't a good portion of your hockey stuff. It's a good portion of your vintage cards.
Would I?
A Crosby or I'm not asking would you. My question is a Crosby or Ovechkin high-end card would be very pricey. Do you have enough vintage cards in your collection that you would even be able to, even if you did want to? Or is it predominantly like other stuff? Other stuff.
Oh no, I have enough. Oh, for sure.
Vintage cards.
Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
You know, I don't tell everything that I have. So
no, it's fine. I just posed the
have
question.
Enough.
I
have more than enough actually, and yes, I could afford a few Ovechkins and a few. Yes.
All right. No, that's fine. I just posed the question because cards isn't the main focus of a lot of the conversation. So I just asked.
Well, I have a lot of cards. It's just I don't show them all, and I don't want to show them all.
Okay. That's
next time I come up to Toronto, can I see him?
Yeah, I can bring them out.
Show them one.
They're not graded, but
most of mine aren't either.
I still want to get the name it though. That's the one card I want to get raw. I don't want to get it graded. I just want to get it raw.
Well, then you probably have to get it in person. You probably have to get it in person then to make it worth your while because it would be tricky doing it elsewhere. Otherwise,
yeah, I want a 5 or 6 somewhere around there.
All right, seems good.
And I think I got enough to trade to get that. Anyways, I got more than enough trade. Yeah,
sounds good. Bird was ranked around 6 all time in the top 75. That's probably close.
As long as
75, yeah.
As long as he's in the top 10, I won't argue with somebody. I mean, I am prejudiced on that, but as long as he's in the top 10, I won't put it much up of a fight.
Yeah, he's got to be up there. Like his skill level is such that he deserves to be recognized somewhere up on the top end of that list.
He's right up there. I give Bird, like, I watched one of his highlights, a few of his highlight videos, and that guy was amazing. It's just, we didn't get to see a lot of games because we're in Canada. We didn't get a lot of basketball.
We also didn't get to see a lot of games because not everything was televised. Like I said, for the same reasons that we covered. Like a lot of probably his best stuff, we're getting little bits and pieces. We're getting slivers of it. But we're not getting like full games and like the availability of being able to see on a game-to-game basis what he was doing.
Well, you're not taking a Maple Leafs game off the air to put a Celtics game on.
No, but we see highlights in the morning, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So, you see the Leaf game, you see the goals, you see the basketball, who got the best, So we would see those things, but it really wasn't covered as well. It was actually, it was like after the news and the weather and whatever. Yeah.
Remember Al McInnes, the hockey player, all-time great slap shot.
Great slap shot. 100 and something miles an hour.
Yeah, it was over 100.
Yeah, he was doing it with the wooden stick, which was very impressive.
And then,
Bobby Hull did 108, and Al McInnes, I think, matched that. But then again, the technology was different from the 60s to the 90s.
Yeah. So I just watched a video of him, I don't know, the other day, where
Hall or McInnes?
McInnes, he was 50. He's 50 in the video. He's 50-something years old, and he's at the All-Star game, and he comes out and takes a slap shot, and during the slap shot competition, and still beats just about everybody in the competition at 50-something years old. Without even warming up, he just kind of skates out, gets the applause, goes up, slaps one, and it's like 89 miles an hour.
Those guys are what you call naturals. Babe Ruth was a natural swinger.
Yeah.
It wasn't that he was overweight and big and he could hit the ball. He just had the natural swing. Ted Williams, another natural swing. Joe DiMaggio. You look at all these guys who are just naturals at the game. And you have the other guys who are high tier, but these guys are naturals. Gretzky was natural. That's the separating difference between the naturals. So they can come in at 50 years old and still, because they have the finesse, they have the technique down pat. So
the technique is the key. because it's one of those things where if you don't have the technique quite on point, it's not going to work.
No.
They're
not trying to do it. They just do it.
Yeah,
it's just natural. It's like brushing their teeth. Like,
yeah,
who cares?
because it was years and years ago. Nolan Ryan went to do a first pitch for the Texas Rangers, and he was already like long. He was already old. He had literally torn his arm. That's what ended his career at 46.
Usually does, yeah.
And I think he threw like an 89 or a 90 mile an hour fastball like in his late 50s as an opening pitch, because it's like he can still do it. His last pitch in the major leagues, when he literally tore, I think it was a UCL, like it was like part of the ligaments in his arm. He literally tore it. And he tried to throw another pitch just to see if he could do it. His last recorded pitch before they had to pull him out of the game and his career ended was 98 miles an hour.
That's crazy.
That's at 46. The dude was a freak because he did 200 pitch outings in the 70s.
Oh, yeah.
His arm should have fallen off like 15 times. Like he threw millions of pitches probably over the course of his life.
I think that's the difference between a natural and a regular guy. He's trying to get that.
Yeah.
This guy just did it. He had it. He had it. You know, when
he could just keep throwing and throwing. He was one of those guys who could just keep throwing and throwing, and he did. He kept throwing and throwing and throwing because he kept throwing heat. He just over and over.
Try. It was just
it's the
there.
fastball. It's the fastball's there. Even in his 40s, even into almost his 50s, like fastball. What's he going to do? He's going to throw a fastball. That's what he's going to do.
Yeah,
because that's what he does.
I just remember him when I think of Nolan Ryan. I think of the
being a Proventura.
I think of Robin Ventura kicking the ever living bejesus out of him. This young kid, 20-something years old, is coming up against somebody who's like 46 and gets his face pounded in. And then the other one is when his lip is split.
Yeah.
And there's blood everywhere. And he's just out there being a Texan, man, throwing heat. He does not care that he needs like 50 stitches in his face. He's just out there throwing heat.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. A lot of people, it's one of those things you have to look at it. His rookie card is 1968. He won a World Series with the Mets as kind of a reliever, specialist, whatever. His job was just to come in and do a little bit of work, but like he wasn't a feature guy. He spent the 70s in California and the Angels, but he by the way, he sucks at picking teams. Like he picked one trash team after another. Like it's like, dude, with your stuff, you should just go to a decent team and you would have won a couple of World Series. But anyway, so he went to the Angels. The 70s with the Angels, so he's got these distinct eras because I don't know if he did it intentionally, but like he worked it out in these neat little categories. He spent the 70s with the Angels basically, predominantly. Rose to prominence, became a star, threw 200 pitches in a game, like stupid things, got a bunch of no-hitters and all that. Then he's kind of over the hill, the 1980s roll in, he goes to Houston. He just keeps rolling along, hideous uniforms, again, a trash team for the most part. It's like god-awful. But he's still pitching and he's still throwing heat and still doing the 1990s roll around. He goes to the Texas Rangers, who also they had a couple of good players, but like it wasn't like a good.
Right.
He finished his career with that, but like he spent a decade with the Angels, basically the entire 1980s with the Astros, and then went to the Texas Rangers to finish things off. And like I said, threw until his arm basically broke. All right, now I'm done. Well, great. You started in 1968 and you finished like in 1993, 1994.
Yeah, he was amazing.
Yeah, they don't build him like that. He's a machine, and you could try to do it. It's not going to work.
If he didn't get hurt, he would have pitched a couple more years if he wanted to.
He probably would have tried to do the Satchel Paige thing, except he would have pitched the whole way through. He just kept pitching into his 50s and just kept going for the hell of it.
Yeah, it was effortless to him.
So some say the NHL years before expansion shouldn't count. I won't go that far, but it is a different era. I have to treat it differently. Like, because the original 6 era was the original 6 era. The talent was very much the Montreal Canadiens had an unfair advantage. The Leafs, to a certain degree, had an unfair advantage. The only other team that was consistently competitive in that original 6 era, especially towards the tail end of it, was Detroit. Boston was around, New York was around, but it wasn't like the Rangers were around. And they'd win a Stanley Cup here and there, but it wasn't. Detroit was kind of the only one. Like Gordie Howe had some Stanley Cups. He actually got to win some. But a lot of times it was the Leafs and Canadiens for a good chunk of the tail end, especially until we got past the 60s, and then the Leafs were a non-factor. But like up until that point, it was just the same guys over and over again.
I'd take offense that you saying that Canadians had an unfair advantage.
They did have an unfair advantage.
I don't think you're being strong enough. Can you say they cheated, please?
I will allow you to say they cheated.
They cheated.
Bobby has a vintage card behind the bed sheets. There you go. Yeah, we'll ask him that question 357. I'm sure he does. I don't know. The reason I asked the question is I was curious because he does de-emphasize the cards quite a bit. So if he's hanging on to a bunch of cards in the collection, fair enough. Again, you're not required to share everything. It's not anybody's business but yours. But I was kind of curious, just for my own curiosity. I was curious if he had kept a stockpile of cards over the years, because he certainly could. So I'll include some of these questions in a bit. Let's see. Yep, Steal by Bird. Yep.
I was watching that game live.
Yep, Ward Ventura's asked too. That's right. NHL Hard Shot competition is complete without Al Frady, Al McGinnis, and Bobby Hall. There you go. It's great with today's players. You're going to need a time machine for that. Emil Francis, RIP. Fair enough.
Yeah, he passed away this week.
Oh, okay, gotcha. That was awesome. Nolan Ryan's the one player I never got to see live. Grew up and got to see Ozzie Smith play as a kid. There you go. Very nice.
So Carlos, you saw my Instagram this week, and I had the opportunity to spend some time with Rick Middleton, former Bruins captain, and he was telling us an Emil Francis story and about how Emil Francis leaving the Rangers was the reason he got traded to Boston, because when Francis was in charge of the Rangers, he loved Rick Middleton and saw his full potential and never would have let him go. And after Francis left or fired or whatever his situation was, new management traded Middleton soon after. Mm-hmm. But if Rick is adamant that he would have been a Ranger for life if Francis stuck around. Which, for Bruins fans, we're very happy that he came over here.
Sure.
He's one of the most talented players of the late 70s, early 80s. But he was telling us that story this week about Emil the Cat Francis.
All right.
He just passed away too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was why somebody mentioned the RIP and the.
Yeah.
Okay, so that makes sense. I got you. So okay, so I got a couple questions here for you, Bobby, directly for you.
Sure.
So at this point in your collecting, do you still have a Gretzky rookie in your possession?
Yes.
Okay. Second one, I kind of know the answer to this one, but give it to him for his own sake. How do you know they're authentic, Bobby, if they're not graded?
Because I've been doing it too long.
Yeah. No. Like I said, if you handle enough, you have a pretty good sense of what to look for and what to do. Like I said, I wanted to get, you asked the question.
And the other thing is they weren't faking cards years ago because nobody cared to fake.
Well, actually, the reprints and
more key cards, they've definitely faked those. But I'll second, when I'm buying, I want graded if I'm buying on eBay. I want grading if I'm buying through. If I cannot physically handle it, I am comfortable enough. Now, vintage baseball is my more bread and butter. That's my area that I'm more comfortable. You give me some 50s baseball stuff, I have a pretty good handle on it. I can handle it, and it's like, yep, this is good. But I've handled hundreds and thousands and thousands and thousands of these vintage cards in their original state, in various states of conditions, and all that. And I can see what looks right or doesn't look right to me. That's experience. The only way you can do it is physically handling these cards. If I go to a card show and I am handling the cards, I am comfortable that I may miss something, but more often than not, I'll get it right. Mm-hmm. But eBay, it's got to be graded, man. It's got to be graded by a good third-party authenticator, because that's the only thing I have to help me, because a scan isn't going to do it. I can't, maybe if it's super obvious, then fine. But like a scan, I can't figure out if it's real from a scan.
No, and you see Facebook all the time asks, hey, what do you guys think of this card? Is it real or not? What grade is it? It's like, oh my God, just give it up, guys.
No,
like, why
from a scan, I can't. I can look at a lot of stuff. Maybe again, unless it's the only way you're going to catch a fake on a scan, really, is if they genuinely screwed up. Like they did something really that you can totally see from space.
Yeah, I opened a lot of packs over the years, and I got a lot of cards left over from those packs that I opened. And, a lot were 79, a lot were like 50s, 60s. So, I still have all those cards, and they're in top grade condition. I just never graded them. I don't get into the grading thing. So, so most of my stuff is raw that I have. And It's put away. It's in my room, but I mean, it's in another area that you don't know. So I don't want to
it's the
tell
warehouse.
everybody what I have, but
We've discussed the building of the warehouse in the past.
I have a lot of knickknacks around the other stuff that I have, so it's hidden in a box.
It's guarded by 60s bobbleheads as sentries to protect the cards.
There's a couple of those there too. They're a few $100 each, whatever.
Yeah, there you go. But yeah, it's one of those things where, as a general thing, if you do collect enough of the vintage stuff and you have handled enough, there is something to be said for having that first-hand experience. You will be able to pick up certain things that just physically having in your possession will do.
Just in your hand, it's like 1 second, and you just know. If there's any question, it's like, oh, then you start looking at it. But as soon as you feel it,
Yeah, there's certain things that are going to feel wrong. You're going to be like, no.
Yeah.
Again, if you've handled enough. And like I said, baseball side of it, I've handled tobacco cards all the way through the 70s and 80s, and all the way in between caramel, all the eras in between the gum cards.
Cracker Jacks are weird.
They are. Those I would say are very strange.
They're very paperly, like
they're very
kind of go, what?
Yeah, they're kind of thinnish. Yeah. But this is where now, if this is an area you want to get into, then I would recommend maybe becoming a bit of a typeset collector and getting your hands on some good copies, because there's no substitute. There's no way to figure out. You got to see it for yourself. You gotta hold in your hand and see what you're talking about, and you'll get it.
Well, I've handled maybe thousands, maybe 100,000 non-sports cards from turn of the century right up till whatever 40s, 50s, 60s. So I know the stock, I know the feel, I know the touch, texture. You just get to know it, and everybody probably out there knows well too. You can feel a card as soon as you feel it. When it's top holder, you can't really tell until it's out.
Yep. I think I told you guys a couple of weeks ago that I was at the shop, and this guy came in with a Bobby Orr card, and Phil took a look at it, and he called me over and said, "Hey, what do you think?" Phil already knew, obviously, but he handed it to me, and as soon as I touched it, I just looked at the guy and said, "I'm sorry, but it's not real." And obviously, both of us were trying to explain to the guy the reasons why it wasn't, modern stock. It's just
gray, not beige.
Yeah. I mean, it's all this different stuff, but it wasn't a rookie. It was, but it was an early Orr card, and it just wasn't.
Someone
real.
reprinted those, eh?
Yeah, it just wasn't real.
I hate reprints.
Yeah,
I don't mind official.
I felt bad,
but
telling the guy because he spent money on it.
Yeah. Well, hey, listen, experience is the greatest teacher, right? So.
Yeah. You got to be that's the thing. For the same people that complain about third-party grading, if you don't know, that at least offers you some at least layer. And again, some people don't like PSA, and I understand completely. But they will stand behind the product to a certain degree. If you've got something in the holder that's wrong, and it turns out it's wrong, you've at least got a recourse. You bought a raw card somewhere at a card show, it's going to be really hard. It's going to be your word against theirs, and this whole nonsense that you got to figure out. It's like there's a lot to it. And if you don't know what you're doing, you don't know what you're talking about, and if you figure it out down the road, and then somebody else has to tell you, oh, by the way, that card you bought at that show 5 years ago, no good.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
And people don't want to hear that. I know it happens a lot because people go buying on the, I bought it for my friend. He's been collecting 20 years, and he said well, it's not really good. And you hate saying that to people, but unfortunately, a lot of people get burned in this hobby if they don't know. You can't rely on people like me all the time. Actually, with doing the write-ups, I do put notes at the bottom. So I put note and a semicolon and a colon, and I say, please watch out for this or look for that, or there is variations, or those 61 Wheaties cards, they did a reprint issue, some have the reprint stamp, some don't. So be sure, but you can't miss them when you touch them. They're thick, they're extra thick, so I try to put those notes in as much as possible. So that's the thing behind my website. Is not just the card measures whatever by whatever. I don't get it. I'm really telling the details. I'm telling a story behind everything that I'm doing. It's like a little article for everything. It doesn't read like a, the front has a round. Who cares? You see the card. Like, you don't need to say all that stuff. Tell them the story about the cards and how they were issued, who they were issued by. Are they popular? Are they not? Do they, are they rare, hard to find? Those are the things that I'm really getting into details. Like when you see the website, you'll see how much detailed information is on each set. And I've been doing a bang up job on the at least 60s to 80s. I do have to go back to the 30s a little bit more and do some fix ups. But other than that, I think everybody should be impressed, I hope. Because compared to Beckett, it's not the same way the write ups should go. I think it's a little more detailed of a story. I'm trying to write it so that you read it like a person, not just bullet points. It's more of a story. This is what happened. This is the way. This is how you collect. This is how the set went. So I'm just trying to do that as much as possible. So it might be a little different than people are used to, but I think it'll be at least expanded to the 10th degree. Because I'm giving everything from my head, right? I've learned over the years for all the sets that I've been accustomed to for 30, 25 years, whatever.
There you go. So this one we've kind of touched on this one. Like I said, Bobby, we agreed like a 24-month delay on it's just making sure.
Is it 24? I thought it was 52 weeks or something.
Oh, wait. No, I said I'm talking about 24 months. Oh, like just drag it out for years. It's like everybody's been on the damn site already. We got shirts and everything. Eric, you're late.
I started to give him a little bit more hope on the 52 weeks, but anyways, okay.
There you go. So we kind of touched on this already a little bit. So how come someone tell the jurisdiction is real? A lot of it is handling similar cards from the era and things like that. That will give you a lot of insight. It really will. Because having a graded version next to them is not a luxury that everybody has. So but if you've handled cards from the series, you can get a little bit of sense. Yeah,
it really helps.
You can get a lot of sense.
You have to learn, Yeah, good night. You have to have that experience, and like opening packs. Like I said, before we opened a lot of packs. I know how they're supposed to be.
Yeah.
Like how many packs have, I don't want to say, these graders. How many packs have they really opened, like from the 50s or 60s? None. And that's where you learn. That's where you learn everything. And
but how many packs of G.I. Joe have you opened? And how does that qualify you to authenticate Pokemon cases?
That's what I was going to ask.
And these are the important questions.
I want to know your G.I. Joe expertise.
This is critically important. Like, I can't take you seriously.
It's a foil pack. How bad could it be?
I cannot take you seriously if I don't have Cobra Commander when I'm supposed to get Cobra Commander.
Mm-hmm.
Burrow memorabilia compound makes Waco look like McDonald's playground. Bobby, are the 70s O-Pee-Chee tall cards your favorite of all time? That's oddly specific.
Tall boys? It's kind of funny. The first and second series, they were different. The first
I like the 64. I like the 64 tall boys. I free shots or not, I like the 60.
And the second series, they went to full body shots, which was interesting how they did that. Do I like those cards? Yes, a lot. There's a variation to the checklist that people don't know about that we'll find out soon. There's a lot of things that I'm explaining in these things. The tall boys are actually, it's kind of funny because Parker's had finished and tall boys went with the tall boys, and they actually did it before even the 65 football, the 70, I guess, large cards that they had in baseball. It was really I'm surprised Topps.
Well, you did have the 64. I want to say 64 Topps Giants.
The giant cards.
Yeah, you had the Giants.
But they were a little wider and a little.
Yeah, they were. They weren't tall boys. They were a little wider as well. But they were also taller cards. So 64. I want to say it's 64. I think that's right.
But it's funny how they used hockey to introduce that. But I guess, being a lesser product, a lesser ordered product, or lesser sold product.
Yeah, you could experiment. You could
afford to experiment. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's what they did with that more than anything else. And it worked. I think people either love them or they don't.
Yeah.
And I tend to appreciate them quite a bit. I think they're very hard to survive at the time because they're a little bit taller. And how do you put them away? Like, I know we have top loaders, but not back then. But it's that extra little bit was a little bit harder to maintain.
Well, if you stuck them in a shoebox, I could see them getting shuffled around quite a bit. Like,
Well,
it would be
same thing with
problematic.
regular cards, right? But I mean, the tall boys were a little bit bigger, and they just had that extra little bit that you could bend, and
Yeah.
you know, so
That's kind of the thought process I have with that.
Yeah.
69 orders heavily reprinted. Yep. You can't sell your collection one day if they are graded. So let me actually let me spin this question differently. Bobby, let me spin this question a little differently.
okay.
Down the road, you're doing your thing, you're collecting, you do the website, you do all these things, and you've built all these things up. But at some point, do you plan on leaving your stuff to your family? Is that something that you would do, or is that something where you
No.
What happens with the stuff down the road?
Well, eventually, yeah, I guess you have to take the the smartest thing to do would be grade them.
Right.
I don't have a lot of super high grades. I have some really nice stuff that I don't really know. It's probably somewhere in a good medium range.
Yeah.
When I need the money and when I retire, yeah, I think I'll take that route and get rid of a few here and there.
Yeah.
But it's just part of your collection. It has no money value at this point. Well, nothing's worth money until you sell it.
That's right.
It's really just having it. And I kind of like just having it. I don't care about, you go to a movie, you paid, I don't know, $15 plus popcorn, $25. Okay, so I spent $25 on a card. Or let's just say you went to 10 movies, that's $250. I spent $250 on a card. You have the memories, I have the card. See, that's where the investment, like, you can't get that money back, because what are you going to tell everybody that you saw these movies? Okay, whippy-doo, who cares? But I have the card, I have the physical aspect of it. So it's not, their investment was the time into seeing the movie and appreciation of the movie. Mine is the card or the collectible, whatever you want to call it, that I appreciate, that I didn't spend money on, because it was part of my entertainment. Yeah. So I didn't invest in it. I just bought it because I bought it.
Yeah, no, I got it.
Usually I got it with group deals that I bought, or different large deals that I would negotiate. And, there's a few of these and a few of those in there, but I'm looking at this part and I get those as a bonus. And, and then it's kind of free. You just put it aside and you don't care. And they're sitting there. It's nothing big and money wise. Like, I don't even know. It's a couple extra zeros on the end, but I mean, who cares? If you don't need the money, if you don't care about the grades, like, they're just sitting there. So just leave them sit there until you hit that time.
Yeah. The point that I wanted to kind of make off that is that it goes back to what I said previously with a lot of folks that obsess over a lot of different aspects of the grading thing. And my statement on the grading thing is that it is a tool for purpose. If you want to use it, it is there. It is not necessary. It is not required. If you have stuff in your collection, there's stuff that I would send in that's PC stuff that I just want to have in that holder for uniformity with other cards I have in the collection. But if that's the case, and that's my rationale, then the price point, I'm more price sensitive. Meaning I don't want to pay too much for the holder because I'm having it for PC purposes. If it's something I intend to flip, I may be a little bit more willing to go a little further because I understand the cost. I'm factoring that in. I'm doing a little math, crunching some numbers.
Yeah.
It makes it more liquid. We know that having it in that holder does make it easier to sell. You have less debate and discussion about the stupid grade because if it's raw, it's good. You're comfortable that it's good. But then all of a sudden, can I see more scans? I don't have time for this.
I think it's more of a peacock thing, as people want to see, you got a Gretzky rookie? Oh, what's the grade? It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but I'm saying also, if you are going to sell to another individual and they're concerned about the grade,
of course,
I'm not interested in taking 57 pictures. I'm not interested in doing a whole paragraphs of description.
No, at that point, I'd send it.
Just put it in the damn holder.
Yeah.
You have a complaint, take it up with PSA, take it up with SGC, whatever. Not my problem. That's what it says. That's what we're going with. It simplifies
at 5
the process.
years, 10 years down the road that I'll do stuff like that.
Go ahead, Eric.
And, at that time.
I get the statement. I agree that for Joe Average that's kind of an important thing if you're going to sell your collection. Not to blow smoke up Bobby's skirt, but if and when Bobby's collection is sold either by him or his family in the far distant future,
Eric is trying to off him. Everyone, you heard it, right? You heard it. You understood the murderous intentions in his statement.
it's going to be marketed as the Bobby Burrell collection, and
Is it?
it's probably going to have a
Can we
premium
put that
on
on the
it.
holder?
Nobody is going
MNT will
to,
put it on the
Some
holder.
people have, yeah, they would.
but no one's going to be concerned about the authenticity. No one's going to be concerned
No,
about the
never.
condition. No,
No.
it's
Condition,
if anything, it's going to go for a premium. For those in the know, I mean, vintage hockey collectors like myself and many others up north, especially, they're going to be chomping at the bit to see what's there. But I understand that, for Joe Average trying to sell a large collection, grading it may be a big part of that. But I just don't think Bobby trying to sell his stuff, that's necessary. I think his name attached to the auction, because I would assume it would probably go through an auction house, whether he did it himself or his family does it in the future. He's not going to put it on eBay.
No.
And, it's going to go to an auction house. And
Well, more importantly, if you put it on eBay, he'd have to send it all through the CSG
Right.
third party. Oh man,
right.
complications.
So it's going through an auction house, and it's going to be the Bobby
Few of them,
Burrell
for sure.
collection, and no one's going to worry about any of that nonsense.
There you go. All right, so here, let's go.
I think it used to hold water. I don't know if it holds as much water today, because of grading and what have you. Before it used to be that, what was that? Carlos, what was that baseball find? It was that black mud, whatever.
Oh, I know the one
swamp.
you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
But what we're really referring to is Provenance, because in sports cards, Provenance is still relatively new. In coins, Provenance is a big deal,
It's
because if it
everything.
came from so-and-so's collection, there are very few individuals in the hobby right now that can throw the Provenance thing onto it. If it came from Jefferson Burdick's original holdings, that
Yeah,
might have a
that's
little
different,
Provenance.
Yeah.
Marshall Fogel over time, like that 52 Mantle, Marshall Fogel, somebody may be interested in that because it was part of that collection, because he has a lot of stuff.
Sure.
And he's getting featured here and there. But it's still relatively new. In sports cards, we don't quite have the whole Provenance thing happening.
Not so
Coins
much.
and stamps and things like that, they've got names inside of that genre
Yeah,
that people
yeah.
care about. You're buying from that specific collection,
It's
people
been
care.
established for so long, so
Yeah. So they've had that advantage that people are like, oh, it's the collection of so and so. Oh, okay. Because you can establish a line of succession in possessing this item. Oh, it started with so and so, and then this person added it to their collection. But that's also because in coins, for example, somebody had the finest set of Morgan dollars, and then somebody else bought that and then improved upon it, and then it takes it to another level and it goes to the next person. So you can actually follow the line of succession. It's like, actually, that was part of so-and-so's collection, then it was part of so-and-so's, and then so-and-so's collection.
it becomes a bloodline.
It does. Yeah. And like for the coin guys, that has huge value. Like
Yes.
that is a selling point in and of itself. Oh, because some of these collectors become known for only desiring the best quality. So it's basically the PWCC, high-end sticker or the Mike Baker Authenticators without putting a sticker on it. You're basically saying it was in so-and-so's collection, and they were very picky about what they included because they wanted the best of the best. And when you've got that reputation then brings the provenance.
Yeah.
I forget the gentleman's name right now, but I know Bobby and I saw him, talked to him briefly, and discussed him up in Toronto. But the Jeffrey, Jeffrey so and so's last name I forget up top. If he ever sells his collection, his Gretzky collection, I mean, talk about provenance. It's going to be unbelievable.
Oh, I know you're talking about Jeffrey, who wrote the Gretzky book.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Yeah. It's going to help also, by the way, that he actually wrote a book on the subject.
Yeah.
So if it's, stuff that is referenced in the book,
And
at least you've got something to connect to it.
In the PSA lists, what did it help me? The
Set registry?
Thank
Offer
you.
short? Yeah.
The set registry, he has all the top.
Yeah.
You make multiple.
Yeah. Griffith.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Griffith,
Thank you,
that's it.
Josh.
There it is.
Thank you,
Thank
Josh.
you.
So
Oh,
he has
great.
multiple places.
Yeah.
Not just the top one. He's got like the top 10.
Now, by the way, full credit, indirectly, that helps create a provenance. It helps create a track record because if you're one of those people who have a set registry, but you also take photos of all the cards, You can establish a track record. You've actually got something you can go backwards in time, because the set registry actually lets you follow. Because if you sell off the collection and other people get it, there's actually a record of transference between one set registry and another and stuff like that.
Sure.
Right.
Not everybody does that, but the point is, it is possible then to be able to actually trace.
Yeah, this is the number one, whatever.
To a very light degree, it actually provides a minimal amount of traceability, and you actually all of a sudden you can be like, oh, that was part of Jeffrey's collection originally. Ah, I got you.
That thing's worth multiple millions.
Eric,
And,
you were with me when I think I approached Jeffrey.
yeah, we were in that back hallway.
He never even, I remember. I've never talked to him before.
Right.
It's kind of surprising that he wouldn't come up to me and ask me, because I know he has there's some questionable things that he have in his book. But anyways, that I think it's questionable to me. Like, I don't know why he wouldn't come up to me. I've seen him at the shows every time for so many years, and he just never.
He seems like a shy guy.
Well, I understand he's a little bit
Shy. Say
shy.
shy.
Let's just say, okay, shy's
say
good.
shy, and
We'll get away from everything else from there.
Say
and we'll
shy.
say shy. He's a nice shy guy, but I'm open. I'm always willing
Of
to
course.
talk to people. So I don't know why he wouldn't. We wouldn't have chinwag before. Very interesting. Very.
Well, I think that would be a great discussion to sit in on. This year, if we can arrange something like that, that'd be neat to have you guys sit and talk about something. But he is kind of a loner and a kind of a shy guy, and I don't know how comfortable he would be, whatever. I mean, in the very brief discussion that we had with him, in the very brief discussion we had with him, he was very friendly.
Well, I think
he knew who I was, though. Wow, obviously.
I think people underestimate how many folks in the hobby who have been collecting and around a bit are very much of the introverted persuasion. Very much like they're comfortable in the space they're comfortable in, and you put them outside of that, it's like, yeah, they can carry on a conversation, barely, but it's like, it's tricky. It's kind of like you have to position it right. You have to put it in the right place and right time. You're just inside of it, walking tables and doing a deal. That's easy. Like for a lot of us who've been around a while, that's easy. But you put them in that other scenario, it gets a little bit tricky, and sometimes it's a practice thing. And
I guess so, I'm always been open and easy to talk to. I kept seeing him, but why wouldn't he just come up to me? He knows who I was. I just, why wouldn't we talk a little bit? If we have that same kind of passion of historical and whatever. Like I said, a few of his references were off, and when he was on that one show, I was sitting there going, "Oh, that's wrong. That's not right." It's okay. You can't know everything. And some people assume things because they read Beckett or whatever. There's all that shit that's happened, or OPG's cut with wire. Okay, Beckett published that in 1995, and that's been carried forward, and people believe that till this day. And I'm constantly going on Facebook sites going, oh, it's cut with wire, and they'll believe it 100% because they read it in Beckett, and unfortunately, it's not.
So now what we actually need is we need a panel with Bobby and Beckett, and then Beckett just says some stuff referencing it,
and I go, no,
wrong,
no.
wrong. It's just a meme. Wrong. He doesn't say any other words. He just says wrong.
Yeah.
And again, this is just another Beckett bash because it's their entire company. From
but we're actually talking about Beckett, the guy now.
It's all wrong.
So I know we've talked about this before, and that your preference is not necessary to combine. But I do appreciate with the Kenny Reed, also with Brad on here earlier, because Brad is good buddies with Kenny Reed.
Yeah, I'm Kenny.
Yeah, that may be a thing down the road that I reach out and we figure out something, we get him on for a little bit, because I know he enjoys cards. So he definitely likes to talk about them a little bit. So that'd be fine. But I think a lot of it came down to, and please add if you want to, is that your preference is to work on your book, your website, and you're coming on here occasionally and doing some stuff as well. And you don't necessarily want to do a separate podcast or something.
This is where the fun is, we're just kind of, from the hip kind of stuff. All the stuff that I document and whatever, I get what they do, and they do it for different reasons. He writes books and does whatever on the top 100 cards or whatever, and that's fine and everything. I'm more into the historical part. I don't want to talk about why Gilles Gilbert card was whatever. I
have his books too.
Yeah, I have his books too. I have a signed copy, and I think that's fine. But see, that part of the hobby doesn't interest me because it's sort of the public side of the hobby, where I'm into the internal part of the hobby. So I'm a little deeper than most of those guys are with the historical research and the timelines and the companies behind them. Where those guys are, they're more outward and they get the popularity from it, and I don't blame them for it. They write a book and you're on this channel and you're talking cards. That's great. I'm not into that. I'm just here hanging out, and if I can drop a fact or two here and there or correct somebody on something, I think that's what my main purpose is really here, just to add in my little piece of vintage,
Yeah. I think also one of the things that kind of you're talking about, and this is not a knock at all on anything Kenry does, because as I said, I'm happy to entertain maybe having a extended conversation, because I think it'd be
or
good.
having him on. Sure.
Yeah, I think it'd be good. What kind of Bobby's alluding to a little bit is accessibility versus depth. Accessibility is very broad, but it's also high level. And there's nothing wrong with high level, because there's a place for high level too. It creates an interest that allows it to be accessible to a large number of individuals who may not be interested in necessarily going to the depth. But it gets very tricky once you get into depth, because then it's niche. The more depth you go into, the more niche it becomes. There will be people who will be interested in it. And the people who will be interested in it will be extremely interested in it. But the number of those people will be less than the accessible, high level, because high level's easy. High level doesn't require too much. It's easy to stomach. Depth is trickier to digest. It takes a little bit more work to absorb it.
Well
That would
put,
be the
Carlo.
analogy I would use.
Well put. And it's very much like your show. The depth you go into with the way you explain and break down, with different websites or what things are going on, it's extremely detailed. And if people would turn in, they would really learn everything. And I think a few guys have even said, even from other podcasts, said, I listen to you to find out the information. But you're not that popular because you don't have the memes, you don't have all this other stuff going on. So you're niche too, in a sense.
It is,
the true information is here, And I'm at this level of where that I'm sublime. I'm way at the bottom edge because I'm looking for the deep stuff. I've already played with this stuff. That's fine. And I'm down here. I'm just trying to look for the extra stuff. And I go well and beyond most people have ever went with the I guess the hockey history of the cards of the companies, the owners, so much goes into that. And that's where I find the thrill. And it's a very personal thrill. It's not like I can share it with many people. Yeah. And it's hard bringing it up because I'm excited about it, but they don't really understand that part of it. I get it. That's fine. And,
but for those that do appreciate you, do understand, and do want it, you won't give it to them.
Well, at least you wanting more.
I will at a certain price at a certain month.
I was gonna say, but at least you wanting more. That's important. What I was gonna say though is that that's the reason why when that comment was made is that I understood and I appreciated the sentiment behind it. But I said, guys, if I made the more accessible thing, the problem is that then it would have to be really shallow because that's the only way it gets taken.
That's the only way, yeah.
So I'm actually really exceedingly pleased how many people actually do pay attention to
it. Yeah.
Relatively speaking, considering that I have to push the depth a little bit more. Yeah. If I stuck it to really high level, it would have grown faster. And the channel still slowly grows over time. I've seen it. If you guys saw what it looked like at the beginning, you would understand the progress. I've been exceedingly pleased with the progress. I can't complain.
We're here for a long time, not just the good time.
I think they came to see Brad.
Oh, maybe. Facts. Yeah. So Josh, just to get it, and I'm going to get caught up on the comments here really quick. So did you guys discuss? We touched on it briefly. But if there's anything specific you guys want to touch on with it, we can definitely discuss briefly here. But just touch on it lightly. Ample experience. You don't need to open World War I hockey cards. This is from our discussion a little bit ago. That's what I'm trying to get caught up. But you can have contact with cards of the period. If you come into contact with enough cards of the period, it'll give you telltale signs that you can carry over to the other ones. Because if it's from the same set, there are going to be certain things that you can carry over. Good evening, Paul. Yep, interesting answer, Bobby. I feel the passion. Sounds good. July 1st is getting closer by the day. Facts. I'm uneducated in vintage. Never handled it. Need the cards to be authentic before spending big stack. Yeah, no, that's completely fine. The only problem, though, is that grading doesn't let you handle them. They're in the holder. You can't actually handle them in the holder. But I get your point.
But buying raw is actually even the best part because, you can buy something that's a 5, it might be a 6, and this is where, a 6 is a 6. It goes for $500 or $540 or $480, when you buy something that's raw, it's actually there's a better deal there.
Yeah. What I
If
would
you
say,
know what you're buying. Sorry.
if you just want to get a sampling, I would buy a couple of commons from the set you're interested in. Like honestly, just get your hands on the actual card. But the beauty of buying commons is that they're less expensive. You don't have to overly invest in it. I would not buy the most expensive card in the set as your first card in the set to try to acclimate yourself to the set. Maybe grab a couple of the commons if you can, and at least let you understand what a proper one feels like and give you a little bit of a taste so that you can see some things. It's hands. What I learned the most was back in that 90s when I was able to go to the Legends of the Game card shop in Toronto, and they would buy collections, and I would handle thousands of cards. I would go through stacks and stacks and stacks of 40s, 30s, and 50s cards, stacks, and I would buy 100, and I would come back a couple of weeks later, go through the stacks again, buy a bunch, and then take them, and I'd have them at home. Some of my sets have been built on them, but I've had those for 20 years plus. So you keep handling these cards over and over again. Eventually, you start to acquire, like, okay, this is basically what a proper 55 Bowman should feel like. A 54 tops, a 53 tops, a 52 tops. You'll figure it out, but that's the only way. It was more accessible back then. It was easier because you could go through them because they would just buy collections. And there was no incentive to screw around with a 1953 tops common. Why would they bother? It wasn't worth it. But that means you can get your hands on good, accurate 53 tops commons. And guess what? Once you get into the star players, it's the same card stock. You kind of understand what the telltale signs are. It gives you some information.
Yeah, once you handle something enough times, you can just grab it and touch it. It's like I got with wax. I got to touching wax that I could close my eyes and I pretty much almost knew that, when it was good or when it was not. When I had to look again or look further. Yeah. You can just feel it. And that's that expertise that we get, with feeling T206s. When they're real. You just know. It has that feel. It has that paper stock that you just can't. I know even it was printed from different areas, but the stock basically stayed the same.
Yeah. I sympathize with current folks trying to get into it because when I was buying T206s raw, you could buy them on eBay for $5.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
So it's like and they were real. Like you didn't have an issue. It was fine. You can't do that anymore. So I'm sympathetic. Like I understand. I still have some T206s from back then. So it's like I sympathize. So it's like I feel bad that like it's not possible anymore. You can't get your hands on stacks and stacks.
You have to go to a friend who's got a good set so you can handle them and not have to worry.
It's not easy. You have to do a lot more work to accomplish the same task. Whereas before you could just buy it yourself. So like the Uncle Jimmy collection, the Dimitri Young collection. I remember they did put that. That's right. Looking forward to the English Muffin collection.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well done. We like the references. We like the callbacks. Appreciate it.
Where is that Frenchie tonight?
He made a snarky comment earlier. He's still schooling, man.
Somewhere there. He's reading a book somewhere.
Yeah. I know. Actually, I reached out to him and I told, and he was telling me he was actually doing some schoolwork tonight. So if he's around, he can always comment. But I know he was doing some schoolwork, so he's got to do his studies.
We should go outside his house and yell up to his window and throw snowballs at him.
We got to throw some poutine at him. That'll teach him.
Yeah. Play Rapunzel, right?
There you go. I think it's just one flat rate for access to the site, isn't it?
No. There will be CFL. Yes. There's if you get both, I think it's cheaper. We haven't finalized that yet, but
so there is a difference, though. There is a difference.
CFL and hockey will be different. Yeah, and I really want to blend them together because the lion's share will be hockey. Yeah. I'd say 90%. I'm just saying.
I don't want to be 90-10 crap.
Huh?
I don't want any of your fake football crap.
The funny part about the CFL,
I should send him some CFL cards. I've got some.
Yeah, the CFL is probably more detailed than the hockey. Because,
yes.
Oh, I wouldn't kid you because
no, I appreciate it.
Photographs. He get into like the stuff he's done. Like his books are this thick, and it's just like, and it goes right up to current date, and it's just like, but it doesn't have the calling of hockey, right?
It doesn't, no.
And it's really unfortunate, but the detailed information that Andy has, and I've helped him with a lot of the early stuff too. So, the CFL's really interesting stuff, but there's so much of it, and I think there's not enough collectors to endorse the prices of the items that come out. You know, I think there's some great stuff, but I mean, it's just like, it's just don't have the collectors. So the lion's share will be the hockey, but you will have to pay for the CFL, and there will be a combo deal. You know, get, supersize your fries, whatever. I don't know, whatever kind of deal. But we're gonna try to do something. And I do, like I said, I want to add the Parkhurst on non-sports into the section for free, like as about like we want to keep adding to the site where we don't have to pay every month. More every month for a monthly fee. We just want to kind of want you to be there, and we're going to add stuff constantly because we want to keep you there. We don't want to just, here's the product, that's it. It's like it's not just like getting the book and saying, okay, I got the book and we're just going to keep updating it, but you don't have to pay for another book. It's going to keep being there. So your maintenance of your every 6 months subscription will be maintained by constant updates and free information added to that. So you will always get value for your money for what we're giving you. You know, we're hoping to get you get more value than we get in money in the end result.
Right.
But I kind of like the money part the other way around. But anyways, we'll just take it at that.
Nice.
I've been trying to give you money for a year.
Well, just send them money anyway. Just do it in
Just
advance.
send them money.
Yeah, just prepay.
Well, remember, we're coming down to the final run here. So,
Bobby, you roll with me. Just have them send you money. Just have them send you as much
you
money
can
as you want.
start now.
Yeah, just
It
send
might
bags
take
of cash.
2 years. It might take 2 years. It's not even, it's like a half a bag of cash.
It gives you a lot of time to send multiple bags of cash. Get on with it, man. Good Lord. All right, so
But
Victor
we
here.
just hope it goes forward and does well.
There you go. So Victor is, I can be extroverted, but I find it exhausting. Much happier being introverted. Exact opposite, Victor. I'm a lot more introverted, but I do that. I've gotten really good at this because I did work at a call center. You learn how to do it very effectively for very long periods of time. But when I'm on my own time, it's just quiet.
I think you found the right venue for what you do.
Yeah, this is my venue. So the thing is, and this is really critically important. A lot of people get that. I get that from time to time, and I'll be like, if you ask my coworkers, they'll tell you the opposite because I don't say much unless there's a reason for me to say something. It's like I don't feel like it.
Well, you have free reign, so you can do what you want.
Yeah, but it's also my venue. That's the thing. It's like if it's my venue, I'll say what I want in the manner in which I wish and take as much time as I need or as much time as I want. But when I'm just on my own time, I want it dead quiet. And that's
If
how
you
it
want
is.
to talk vintage, I'll talk all day.
There you go.
You see me at the shows, right? You can't even get to me because it's just like I'm talking to 50 people.
But it's just depending on what you're doing. Like I don't mind. I have plenty of opinions that I develop in a lot of things, but I'm not going to actively go out of my way to share them in a lot of venues because it's not worth my time or not. It's not something I'm interested in doing. But if it's something we're having a discussion, yeah, sure.
That's
but you get good at it. But you also get good at it with more practice. Honestly, that's what it is.
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah. So Stu Stone. I think Stu Stone was interesting in the stuff he did because I think he's the one who did the that documentary Jack of All Trades. Yeah, I think he did that one. But here's the thing: I don't really consider him a card guy. I think he had his moment, and then he was able to do his documentary, and he like it became more of like a him and his dad thing.
It was business and family, not really cards, because cards really were the background. It was sort of how the family moved forward, how the business moved forward. And how he sold it for, a case of, French, whatever, 91, whatever it was. And that, that's the background. And then they start burning cards at the end in the park there or something like that. It's like, we're coming for full circle, but there was no full circle. It was kind of half a circle. The cards weren't even the main story. It was like you said, the family.
Yeah, it became more of a family story. Which, like I said, nothing wrong with it. It was a decent documentary movie for what it was.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like
it's local for me, so I've been there many times.
Yeah.
So.
I think including some of that family angle made it more compelling than if he had tried to just make a car documentary. It wouldn't have been very boring. Yeah, it would have been very interesting. Like there's not that much to it.
But his dad was really weird, man.
That's what I think brought the intrigue. That honestly made it more interesting.
And then he met his dad, and it was like his dad didn't show any. I wish you well, but.
Yeah, well, it's been a lot of years. I'm sure he's gotten over it. He's like, yeah, but whatever. It means a lot to you. Sorry, kid. See,
yeah, exactly.
Like, not a big deal. For me, it was a Thursday. For me, it was a Thursday. Need Brad to find out what it takes to get these special PSA. Yep. I'm guessing most contract creators actually reverse. I think there's a pretty good proportion that would be. I think most would fall into it. Yeah. But that's why I made the point. You can you can develop certain aspects of it. So the whole introvert extrovert thing is like where your energy level comes from. Where are you more
Where's your
introvert?
natural
Yeah, like
predisposition
if
to that? Yeah.
I don't want to go into big crowds. I don't want to like do like a big thing. When I did the expo thing, some people recognized me, recognized my voice and whatever. But I was kind of holding court in the food court. I was just chilling. I wasn't running out there going, "Hey, I'm Carlos. Hey, everybody." No, that's
Court
not.
in the food court. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
like I just was sitting in my chair, chilling out. We were having a chat and whatever. And if
Guys
people
coming
came by
over.
and
They
chatted,
know
like
us.
yeah, I'm accessible in the sense that you can come by and say, "Hey, no problem. Let's have a chat."
I think I spoke more in the food court than anybody else.
Yeah, seems about right.
And I'm the introvert. I am an introvert, actually.
Yeah.
Because you can leave me in a room, work on the book, quiet, 3 days. I don't care.
Yeah, most of the time I'd rather just do my thing. But when it's like I
Yeah.
said, when it's the venue, it's like that's the venue. We're doing it.
But
Let's go.
then we're in the hobby mode. Then it's
Yeah.
a different story. When I'm out there at the shows, like, phew, man.
Yeah. So here's a good question for you, Bobby. So what keeps you watching any hobby content that you do when most stuff isn't covered in your wheelhouse? What interests you in hobby content?
Well, it's trying to stay relevant, I guess, more than anything else. You don't want to be that old guy, even though I'm 57. So, I feel like I'm 20 in my head. I know the move. I know the move of the hobby has changed a lot, and I just want to follow it and be informed to a certain degree. I don't have to know every player, don't have to know all these things, but at least I know where the hobby is going, and it gives me a lot of relevance to what I'm doing right now. So I'm doing vintage, but I'm not too far off that you can't speak, LaMelo Ball to me or whatever. At least I can sort of follow into, I can get it. And I don't want to be out of the get it. I just want to be sort of in the game sort of thing, but not a main player. Vintage, I'm the main player. Modern and what's going on in the hobby and all these different things in the business aspect, sure, because I've been doing business in the hobby for 25 years. So I'm just going to stay as current as I can, as much as I can. I might not know everybody's name, and may not know every aspect of the card ladder or whatever, StockX or whatever. I just want to be in the know. That's all, and that just keeps me relevant to a certain degree.
Sounds good. I don't think Carlos supposed to be a bunch of memes. Yeah, I'm not interested in doing too much of that. But if it's the case, he has Eric
You
and
did a
the website
couple.
Magnetics. That is pretty meme worthy. Go ahead, Eric. You wanted to say something?
I was just gonna say that's one of the reasons I spend time in Clubhouse, and even just have it on in the background when I'm not participating in it. There's a lot of but you hear people talking about modern day stuff that they're working on, things that are going on in the hobby. You get some inside dirt. You get to listen to some real insiders and people that are in working for Upper Deck, like Billy. That's where I met him. Chris and Christina. That's where I met them. Even our favorite president of the Leaf Corporation. That's where I met him. Carvin. I get these people.
Brian Gray in the gray area.
Oh yeah, he's in there all the time. So,
are you suggesting he likes to talk? I'm going to boldly suggest he's an extrovert.
Yes.
I'm going to out him as one.
I think he's beyond that.
I know, but I'm saying I'm going to out him as an extrovert. We talked about people that can play the role in the right venues. Brian Gray, what's the technical term? Doesn't ever shut up.
He can talk.
Yeah.
And he knows it too. He
no, but I mean, like he's by himself. So. He's literally he'll be at home by himself and just talking. Right. And I'm like, when I'm home by myself, it's silent.
I think he might be onto something.
He's definitely a different person. He's kind of fascistic. I think he's very.
Yeah, that's fair.
But just
you got that one. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay. But just to finish my point, I agree
Carlos.
with
I think I got it right. Did I get that right?
You're close. You're in the right ballpark. I think you're in the area. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying. I mean, I'm kind of like Bobby. I stay in my lane. I know what I like. I enjoy listening and studying and learning more about what I like. But I also think it's important that I pay attention to what else is going on. Especially
I think
now
you see those guys at the show a lot, where they come in, they only know what they know, and they just kind of. You talk anything else beyond that, they're just lost. They have the eyes roll back in the head, and they just go. There's no sense talking to them. So at least you can, talk with everyone. Doesn't matter. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like you just know what's hot. You know, I've learned so much in the last year about different products and different companies and you know, just what players and which sports are popular right now. And that's just by listening, not talking, because you don't learn anything when you talk. So there's times I just sit there and just listen and hear about, you know, this Wander guy playing baseball, and it's like, okay, he's the hot thing right now. You know, Mike Trout cards going through the roof, you know, a year ago. You know, I mean, all this stuff that if I just focused on vintage hockey, I wouldn't know any of that stuff. You know, so I think so. You're right.
Good.
We have to pay attention to what else is going on, at least in the background.
Keeps you somewhat well-rounded, I guess. You can't say well-rounded, but I guess, you know, semicircle.
Sure.
Semicircle. There you go. All right. So I think we covered this a little bit. It's basically the website. You have to think about it. And it's kind of covered here as well. The website is basically a repository of a lot of the information. It's a compilation of new information. It's an extension of the information. There's articles as well. So it's
no, there's no articles.
You went away from the article piece?
Well, the reason is every write-up is an article now.
Sure.
So I said, rather than fixing up all the articles and putting them in there, the write-ups are all articles. Like they're all 4 paragraphs minimum.
Okay. So you're putting it, you know, set by set, focus in that specific
set by set. Yeah, it's broken down to every degree, and you can search every little aspect you want of the. Like it is so detailed. It's probably more detailed than I even want it to be. It's just stuff I wouldn't even use, but it's there, and that's the best part of Andy is what he's done. He's really done it. But I simplified it. I said, Andy, we need to do, you know. So now you can go in, you can pick the decade. Mm-hmm. And then you can pick all cards, all merchandise, or all food issue, or and you can just
extensive filtering and tagging.
Click, and bang, and you can get everything you want. And then you want to get into the player search. Then you're into a little more technical side of things where you have to, you know, looking for all Boston Bruins or, you know, whatever that Eric would search, but he'll never get in anyways. But anyways, you know, it'll get to that point. And it is that detailed. It's actually detailed to the finest degree. And I've minimalized it because Andy's so far detailed, and I thought I was detailed. He's so much further than I am, but I have the rational sense of we got to lessen the clicks. We have to make it a little more simple. And he did this change up, and it was like, wow, okay, nice. So I can go click, and I can get all the 50s, and they'll all come up, and all the food issue or everything, or just the card issues. It's so easy, so simple, and it's nice.
That's good. So, Eric, I don't want to ruin Eric's. Eric will tell you about the PSA set registry he's got going later. We'll get to that later. Shh. Yeah, so that's back from the CFL campaign. We got the bigger balls. Then they eventually went back to the same size ball. It kind of wrecked the whole thing. So we talked about
we deflate ours here in New England.
Correct. CFL collectors are hardcore super niche. They very much are super niche, but they are passionate about it. I wouldn't go quite that far, Bob. What I would say is that I don't like excessive meetings. I'm not the big meeting guy, but I'm forced into a lot of meetings. So it's one of those things where it's like, look, if there's something for me to say, great. Otherwise, I put my thing on mute.
What's your participation in meetings? I would ask.
99% of the time, nothing, because it's not required. We get invited to meetings we have no reason to be in, and it's like expected that you show up. So it's like, guys, if you actually need me for this, if there's a reason for me,
it's a meeting to have a meeting.
Whenever I run a meeting, you can tell because we'll schedule for half an hour and we're done in 10 minutes. Yeah. Because it's like, no, let's get to the point. Let's get to the heart of the matter. If you have a decision to make, let's get to the decision. I don't actually want to use 30 minutes, but they book a meeting and it takes 35 minutes on a 30-minute meeting. It's like, come on, man. And we didn't accomplish anything.
Get their say in, right?
And we didn't accomplish anything. Everybody got a chance to take their turn. I'm just sitting there like,
irrelevant information. Yeah, exactly.
There's no point in me listening.
Everybody wants that sense of participation that they said something and they didn't really say nothing.
Yeah. It's when it comes to meetings like that, and you can quickly tell the difference. Very quickly, you can tell the direction that it's going. Certain folks are really good at setting an agenda where we have a purpose. There's a reason we're here. I like meetings that progress, that move the ball forward. I don't mind those. Those are actually good because then, okay, there's something we actually need to know. I need you to explain me what you're thinking about this. Let's talk through it.
That's like what we're doing here.
Yeah.
We're just furthering the discussions to different levels.
Yeah. And then once that piece of the conversation is done, we move on. We don't need to linger on it. We don't need to stick. Let's move on to the next thing. Get to the next. Those ones actually help me in my job, what I need to do. The ones that are literally wasting my time is like, look, if I wanted to socialize, then I could set time to socialize. I don't actually want to sit here and socialize. I don't like small talk. I don't enjoy it. It's like, leave me alone, please.
I like small talk when I'm talking to friends. I don't want small talk at work.
No, not at work. Not corporately mandated small talk. No, thank you, sir. Burning cars because Kurt Bernhard's burned his family. Full circle. Yep. Yep, that's right. Here. Interesting to keep up with the modern hobby stuff. You don't necessarily collect it. Yep. Yeah. Press the red button. That's right. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're close, Bob. You're close. So that's for Brian Gray.
Yes.
Yeah, so good old MJF. So what I would say is, I know the promo you're talking about. I wouldn't call it the greatest wrestling promo. What MJF did, so for those who are not familiar, I'll be quick. MJF is basically an asshole, and the whole gimmick and the whole point of the last promo was to set up the next match he's going to have, and basically it draws on elements of reality, because the guy himself was a professional wrestling fan, and the guy is feuding with his CM Punk, and when he was like 11 or 12 years old, he actually was at a meet and greet with CM Punk and took a picture with him. That's a real picture that exists in the world. And obviously they incorporated it into the storyline because CM Punk is older than he is. So it's like, you were a fan of mine originally, and now you think you're better than me and blah, 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 and this whole thing. It's just back and forth. So what MJF did is, for the most recent promo, he went in and kind of laid in aspects of like his life, because anybody who's familiar with his background, there were elements of it that were true. Apparently he had a learning disability early on in his childhood that he eventually worked through and was able to get through it. He had an issue and he worked around it and worked through it. And there was a lot, and he had some issues with anti-Semitism at school where he was bullied specifically for being Jewish, because the guy's Jewish. So there is elements of truth in that. It was incorporated into the promo as being kind of a thing because he was a lifelong professional wrestling fan. And CM Punk left in 2014 to WWE because of the issues he had. And he was basically representing a segment of fans who were disappointed that he left at that time, because he was their hero at that time. So it's one of those things, because MJF is still in his like mid-20s. He's still a very young guy in the overall scheme of things. So at the time that CM Punk left, that's already like 8 years ago. So he would have still been in his late teens, mid-teens at that point still. So it was incorporated into it. So it creates this uncertainty in what normally is a very clean-cut good guy, bad guy, where it's like, all right, we're feuding in this whole thing, but I'm like this in part because of you leaving and because of all this. So I decided to turn it around, and I want it to be better than you. And it plays into the story. This is the whole story part. So then it becomes, okay, so what happens next? After that, is CM Punk actually the bad guy, so to speak, even though he was kind of the good guy walking into it? How do they then play that into the match? Does it alter anything related to that? So I think it was a very good promo, because a promo creates a sense of uncertainty. It was obvious leading into it where likely we were going to head. Yeah. Now there's a little bit of uncertainty into it, and that's all you're looking for. It's still a predetermined outcome. They still have figured out what's going to happen next.
Everybody loves controversies. So.
Yeah, but you have to create an air of doubt. It can't be like, oh yeah, for sure this guy's winning. You got to put a little bit. It's like, well, actually, you could find a way now that this other guy could win for this reason and this reason.
If you ever watch Survivor, you can tell that they show you the clips that you want to think that this person's going to get voted out, and it never is. It's always the other way around.
You must
is that SEMA you opened?
No. I don't even think they make that anymore.
Are you sure you didn't like bury some in the backyard in case of emergency? Crack out the emergency SEMA?
Yeah.
Show the can. DP. Okay, good enough.
There you go.
My favorite.
Yeah, but bottom line is I think he did a very good job inserting a little bit of mystery to what normally would be a clean cut. Cut and dry. This is the result we're going to get. So at least it left people wondering, oh well, would they extend the feud and go another step after that? Because you could, if you wanted to, or does it end at the upcoming show? And the upcoming show is going to have a lot of interesting stuff on there. If you wanted to push it forward, you could, or you could end it there where everybody expects it'll end and move on. So we'll see. But he did a very good job. He added a little bit of suspension of disbelief, incorporated reality elements into it, his real childhood pieces in there to add a little authenticity to it, and he did a very good job delivering it. And that's what a good wrestling promo is. He delivered it.
I'm pretty sure someone will soon get hit by a chair.
Probably.
I'm
But
just
here's the
guessing.
thing. You could play that into, yes, I did tell you the truth to get you to let your guard down so that then I can hit you with the chair.
Yeah.
What's
Someone's
this
going to get
comment?
hit by a chair
What's
sooner or
with
later.
this comment here? Hey,
He's asking about stalkers. Like, Marcel Dion has a stalker.
yes.
But no, I didn't have that issue.
No.
For the most part, YouTube, you're not going to have that issue for the most part. It wasn't an issue.
Did I miss something?
We're
What
not
issue?
that big, okay?
Yeah, like we're not quite at
And
that.
even if you are that big, like, what are you gonna hang out and talk to somebody about for so long?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, look, I'm sure
I talked
there's
to Jeremy for like 2 minutes.
yeah, I'm sure there's some Jeff Wilson fanboys that would follow him around, or hate on him and just follow him around to do that. Like that could be a thing. Actually, this reminds me of an interesting little side topic that I'm going to bring up. Now that you bring that up, it's actually a good one. But Victor makes an excellent point. Smashing the like button is a good idea, and it's free.
Oh,
Facts.
yes.
Facts. Gotta give you 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. There you go, Josh. Truce. You'll need to make all the Bruins info free. Bruins info is always free. The meeting to make plans for next meeting. Discuss the last meeting. Yes. No. Here's the thing. That's supposed to be a joke. I have literally been in a meeting where they wanted to do preparation to determine when the next meeting should happen, and I was just sitting there like,
You're getting paid. Whatever.
yeah. Well, that's a meeting where I take it from since I've got wireless headphones. That's a meeting I take from my bed. I'm literally just gonna lay in the bed. Yeah, great.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay.
Great idea. Good job, guys. Fantastic. Good work.
Sounds good.
Yikes. I would say yes, Bob. If you get a chance, check it out. I think he delivered it very well. So, like I said, if you enjoy a good wrestling promo, he took a different angle on it, and I think he did a good job delivering it. He was able to get the crowd, because the crowd is obviously very much against him. He's the bad guy in the story.
Yeah.
But he was able to get some of the crowd to at least kind of like, okay, kind of go in between. They suddenly stopped booing as voraciously and like slowed down a little bit. And like, wait, what? What is he saying? Okay.
Everybody loves the protagonist, though.
But that's the thing, though. If you're doing a good job, you want to create that question. People are like, so I think they played it off very well for what it is. It adds a layer of intrigue leading into the match. And that's really all you're trying to do. Just make it interesting for everybody. Yeah, and he sang the Rosie O'Donnell show at age 5. Yeah, so that was MJF as well. He was on the Rosie O'Donnell show. That was the other thing.
Wow.
Yeah. Wrestling's predetermined. Facts, I'm afraid. They buried the Zuma in the dump next to the ET cartridges. Well played.
Oh, the ET cartridge. I remember when they did that dig up. They did find them, though.
They did find them, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the city actually did like an auction, and they sold off some of that stuff as memorabilia.
Yeah, it was kind of beat up, whatever. Yeah, dirty.
Whatever works, my man. Whatever works.
Hey,
Yeah, I would agree it's worth seeking out. Yep. Zima was back in 2017 and 2018.
Too bad.
Eric.
Still in the pan.
Hop on.
That's too bad.
Origato.
Oh, gross.
Mr. Roboto.
Mr. Roboto.
All right. MJF says
Thank
CM
you
Punk.
for finishing it up.
I do what I can. Bobby. MJF saying CM Punk made him how he is. Yeah. Effectively, he basically alluded to that, but I think he delivered it in a good way. That's what I'm saying. Like, check it out for yourself. Do it on your
Even
time.
I'm curious now.
Yeah, like just check it out. I think he did a good job trying. I think he did a good job trying to, like I said, trying to make it interesting, because otherwise it'd be kind of formulaic. It would be a little too straightforward, because they're having what's called a dog collar match, which means they're gonna basically hit each other with a whole bunch of stuff, including chairs, probably anyway. So it was gonna be a violent match no matter what. People were gonna get the result they were looking for. But adding any intrigue you can to it is good. It adds a little extra. That show is gonna be stacked though. Even my buddy who like enjoys it and everything, he's like, I might actually order that pay-per-view. He's like, ooh, they're gonna get money out of you. You're a cheap bastard. They must be doing a good job promoting the show then.
Eric, go get some opinions at Clubhouse from that, and we'll figure it out. That's how
Facts.
we disseminate.
There's some people that like wrestling in there and talk about it.
I know. Oh yeah.
Yeah. I like how the Sports Card Radio plays the heels and calls them our hobby heroes. Yep, absolutely. It's one of those things that's always kind of a little bit interesting. It's kind of a little bit interesting. Eric, even if you like modern wrestling, same with CM Punk, MJF, and Bryan Danielson are worth watching. They've done a good job. I got to watch the CM promo the week before, the MJF one, to get the full perspective. I think that's good. It does give a good context. That's a fact. Outside of those three, your mileage may vary. Yeah, I would say those guys are very good at their craft. Very good at their craft. So let me see here. Yep.
CM Punk looks too skinny and small to be a wrestler.
He's
Well,
wiry, as we call
And
him.
he's older now. He's got gray hair and he looks like bone thin. You got these guys with all the muscles and no neck, and then he's standing next to him and looks like he came out of the audience.
Well, it's funny because that's always been kind of a critique. That was a critique when he was in his prime, because he's a little bit of a wiry guy. That's kind of his thing. But it's funny because the big, if we, UFC is cage fighting, it's real fighting. The big overly muscular guys don't actually do that well. They actually do very poorly. You're better off being the wiry guy. John Bones Jones is a very good fighter, but he's a lot more wiry. That he's not like super jacked. He's very wiry, but he's very effective at what he does. And
yeah, but that's real.
But
yeah,
ironically, Eric, you're saying the lack of reality is like the reality is the wiry guy is better set up to fight.
You know, the guys who win the arm wrestles all the times are the leaner guys, not the big guys. Like the big bully guys like that, and they get into those arm wrestles, man, those lean trim guys are just like banging it. It's like, wow. You gotta watch.
I haven't watched an arm wrestling match for a long time since like the last one.
Over the top with the
No. But like a decade ago, I watched one where a guy broke his arm.
Oh, really?
And I'm like, I'm never watching this again.
Yeah, well, it would be a little.
It was horrible. It was horrible. I just didn't know
I've
that
never
was
seen
even
anybody
possible.
break their arm on that.
Go
Oh,
on
you
YouTube,
definitely
I'm sure it's
could.
there.
Yeah, if somebody went hard enough on it, you definitely
They're
could.
just pushing, and the guy's arm snapped.
It's just and it
I
could
don't
also
ever
be
want
it could also
that
be
again.
that it could also be that the bone has been worn from has been damaged already, because sometimes that's what happens. It's not like, oh, was it that one specific hit that did it? No, it was an amalgamation of other hits,
Sure.
and that was the one that finally broke it.
Well, it's
Like it was
Conor
already kind of
McGregor, right,
cracked.
with his leg.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like that kick in and of itself would not have done it if there wasn't already some damage. There's a good chance there was already some damage leading into it, and that was the straw that broke it. Just that was the end. It couldn't take one more shot like that.
Timings, everything, yeah.
Yeah, the big guys in real fighting have no stamina. It costs a lot of energy to carry the bulky muscle. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Because they're just blowing out on the citric acid. It's just like filling their muscles and just wearing them down. Yeah.
So I would disagree with this with hockey. I think that a good card still draws without any issue. I think there is a little bit too much MMA available. I think UFC really pushed it to make up too many cards to meet their ESPN obligations. But I think when they book a proper card, it's like anything else. If you're doing an event and you get quality matchups with quality opponents facing each other, the audience will still show up. They'll come live, and they'll order the pay-per-view. But you gotta provide them with a quality card. If you don't provide it to them,
Yeah, thanks, Hockey 99, for making me hungry for ham and eggs.
CM Punk, rookie, TNA, WWE, UFC, AEW. Ooh, the old rookie card question. So for me, CM Punk does have a TNA card. They actually did make cards for that promotion. I would say yes, only because, and this is where I said wrestling, I don't even want to bother most of the time with the rookie card thing. It's too complicated. I like a character. If you're showing me the person as the character they are, named as the character they are, and they're most prominent for, I'm actually pretty comfortable with that. Because to me, that's what they are. If Hulk Hogan is Hulk Hogan, the 82 Wrestling All-Stars is fine. But that's before WWF. That's years before he actually became big in WWF. But he's named Hulk Hogan on it. It says explicitly Hulk Hogan. Do you get what I'm saying? So that is the character he's known for. So for me, that makes sense. So the TNA CM Punk one makes sense. I know he's got the WWE. I know he's got a UFC. And I know he's going to have an AEW as well. But it's the TNA.
In the UFC?
Yep.
Like he's a real fighter.
He tried his hand at real fighting, yes.
And it
He
didn't
didn't
go
win.
well?
No.
Did he go by CM Punk or did he go by his real name?
CM Punk.
Okay, I didn't
He
know.
even won with his wrestling theme song.
And he fought in the UFC in a cage match, for real.
Yeah, like two or three matches, yeah.
He lost all three?
Yes.
Badly?
One of them definitely. The other ones, he hung in there, but he was already in his late 30s. You can't start in your late 30s And like he had some martial arts background, but you can't start in your late 30s and be. What happened is he was still a really big name. He came off WB at that point. He wanted to do something else. He was just training for MMA. But Dana White saw dollar signs. He goes, "Would you take $1 million to do a fight?" And he's like, "Yes."
Hey, yeah, I'll do it right now for $1 million.
Yeah. So they tried to put him against guys that were less experienced, but the reality is he was also inexperienced in the octagon in real cage fighting. It was too late. He's not a Brock Lesnar. He's not like a physical freak who could do almost anything. But when Brock Lesnar decided to do MMA, Brock Lesnar trained like hell. Like he trained at an elite level with elite level folks. And he's also a freak. Like he's a true freak. CM Punk would have been perfectly capable of if he had started in his early 20s, like training specifically for that. He had some martial arts background, sure. But you can't really like legitimately start trying to train MMA in your 30s. There's no way. And try to be any good at it because the UFC is the top level. If you go to like a second tier promotion and fight some guys on there, sure. But if you're going at the top level, it's not going to happen. Too many events and fighters now for people to follow somebody who's like, yeah, I agree with that. There's Name's comment of the night.
Okay.
Having big bulky muscles is a problem too. Yeah. We get a lot of that from the YouTube, from the YouTube videos.
Yeah, he said he wouldn't be able to come on tonight because he has to finish working out with his shake weight.
I think that's a valid excuse. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
He's training for his MMA debut.
Yep, and he's, I guess the shake weight is where he gets all his muscles from.
Fair. And good callback by you. Well
Thank
played.
you. Thank you.
CM Punk has a 2014 A card. Yeah, I would consider that. If you want to call it, again, wrestling is weird. If you want to call it as rookie, though, the 2014 A card, probably, yeah. Yeah, TNA card is having a dog Carl match as well. Yeah. Oh, that's true. Yeah. I think in the picture. That's right. So here you go, Will. Yeah, don't know exactly what you're talking about, but I've been there. Such a waste of time. Yeah, that Will is a reference to me talking about some dumb meetings I had at work not too long ago, recently. Why did Upper Deck release another AEW preview card this week when the product's been out for a month? The AEW preview cards are for the new guys. It's for the e-pack. So you can release it for any new person coming in. He responded for you, man. He got you. I'm getting to it in a second. So let's see here. What do you think will happen this weekend with the talks? They're close. I think they have to get the games in. It's too important. The problem is I don't trust the owners to get it. Just I keep thinking they're going to stubbornly hold on to something dumb. Like I feel like they would. I feel like they really would. But anyway, whatever. So here's what Eric is having a good time about. The shake weight is an underrated exercise for your stabilizer muscles. Did you know?
Oh God.
Did you know, Eric?
I do now.
As you should. As you should.
Oh, he kills me.
So no, Bob, it is not Danhausen. If it was Danhausen, I would let y'all know. Y'all got to know Danhausen's coming because it's important. I believe it's Keith Lee. I think Keith Lee is the one they're doing for the AEW card. There's a conspiracy theory that Cody Rhodes jumping to WWE is a work, aka Brian Pillman 96. Anything's possible. You never know. It's hard to say. Until he's signed to somebody and we get the more definitive answer, we'll find out. What is they good for? Yep. So you missed out. Eric was enjoying the shake weight reference. So name apparently is training with a shake weight, and name confirms that a shake weight is an underrated exercise for your stabilizer muscles.
Perfect.
It's critically important. So okay, so let me kind of allude to this a little bit sideways. So let me pose
Put that out of the string. Anyways.
Yeah, without a doubt. So let me kind of pose a little bit of a question. I don't remember the full amount because now it's a bunch of comments ago, but I think more or less it went down this way because I think I was thinking about the Jeff Wilson. Oh, I remember what it was. It was the Jeff Wilson thing. The potential groupies or hate that Jeff Wilson gets. One of the podcasts that I listened to is a sports card therapist. Now he's an interesting dude. Like I'll listen to it. It's all right. It's good for background stuff. It's okay. On his last episode, his most recent episode today, I believe, he was talking about that he was going to bring on Jeff Wilson. And here's what's interesting. Apparently, he reached out, did a social media post to say, like, is there any questions you'd like me to ask Jeff Wilson, whatever. And he received a bunch of, hate, of course. It's Jeff Wilson, it is what it is. And he got a bunch of feedback to that effect and whatever. But then he said he spoke to some people that he's friends with. And it eventually convinced him that it would be best for him to cancel the interview.
Oh, really?
Yes. He decided not to do it. Now, he said he was going to ask like more, serious questions, including kind of his opinion on, why do you feel like, people are so polarizing? Why do some people really hate you? Blah, blah, blah. Now,
well, with success comes haters, right? So
yes,
you're successful when you do have haters. So
yes. But here's the thing. I think it would have still been an interesting interview because if you want to take that tact on it, that's kind of an interesting angle on it. Now, I believe it's strictly my conjecture. I believe I know which individuals talked him out of it. Now, it might be individuals that he has a long-standing feud with. I won't go any further than that.
please name them.
You know exactly what I'm talking about. And you know what? Let's just be clear about this. Okay, full disclosure. And Eric, you can refrain if you want, but let's do full disclosure because I don't mind. Because I'm going to stick to what's in the public domain.
Okay.
I'm going to stick to what's in the public domain. I'm not escaping. I'm not leaving the public domain. It's on social media.
Yep.
If it's on social media, I'm not leaving it.
Fair enough.
We're gonna keep it there.
It's free. It's open.
Yeah. So, full disclosure.
Full disclosure.
I'm subscribed to the card ladder thing because it's useful for my purposes. I don't bombard you guys with charts and anything because I don't feel like that's necessary. That's not the kind of channel I'm doing. It's not required. Why bother? So it's not needed for what I do. I will occasionally show from here and there when it's appropriate, when it's a specific question, and it's appropriate. But why not? Sure.
Fair.
But and I like the card ladder folks as a whole. I've had Chris on a bunch of times. I've had Josh on, and Christina was in the chat. Like I like the folks in general. But one of the things that I noticed, and it's like it's on the crossover, and it's on their social media posts. So it's like I'm not telling you anything you can't figure out on your own. They've taken to being a lot more overt with their pot shots at market movers and their competitors. It's like subtle like a sledgehammer to the face, guys. Like there's no subtle. Yeah, it's very subtle. They've always taken pot shots at each other. There is bad blood between them. That's why I say I'm going to stick to what's in the public domain. There are things outside of that I do know a little bit of the background in between. But let's stick to public domain. Public domain only. There's clearly bad blood. And what they've decided to do is they're now under the collector's umbrella. So they're secure. Like they've got their stuff. It's done. They're under that umbrella. They can do their thing. They can do the crossover show. They can do the YouTube channel. All good, all cool. Great. But here's the thing. The reality of it is that they've taken to little light pot shots here and there to being like just literally poking the bear at that. And Jeff hasn't taken the bait. And let's be clear about this. Jeff Wilson's a businessman. He doesn't need to know a damn thing about cards. That's not his job, really. His job really is to sell market movers as a tool. It's one of his businesses in the hobby. He is an investor in Tim's. We invite Tim on here. He's a good buddy of the podcast and everything. So we know we've got a lot of mutual friends on both sides of that thing. That's why I say, I'm not going to pick sides on it because I don't need to.
And Tim loves, Dasman.
True. Facts. Tim is good friends
Not
with Dabs.
love. I mean,
Channel favorite Dabs.
Oh no. He thinks he's a hell of a guy.
Yeah. Good old Dabs.
A hell of a guy.
And I've never met him. I have no idea.
Hell of a guy. You got it.
So that's why I say that
hell of a guy.
So that's why I say his relationships in the hobby are a little complicated that way. You can't just take pot shots at everybody. I do sometimes, but I do it in my way. And it's and if you read between the lines, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But I'm also not overtly like bashing somebody over the head over and over again. There's no
Unless
point.
It's Trout or
yeah. Well,
Brady
deserved.
Yeah.
They're trash.
Okay.
Deserved. They're trash. Oh. But the point is that outside of that, there's no reason. Like it's not required. However, what's become very amusing to me is that now that they're under the collector's umbrella, I'm almost thinking like I'm wondering what Nat Turner's thinking. But it's like, look, I gotta talk to the guy sometimes. Could you stop making my life harder?
Yeah, they have to have a little bit of more reserved conversation because they are under that.
Yes,
that
it's different when you're operating on your own and it's your business and it's you just doing your own thing. All right, whatever. Do a whole campaign. Do a whole campaign if you want. But now you're part of the collector's universe, the PSA umbrella, and all this. It's like, guys, do you realize that market movers and those guys, they do business with us too. Mm-hmm. They'll have Nat to come on and do interviews and stuff. It's like, you all realize that we have to play nice inside of the ring over here.
You have to have that sort of etiquette or the couth of business, savvy or whatever you want to call it, to keep things fair and equitable so everybody's happy and you don't kind of slam them too hard. You just little pokes here and there is fine, but you know, you got.
Well, ironically, they were more restrained when they weren't when they weren't already more secure. It was like
Really?
they were a lot more subtle with the pot shots earlier. Now all of a sudden it's like our competitors. It's like, really, guys, like. Now all of a sudden it's like, guys, there's only one other competitor in this space.
Power and corruption. That's how that works.
Yeah, so it was very, again, it's crossover and it's social media posts. Eric, am I speaking out of turn on this? Like, it's literally in the social media stories.
Come on.
Am I making something up?
Nope, you are correct.
Give us the Clubhouse.
The Clubhouse thing is a different thing. I'm sticking to social media explicitly. I'm sticking to stuff that was on the feed. It was on the feed. It was
one of my
there.
favorite TV shows of all time is Hogan's Heroes.
You know nothing.
That is correct.
I know nothing.
That is correct.
Yeah. But anyway, the bottom line is like, it's entertaining. Like, again, for me, for the content gods, like, we're entertained. We are amused. I'm not judging it. Again, I would be a glorious hypocrite if I was to judge the snark and the pot shots, because Lord knows I like to take me some pot shots.
There's enough.
But guys, let's put it this way. If the Fanatics Overlords come with a big bag of money, and all of a sudden I have to play nice with some of the folks I take pot shots at, I'd soften the edge on the pot shots a little bit. You got to know your time and your place.
Why would you want to hit it harder when you already got it secured?
Yeah, like that's what I mean. Like, at that point in time, does it not make sense for me as a businessman to be like,
yeah.
Maybe now's the time to, all right, I'll play nice. Like, now maybe it'd be a good time to play nice.
Yeah, I got go. So
there you go.
Whatever.
Yep. Okay, so real quick here. So they was enjoying that. Yeah, is that what we're calling it a stabilizer muscle? Yep. I'll get caught up with the comments here. According to South Park, the shake weight finishes and gives you a cooling cream. Yeah, there you go. Name can speak to that piece. Yeah, it was released on Monday. Wish it was a Danhausen card. Yep, I agree. Yeah, come on, guys. If you listen to the guy talk sports. Yeah, here's the thing. I don't care if Jeff Wilson's the biggest idiot in the hobby. You're entitled to have that argument, and you're entitled to have that point. If that's your point, that's fine. But I'm back to what I said earlier. Now, unfortunately, for better or worse, and this is my key point here, for better or worse, now you're part of the establishment. Jeff is also part of the establishment. So unfortunately, you got to go to the same dinner parties, whether you intend to or not. Like, I'm sorry, y'all are going to have to sit at the same table and at least pretend to be like, you're going to have
That's
to
what
pretend.
me and you did, Eric, remember?
Yep, and Jeff was nothing but nice to us when we talked to him.
Yeah, he was cordial, but not friendly.
Yeah.
Not overly friendly. I was overly friendly because I was asking him questions and he was actually answering. He wasn't.
Well, he was telling us about, the Gretzky card he just picked up. He was,
Well, I asked him, I said, did you pick up anything great at the show? And I said, was it a blue line Gretzky? And he goes, oh, I don't know about that. I'm going to have to look into that. I said, yeah, you better. Because it's the first or second or third or fourth print. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't buy into that legend.
What?
I don't buy into that legend.
Oh, because you haven't been on the site. That's right. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
See, that's a proper pot shot. That's how it's done. That's how it's done. Anyway,
a little innuendo kind of.
Yeah. So bottom line, though, is that overarching theme on this is two parts. Number one, you got to pick your spots a little bit better, especially if you're in a position where now you are entrenched inside of now, guess what? Now you're part of the corporate overlords. Not the Fanatics overlords, but you're part of the PSA collectors overlords. So, like, cool it. Like,
you don't need to do that.
Yeah, at this point you don't actually need to. You should feel beautifully secure. Like, you should feel like right now you guys are in a good position to do your thing. Just do your thing. One other key point.
The piss boy, right?
Yeah, one other key point though is I see a lot of the stories that they put on there. It's like, the battle for the amount of cards is over. It's like, no, it's not. You got to put more profiles on there. Stop being a slacker. There's a reason why you guys are getting more analysts, because you need to put more in the database. That this does not get you out of it. Having the price histories and all that is a great feature, but you're not done. Get your asses back to work.
No.
So here, Card Ladder has a lot of suck-ups. They do. SCI has suck-ups as well. Yes. And they're trying to get business opportunities from you. But guess what? That's business. That's business in general in the world. Card Ladder's running a business. It's no longer theirs. They're just small potatoes now. Yeah. They're a big piece of a bigger. They're a piece of a bigger overall whole.
They're just a wheel in the cog, I think, at this point now.
Which, by the way, it was strategically probably a good idea. Like honestly, you couldn't keep going the way you were going. You needed the resources, you needed
I
the
always said
access
that.
to the people, and all of it.
I
It's
always
a
said
good
that
thing.
they needed to hire like 40 people, like to really get where they need to be
Yeah,
eventually.
yeah. So it's like
And is
it
it
was a
even
good
worth
thing.
it
It
at
was a
that
good.
point?
The reason why I offered my congratulations directly to them when it was is because it was warranted. It was a good thing. They were going to burn themselves out trying to do it as
Oh
like
yeah,
a 3-person show. It would never, or 4-person show, or whatever it is.
it
It would
couldn't.
never have worked.
No.
But having these resources, being able to have additional analysts, people that can then split the work, then they can go focus on promoting the product and doing all these things, still working on it, but they can promote the product and it's good.
Yeah.
Like, so that allows you then to harness your ability. It's what we talked about the last time we had Tim on. At a certain point, you can't be the only point person doing all this stuff. At a certain point, you kind of have to leverage yourself out and split out the work. Otherwise, you run yourself into the ground. Nobody
I think,
has more
yeah,
time than 24 hours.
I think that's true. And Tim has to look at what he's going to do next, not just focus on this is what he wants to do. He has to really, once you reach that edge of that paradigm, you have to change the paradigm and move on. Maybe it's for the graded comic books.
Yeah.
Getting those things like
Sure.
that's the next obvious. I think he should do. Like I'm not telling him to do it. I'm just saying, hey, listen, you got to keep moving and grooving. You can't just keep the same old game going.
Yeah. I think any business like that, as a founder, your goal needs to be to get to a point where you can focus. If you want to keep running the business, you want to get to a point though where you can focus on your core competencies, whatever those are, whatever it is you're actually good at.
I think
You
he's
want to
already
have
there. I think he's at that point. He's at maintenance level right now.
Yeah, but you want to get to the point where like everything else can continue to scale up because you get people who are better at that than you, people who are better at shipping than you, people who are better at logistics than you are. Whatever your weaknesses are, you want them doing that, and then you want to keep doing what you're good at, so that
Yes.
you can keep being the best version of whatever it is you're going to be for this company.
And that's what Jeff helps him out with.
Yeah.
That's what Jeff's business knowledge comes into play, because there's things that Tim never considered or understood, nor would I have, in starting a business. And Jeff started many, and he knows exactly step A, step B, step C, and he's been a huge help, to Tim in those ways.
Yeah.
Oh, most certainly. And I think, I think Tim has a great thing, and I think we're all pulling for him because we all enjoy his product. We all think he's a nice guy, and it's great. But as a business person, you got to keep moving and grooving. And I think he's sitting back a little bit right now, but I think he needs to move forward. And like I asked him, clear and point, I said, "What's your next venture?" Well, I'm just gonna focus on going to these shows. And it's like, yeah, you can keep running the shows, but dude, you got to move on. You got to keep.
He's
going.
in Atlanta right now.
Yeah, for the Culture Collision, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Well, that's why I can talk about him without him worrying about looking at him.
Yeah.
There'll be memes later. Your floating head will be on a Slab Strong thing. It's coming.
And Bobby, don't speak for me, please. You said we all like Tim. He's got a great product. I hate him, and I think his product is stupid. So
Okay.
don't
So
speak for
everybody
me.
but Eric
Thank
likes
you.
Tim and thinks he has a great product. And we want to see people successful who are in earnest doing, what they can do, like what I do, like, you appreciate that, but definitely you have to move on. And like I did, I got away from books. Now I'm moving into a website, and we all have to move on to something else. Yeah.
Yep. So, real quick. So the bad blood. So I can only stick to what's in the public sphere. So the problem is that there's a lot of accusations back and forth behind the scenes. That's all I'll say. There's accusations back and forth behind the scenes. I have no way of knowing what is truth and what isn't. I know what I've heard and I know what has been discussed. The problem is, as a result of that, it's more than just a business rivalry. There's an underlying, because you don't get where you are without it being more than a business rivalry. Because if it's business rivalry, it is what it is.
I think that's the level of character that people carry.
Yeah, and that's the problem is like, it's not my story to tell.
No.
I know that there are people who believe different things.
Well, they tell it from what they say, right?
Yeah, and it's like you can only take them at their word. And I've heard a bunch of different things from folks that are closely associated to it. It's not my story to tell. That's tales out of school, and I can't do it.
Yeah,
I like hockey cards.
good
I've
enough.
heard this. This is a
Thanks
legend.
for the neutralization of the.
This is usually
on
what he does in Dave and Steve's. Usually when he's enjoying Dave's discussions about stuff and things, and chicken sandwiches, he's like, "I like hockey cards."
that. Yeah.
Just picture him saying it like that.
It just
Anyways.
levels off. It's like that calming word, safe word or something. I don't know.
It is. It is. It is. So I'll get through a couple of these comments. I'm a little bit more willing to say things, but like I said, we're sticking to stuff that's in the public sphere. If it's in the public sphere, as far as I'm concerned, it's fine. It's fair games. So Carletto guys taking shots at Jeff seems pretty petty. I would agree with that. And when someone Ziggy takes shots at them, they get very defensive. Yeah, but Ziggy's taking some kind of unfair shots. Again, we got to be fair about this. Ziggy does a lot more accusations than he should. I think he's taken a little bit of a breather on that in recent times. But for a while there, he was going right at it. And people like to do if you want to accuse somebody of something, you better make sure you have all your evidence in a row. You better make sure you have everything lined up because it's a lot. It's a stretch. The shots that they're taking at Jeff are very petty. Now, do they have their reasons for doing them? Yes, they do. Are they justifiable reasons? I can't answer that. That's not my place. But at this point in time, given that they're in a great spot, given that they've done very well, they've been very successful, I do believe it's unnecessary. I do believe it actually speaks, and there's a comment here kind of talking to it. It speaks to an immaturity. It does speak to an immaturity that I don't think they've portrayed themselves and put themselves in a position where now they get to speak at a lot of conferences and things as speakers and as representatives of the hobby and the company and all that. And once you're in that spot, I know you've got your axe to grind. I know you may have to grit your teeth, but you're going to have to grin and bear it and just deal with it.
Yeah, I like Ziggy. I think he's a good enough guy, but when you're freelancing stuff, as he does very well, he tends to get himself in a corner, and he moves. See, because once you start talking enough that you can't really back up what you're saying because you haven't really thought it through. And I think the thought process and going into, like you're talking about Christina, going to things, and they have to have specific intent of what they're going to say because the world is listening. You're in a public forum. You really have to watch what your P's and Q's. You're in a public forum, and here I can get away with a lot of stuff, but for what I do,
I think the way I would position it is this. The one important thing I would position is this. I think it's different when you're taking a shot that isn't precipitated by anything.
Oh,
just in the course of general conversation.
Yeah, you don't need to do that.
Yeah, just in the course of the character conversation.
Yeah.
If it's not there, you don't need to go there.
No.
It's one of those things. Like, if somebody tries to kind of get you into it, you can work your way around it. Like, there's comments in there that are going into that you can work around it. You can do that, but it's one of those things. It's not necessary. And if it's not necessary, then why don't you focus on what you're doing well? Why don't you focus on what's going on? There's a lot of good things happening right now for them.
Sure, in a professional manner, I get that. Here it's a little different. We're a little freelance. We can do fun. We can.
I saw it. I know.
Innuendo. We can have a little bit of fun here and get away with things and say, well, it wasn't what Beckett said in '90. No.
Yeah.
See, we can get away with stuff like that because we're just having fun and we're poking jokes. But in a public forum, in a business forum, it's a little more serious. And I think you should show a sense of decorum in that regard more than any other time. Because you want to be represented. Because anybody who downs somebody else in a public forum, I think, is looked down upon themselves, and I don't think it's a good venture for them going forward. Yeah. If you have no reason to take a pot shot, don't take it.
Yeah, but that's why I made a distinction between here. What do you think happens if I go and I take a pot shot at somebody and they get mad at me? What are they going to do? Not buy my product that I don't have? Yeah. Not pay me money to the web to this live stream and YouTube channel that you guys aren't paying for.
So it won't smash the like.
Yeah, like the only thing I can ask you to do is smash the like. That's it. That's and you don't get charged for that.
Subscribe.
The reality of it is though that if I'm in a business though, I said it in jest a million times, but if Fanatics was like, "Oh, Carlos, we'd like to sponsor your show," well, okay, now I got to be careful who I say what to about this, that, and the other thing. I got to be a little bit more cognizant. Does that mean I'm not going to say what's on my mind a good chunk of the time? No. But does it mean I'm going to pick my spots a little bit more carefully? Am I going to say exactly the same way that I would? No. You're going to have to think about when it's worth it to do that.
Yes.
You have something at stake. That's the important distinction here.
Well, I think in business, we all we walk in lockstep where we're just kind of going forward and we're carrying the business forward and what have you. These forums that we have or this thing that we do every week or anybody does, it's the place you can get away and say the different things that you really mean. And, you know, not in a serious sense, but at least in a fun sense that you can poke jokes at them, but it's kind of, we're getting away with it. But I mean, it's not totally serious. In a business forum, yeah. It's kind of serious.
Well, also say you got to pick your spots. Sometimes, here's the truth, and this is just a reality. Sometimes in real business, some people don't like each other, and yet they end up at the same meetings, and they have to say nice things about it. And we all kind of look at each other and just kind of laugh. It's like, I know what so-and-so said about so-and-so, literally, when the other one can't hear them. And it's like, they wouldn't be getting along this nicely if they actually said what they thought about each other in the same room. And that's just reality. And that's kind of Will's point here. And this is what say, like, look, Chris and Christina and Josh are still relatively young, but they're not kids anymore. I can't give them a total pass. They are old enough to know, like, hey, you know what, there's a time. And you were showing more restraint before. So why is it that now that you're in a better position, why are you doing the pot shots now?
Power and corruption. I'll tell you, it happens to people and they don't even realize it. Like managers at my wife's work, they're like, well, she knows better than they do. And they run with the power and they don't realize how corrupt they are in the sense, we're talking small time stuff. But I mean, just, you know, it gets to people. Oh, I'm the manager now. I can, you know, and they don't understand what that manager really means. It means to help your employees, make your employees work better for you. Not that you have power. It's like, hey, I can help people better here, and I can make everything run a little smoother.
Yeah.
But they look at it. Oh, I'm this now, and I'm going to be district manager, and then they're just on that job. They're just, you know, they don't really care about the job. They care about the position, and that's really where you have to watch for yourself, where you don't go too far.
Yeah. No, that's always a part of life. So. What I'll say about this one, hockey is, no, I get it. Like, look, I know the crossover audience is entertained by it. I know this. So I get it. So like in that space, they're very comfortable being a lot looser. But here's the thing, I've said it before on this live stream. They're a lot looser in the crossover than they would be if they were just doing an interview or something on somebody's channel. They'll say it and phrase it in a way they would not do it in that other venue. Yeah. Or maybe in a clubhouse or whatever the case may be. I can't speak to that. I don't check clubhouse. But in other venues, they will phrase it in a different way. We put them in an interview here. They won't take the shot. All of a sudden the restraint will come back. But in the crossover space, they feel very comfortable. But the thing is, the problem is you record it. We can play it back. We can hear it. And it's there. It's not like you're not doing a very good job hiding it if that's the intention. It's like it's not being hidden. People hear it live and then people hear it on replay. Pick your spots, man. I don't know what to tell you there. Aren't big sports fans either. Predominantly basketball, yeah. Jeff doesn't know. But what they know or don't know is not a reflection of the product. Does the product work for you? Does it serve its purpose? Do you like the product or not? I don't care if they don't know a damn thing about sports. Somebody who's never seen a sport before can still build a good product. Does it work? Does it?
I always gave them credit. I always said it was a heck of a lot of work, and I give them a lot of credit for it. Do I use it? No. Do I care about it? No. But I'll give them credit because I know the work involved is taxing. You know, it's a lot of heavy duty. Like I'm sure they were working 15, 16, 17 hours a day just getting it going, and probably even still. Yeah. Because they have to go through every little line. And that's tough, you know. Yeah.
It's a very labor intensive format that they came up with originally. So Baller says overly friendly, restraining or overly friendly. You never know. So Jeff is one of the recent clouds who think the hobby started in 2019. Yeah, no, I saw that. So I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about, Buzzy. I'm aware. So I'm gonna skip a couple of comments here because I know where you're coming from, but we're gonna leave those be. Sounding like the Beckett and Cruz publication, probably the early 90s. You never know. Might not be far off. Are the Shots Edition rookie card backed by facts and enjoyment of the shake weight? This is a valid question.
Yes, they are. They're backed by facts, and we have some video.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Yeah. So I'm going to skip this one, Will. I know where you're getting at, but we'll leave that be. The only hedge letter movie we need is Carlos, all the YouTuber gossip and clip a bun. Yeah. That's exactly what the hobby needs, more TMZ.
Well, you have the cult of Clubhouse too. So, I mean,
we do.
What did I say?
Just endless pot shots.
Clubhouse cult. I mean,
but Eric is pretty much delivering most of them. He goes, you know what grinds my gears? And everybody's like, oh man, Eric, not again with the grinds your gears.
Everything grinds his gears.
There's a lot of things that grind my gears.
I believe this.
But is Clubhouse a cult? Like really?
Oh, it's definitely a cult.
I could see an
a
argument.
Cult of personality is what it is.
Oh, it's something.
Wow.
An argument could be made.
I'm trying to decide if he stuck to the Living Color or if it was an indirect CM Punk reference.
Indirect CM Punk. Yeah.
There you go.
I don't know anything
Oh
about
yeah,
it.
yeah. Living
Yeah.
Color. Yeah.
I don't
Black
know
guys.
about that one. I was
Those
going
guys
within
were
Living
pretty
Color.
good.
Yeah, Living Color. So Living Color is a song, but CM Punk has been using that as the theme for years.
It's the band.
Yeah, he's been
Living Colour.
been using that as a theme for years. It's a good song. It's a good song.
Not too many black guys into rock and roll, I'll tell you.
Yeah, they did a good job though. I like the song. I thought
Oh, it was
good.
really
I
well
thought
done.
It was well done.
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree with this. Yeah, it's one of those things. Once you put in a position, that's the reason why I say I only pose the question. I'm wondering if maybe just the security just kind of like, okay, now the lips are loose. Now we'll see what we want. It's like, well, actually, ironically, it's the opposite. You actually are picking the wrong time. This is when you actually need to tighten it up a little bit. Because it's like, because Nat's the one who has to walk into meetings and discussions with a lot of these other folks. Like, you do realize I have to be in the same place as these guys. And when I shake their hand, I have to be able to not look over my shoulder and go, did they hear what these guys said? I don't want to have that conversation if I'm Nat. That's not fun.
No.
Good times for him. He doesn't want to do that. There hasn't been much hobby drama. There's always like under the surface, but you're right. Like general, I would agree with you. Can Eric do what grinds my gears in a Peter Griffin voice? Dare we even dream?
Try it.
Yeah. Are the car infos just trying to make people ignore cardboard? I'm sure there's some are.
Yeah.
I like card porn because it's good and bad, right? So you got to take
there's a
some
little
good
bit of
with
both.
the bad.
Yeah.
And
I
there's some
just
really good and then some bad.
I just can't. What drives me nuts about them
Is this what grinds your gears?
what grinds
Oh.
my gears regarding card porn is
Thank you.
what they'll all of a sudden put up something that says we're going to take a break for a while because of the negativity, and then 3 hours later they're back to posting.
Well, that's a
then
break,
they'll
3
say-
hours, right?
Yeah, and then they're going to say we're going to no longer focus on the negative, only positive stories. And then a day later, they're talking about how somebody went bankrupt or somebody stole something or somebody put the wrong card in somebody's slab. And it's like, you just told us you were taking time away and you weren't going to post for a while. Then you told us you weren't going to focus on negativity. These people got their heads up their arses.
Here's the thing, Eric, is that you know all that? Who the bitch now? You.
Wow. Speaking of pot shots now, Bobby Burrell going for it.
Great.
Wow.
Because that's the truth, because you're tuning in, dude.
Yeah.
You know the bad and the good, then you know it all, and you're following, and you're
Well,
suckered.
I think they've put out a lot of good stuff.
Sports Car Radio, same thing. Those
but,
guys, great information and a lot of crap.
Just yeah.
So,
well, I mean, sports
take it for what it is.
Sports
right?
Card Radio. I've stopped tuning into. Card porn. I still have the Instagram thing that pops up, and
But it's okay to listen to Sports Car Radio. There's nothing wrong with it. You take what it from. If you're an educated collector, you're going to take what's good out of that and what's
An
not.
educated collector. So after the 5 people, then who?
I
What did the rest of the populace do?
I don't know.
No. Listen, free speech.
It's entertainment.
Listen,
value. It's
I'm all
it
about
is.
free
Nothing
speech.
else is on.
I don't support the cancel culture. People should make their own choices. They made a racial comment. I didn't like it. I don't pay attention to them anymore.
Oh yeah. That. So I did talk about
Yeah,
that previously.
I missed that one.
And the thing, and like I said, it is telling they pulled it.
Yeah, they did.
There was
Yeah,
a realization. It's like,
And then the next video was a non-apology for it. They were standing by it.
oh yeah.
So I waited for the next one. The guy's out on the golf course and basically said, "Hey, he said it, I didn't. That's not my problem." Well, you're the same. You're under the same brand.
Yeah,
It's
you're
all
under the
your
same
problems.
account. You're under the same
Yeah.
account. Yeah.
So I'm like,
not my
well,
brother's keeper, right?
yeah, that kind of a thing. And it's like, you literally are brothers, I believe. And
They are. They're twins.
Twins,
you're under the same account. It's your business.
Certainly, there's no call for that, but it's
So-
I
So
still
listen.
check
I'm
them
not
out every once in
about.
a
I'm
while.
not about cancel culture. I think it's abhorrent. Usually, the cancel culture is worse than the original offense, in my opinion.
True enough, yeah.
I'm making a personal choice not to pay attention to them anymore.
That's fair. And the thing is, you have that luxury and ability.
The
The for better or worse, though, the proof is in the pudding, and Bobby's beautifully hit shot, notwithstanding. People do watch. The same people that complain about it endlessly are watching it. I laugh because sometimes it'll be like, I'm sitting there like, I'm not subscribed to Sports Car Radio, but I know they're around. But then I'll get a message. Oh, did you hear what they said? It's like, okay, fine. What did you say? I was like, because the only way I can say yes or no, yay or nay, good or bad or whatever. It's like, okay, so what? What? Okay, fine. That's dumb.
We have to form our own opinions of what we hear. You know, you can listen to them and yeah, okay, they did something bad. I didn't know that. Regardless of that, I go forward and just go, okay, what do they have to say? It comes up on my algorithm for some reason. I don't subscribe to them, but it comes up. I don't know why. And a lot of
it's the endless searches of hobby drama. It's like enter. Bobby, you don't only have to press enter once, just once.
I wouldn't even search that. I just
exclamation point.
It's what comes up, and it's really kind of weird because it's very random, random. Reaction videos all the time, but I mean, I get these odd little sticklers here, and I go, how did that come up?
Yeah, the algorithm.
What do they got to say? Okay, and it's better to know. What do they say about it? It's always better to know what people are saying bad opposed to people are saying good, because at least you know what's going on out there, and if you want to suppress people and put them down like racist people or whoever, if you put them down, it's good to have them out there letting them know, because then you know what they're saying and you know where they are. If you don't know where they are, then it's scary. Right?
It's an angle. Yeah. It's an angle.
Well, it's being observant to what's around you, because we have a whole ton of shit around us when we're talking about podcasts and what have you. So, listen to the ones you want. You can listen to, Joff. He's like, hey, do you ever listen to him? Do you?
I have not in a long time. I was starting, about a year ago, and you guys know
why
I got all into this. Why? Because I was looking for content, and I was watching everything. I was in bed for a month. I had nothing else to do.
Did you have a shake weight?
I couldn't have used it. I could barely move.
Oh, do you got one now?
Yeah.
These are the important questions that are being asked.
Name sent me one. He's sponsored. He's sponsored.
Well, as long as he's sponsored, that's important.
Yeah, God,
I hope all the videos have hashtag ad on them. Otherwise, we got some issues we got to talk about.
No, he's sponsored, so he had a couple extras he sent my way.
Interesting. The box is closed, right? Sealed.
Yeah.
It may have been used.
Well, there are additional questions that I actually don't want to ask. Moving on. So, because over there it's proper terminology. Proper breakers. Yep. The people. This is a situation where there are additional follow-up questions. I actually don't want to ask them. The people that don't want the positivity in the hobby are the ones that have had the most success in the hobby by getting in early. Yeah.
True enough.
People that feel that, and I'm with you. I appreciate the monorail reference also. A+. Yep. Carlos, Bobby, and Eric are my hobby heroes. Good to hear hockey. Crazy talk. You don't have to watch everything.
I hope that's sarcasm.
Oh, 100% sincere. I don't know what you're
talking about. At least we delve into different things that we, maybe that are sort of untouched.
Look, at least we will. In all seriousness, the reason why I like touching on those topics, as uncomfortable as they are, and as much as Eric was extremely uncomfortable during that entire segment, because he's like, what is he going to say? What's he going to say? What's he going to say? I'm going to say what I need to say. I feel it was a fair treatment. I make
your show, brother.
Yeah. But I also feel I'll stand behind it. I think it was a fair treatment. And Chris, Christina, and Josh, all three of y'all can come on and debate me on it. You put it in the public sphere, you put it in the public sphere.
I agree.
Stuff that's outside of the public sphere, no. That's your business. That's your story to tell. If you want to tell it, that's on you. I'm not going to
come on and debate it. Hey,
yeah,
it's right there.
But I'm not going to touch that. If it's private, it's private. But if you put it on social media posts, you put it on the crossover. It's like, well, you put it there.
It's not just
people watch the damn show.
Carlos,
it's not just an opinion piece. It's actually based on facts, right?
Yeah. So it's one of those things. My opinion stands by my original statement. Chicken
once sandwich you're in the position, porn. Yeah. Oh, I have a weird thing about seeing Honest Dave Archer screwing up. Oh, anyways.
Yeah, well, Dave's a different category of that. But the thing is that I think I stand by my original overall thesis. I genuinely believe that a lot of the issues, some legitimate without a question, in my opinion, that they have, now is no longer the time to air those. You may not move past it. You may not forgive. You may not want to. You may not want to. But you know what? Now's where you're going to have to bite your tongue.
What because right now do they have at this point?
Bobby,
isn't it all eliminated?
No,
Bobby
the issues are pre-existing. They're more personal.
Yeah.
That's why I alluded to there's
That's
more
what I
personal
mean, like-
underlying issues.
Like, why would you even have issues at this point? Because you've been bought out, you got everything probably that you wanted out of this thing. So why would you take it to any level beyond that? Like, be happy in your
No, but that's the reason.
Smaller,
My point was, it's not going to take away the issues you had previously, but it's not like you have to go and hug the man. It's
Why?
not like you need to go hang out with him. Hang out with him all. At this point, he's on his island. You're on your island over here.
and you're
Focus
on
on
a
what
bigger
you're doing.
island here.
Yeah, focus on what you're doing. Your
and
island
you
got
just
bigger.
you just sold. I didn't want to say bought out because that sounds like negative. You just sold your company that
Or got bought out.
wasn't even a year old.
Yeah.
For a good chunk of change to the most powerful company in the hobby.
What do you need to say after that?
I mean,
And you have a
say-
seat, and you have a
you
seat
char-
at the table to do your thing. You have
you
your own
Charlie
lane.
Sheen it, and you say winning
Tiger blood.
Tiger
Not-
Blood.
yeah, you,
Yeah.
you don't even sit at
That's
the kids'
what-
table anymore. You're at the adult table. So
Yeah.
like,
So
You should be
I-
planning the
enjoy the
victory
ride.
parade is what you should be doing.
Yes.
That's where your focus needs to be. You should be planning the victory parade and doing your thing. Focus on your area.
And
You're doing well.
they get to sleep now.
Correct.
yes,
They
Seems-
actually
it
know
seems
what
like a
sleep
win to me.
is like.
At that point, enjoy the success. Enjoy
Mm-hmm.
the success and have your fun and just go from there.
I'm just waiting until they buy me out. So
Valid. Notice some new sports car YouTuber.
unfortunately, be Beckett. Oh no.
Would you sell out to Beckett though if they cut a big enough check?
Yes,
Yeah, that's what it'd be like. Do you really care if it's a big enough check?
I don't care who it's from. Could be
Listen,
from Eric. I don't care. Forgive me.
there you go. I love it.
It's gone.
I've been
Listen.
trying to send you a check.
Yeah, but you need a
Yeah,
really
I'll
big
check it.
check though.
You
You
know.
need like a really big check though.
Yeah,
Like
what
you got to
would
make
be
it worth
worth?
a while.
What do you think?
Begging you to
Chris and
take my
Christine
money
got?
for a year.
What do you think Chris and Christine got for their? Well, I think it was
Lord
a combo,
knows.
a
I don't
combo
have a-
deal.
They have not even hinted.
No, they wouldn't. I bet
No,
they
no,
can't.
so I'm just
probably.
saying. I'm just telling.
But I
you,
think it's tied in with them.
But I
working there
need to
for
take a
some-
second.
Oh my god.
Oh,
I've
good
I've talked a lot. We've talked a lot about the Fanatics Overload.
Yeah, but how much is this check for?
Yeah, hold on.
Okay.
All right, Jeremy of the creepy photo. Listen, Jeremy, listen to me. I will look past
I
this
won't-
ridiculous thing. I
I'm
will
not
look
gonna
past
sleep
it.
tonight.
If you cut a big enough check, bro, you cut a big enough check, you can have the damn show. It'll be the only good show you've got Beckett related. I will sell out so hard if you cut a big enough check. I will even put this as the fucking logo if you pay enough money. I don't care.
Wow.
No one will watch the damn thing, but I will take that cash.
because I'm Jeremy.
Yes. Yes,
That's
it
it,
is.
Jeremy, that's it.
Yep. Mhm. I don't
I
care.
would sell out for probably about as much.
Yep. Listen,
I don't know what that money is.
At least
but-
you're
there
honest.
is a price, my friends. The $1 Million Man was right. There is a price. Now it's going to be a big old check. Like I'm going to need a real check, like a good one.
I got a partner, unfortunately, so I'm kind of
Yeah.
stuck in a.
And to be clear, if you do send a check, I will make sure it clears first.
Well, what's
We're not done
25
until the
years-
damn thing clears.
What's 25 years of research really worth?
These are questions.
Yeah,
But yeah. So real quick here, I'll make sure I got
40
it.
bucks, 50 bucks.
Oh, at least $50. At least $50. $50
Okay.
US at the minimum. Big Hobby YouTube, yeah, to attack the Big Hobby YouTube channels, yeah. Some of that is color chasing too, though. You do know if you put some of the big YouTube channels like in your thumbnail or in the title, it's to get clicks and get attention.
Yeah,
So it's like, come on.
mainly.
Yeah. So name is the official Shake Meister. I like it.
Ooh.
Yeah, well, I mean, what does he do? I mean, isn't he done shaking his weight now?
Apples. I don't
It's-
know.
He's a Shake Meister. He'll never be done shaking the weight.
You know, I understand that he's 3 hours behind, but I think the kids are in bed. I don't understand why he's not
Playing
on the
cribbage
show.
or something. I don't know.
Yeah, he's playing cribbage again.
Probably, yeah. I think that's fair. That's fair. So maybe this brown
Making
you need to
apple
use your shake weight.
pies or
Facts.
He drives me
apple
nuts.
blossoms or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
Something.
yeah.
Yeah.
You said apples one time, and I just never forgot it.
Yep.
'Cause
So
everybody
shows great
loves
because
apples.
How you like these apples?
Oh
That's-
gosh,
That's Goodwill Hunting.
Settle
That's
down,
a
Eric.
Boston.
Yeah,
Settle
yeah,
down.
we-
Yeah, we
That's
got,
a
we got.
Boston right there.
Settle down there, Mr. Boston. Settle down. Let me read
As
some
soon as you
comments.
said how, I just went okay.
Let me read some comments there, Mr. Boston. Chill out. All right, the show's great because Carlos isn't scared, afraid to discuss the negative topics instead of blowing smoke. Yeah, but the thing is, like, it's easier to do when you don't have a reason to worry about it. If any of the people if any of the individuals that we do know have an issue with it, you can take it up with me.
Or even watch this show.
But the thing is, whether they do or they don't, it wouldn't make a difference. Like, look, you got an issue with it, take it up with me. Like, if you think I'm being unfair, take it up with me.
Yeah, I don't think we say anything that's unfair here. I really think everything is justified. Although some of it is tongue in cheek. Regardless, it's just said because it's out there.
Yeah, and also, frankly, some of it's fun.
It's in the ether, so we can't not discuss it. It's there.
Yeah, there are ground rules that are being followed. There are ground rules that are being followed. And the key, and this is maybe something good for other content creators to take back with them. Here's an idea. How about this? I'm willing to stand behind everything I said. If you can't do that, maybe you said something wrong.
Yeah.
You could try that. If you are legitimately willing to stand behind everything you said, well, then probably you're good.
On this show, I don't think I could stand behind. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, I wouldn't stand behind 3/4 of what you said on the show. A really big check like the one at Happy Gilmore. Facts. I understand, Buzzy. I understand. But listen, like I said, he'll get his moment in the sun, but he's got to cut a big old check. It's an important check.
Well, dislike button. You can't even see the dislike button. How ingenious was that?
That's YouTube's plan. Yeah.
That's funny.
JL plus collectible platform equals private shares to Canadian. Yeah. Yeah. So Bob, the wiser viewership, us steers clear of that garbage. Just give us a straight dope. Yep. There you go. Reps and sets. Name still giving the advice. He is the Shake Meister. Shake weight routine is not complete till it releases the cooling lotion.
Ooh.
People understand it. Yeah. I think everyone needs a shirt with that guy's face in the front.
Gosh, yeah.
I think at the National, that'd be like
everybody, a whole suite, everybody's wearing one. We give them out of the front door.
yes, everyone's wearing the Jeremy shirt, but it's only that picture, literally only that picture with the yellow in the background and everything.
But you can't, when you wear it, you can't say words.
It's pretty much, it speaks for itself. Like you don't need anything else.
No
really.
Words. No, you can't speak. No words. It's words.
You should
There's
speak.
no words been said. And how long ago was that now? 3 months?
Well, they brought it back, didn't they? Now they're doing the Mint Collective again. So like he's been, I think Eric, he's been re-advertised for the Mint Collective again, right?
He is.
Yeah. So they use the exact same photo. They use the exact same photo for the guest speaker thing.
No, but
yes,
he's just going to come forward to speak words.
Well, I told Eric, my pitch is that he doesn't actually speak words. My pitch is that he goes. He finally goes there. Everyone's waiting for him. They're like on bated breath. They're like, oh my God, he's going to say something. He's going to say it's happening, you guys. It's like the meme. It's happening. And then he just sits there and he looks at everyone with that stupid look on his face for 5 straight minutes.
And then he belches.
And then drops the mic and leaves.
He belches and then drops the mic.
No, he just drops the mic and leaves. And everyone's like, but I thought he was going to say something. It's like, no one said he was going to say something.
KSA? No, it's Beckett. Oh, same difference.
Yeah, yeah.
I'd rather have a keep work with KSA than those idiots.
Nathan's a nice guy, but whatever.
Do you think Nathan would put that giant slab up we talked about earlier?
He would put anything up if there was money involved. Yeah.
Does he have a giant slab?
No.
I feel like they've got one and a bunch of inserts.
I can make one at home. Don't worry.
Do you have that picture again for the people that weren't here?
Which one? We actually had a couple.
The one I sent you.
Okay, I'll find it. I'll go.
All right. I just,
Yeah. So answer is I have considered one. I would never want to do world news. Absolutely not. Pop culture would be fun. The one that
we already do that, really.
To a degree, yeah. To a degree. Here's what I would do if I just don't have the time or the energy. I genuinely don't have it. If I was ever going to do another channel though and really put some energy into it, it would probably be more of a financial literacy channel for 2 reasons. One, I actually like that stuff. But number 2, if you're going to bother doing content on YouTube and putting that much energy into it, the finance one actually has higher
views. Yeah.
Yeah. No, not even higher views. It's actually higher pay per views as well.
Oh yeah.
Like across the board, the advertisers pay more for it. So you could perform identically. I
understand that, yeah.
Yeah, you could actually perform the same amount of views and you'd make 5 times as much for one video compared to the other genres.
Yeah, quality over content, yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, it's just, the advertisers prefer it. So if I was ever going to do it, it would have to be something that'd be worth, because YouTube channels take time, man. Like it's a lot of work to come up with a lot. The reason why you're seeing a lot of these content creators and people making the videos, it's getting repetitive or they're stopping to make videos or whatever. It's like, it's actually hard to come up with an idea. Even if you're responding to something, it's hard to say something that hasn't been said 57 times.
I haven't heard any good content in a long time. Honestly, I've been listening and there's just nobody out there.
Yeah.
You know, you listen to Dakota every once in a while. He's okay, and when he's not talking about football. There's a few other guys.
It's content deleted. he was thinking. Well, he did do a Pokemon break.
Yeah, well, he got into Pokemon too. I did watch that video at the beginning.
There you go.
I'm going into Pokemon full. It's like, okay, all right, what's happening?
It's the
next week?
Pokemans, man. The Pokemans.
Everybody, yeah.
I'm going to start a workout channel with name.
Oh, we got some suggestions for that.
Yeah.
Did anything ever come of the fake slab thing? Not really. Yeah, in the ring. Wrestling would be fun, but it'd be almost the same problem because you really would have to get a ton of views. Now, mind you, the wrestling folks are passionate. Here's one thing that I will say about the wrestling folks. If you do the live streams and do the reactions to wrestling shows, they do super chats all the time. So that part you could actually, here's the problem. It's a money for time thing. I don't do this to make money.
No.
I do it because it's enjoyable. And thank God, because I don't make money. If I was doing it for money, I'm doing a terrible job and we need to stop.
Yeah, your motivation seems to change when you're doing it for money. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's one of those things, but it would be nice. It'd be nice to be able to, if the time was there, if you were going to put in the time to do a second channel though, you're putting in additional time. Like I've only got so many hours in the day, like anybody else. It's like, okay, well now you have to make some money out of this because it's like, well, you don't have time for your day job. So
Yeah.
not much,
kinda
not
one
left
takes
over.
the other.
Yeah. Thrift shop shopping. I don't think there's anything good in thrift shops these days now.
No,
But there
it's
was a
actually-
genre of that. There was a
There was-
genre of that, and they did well for that for a long time.
And now they
It's like flipping. It's like the flipping channels and stuff. Like I watch some. It's like they do pretty well on it, but it's hard work. Like it's real. It's a lot of legwork. It's hard work.
Not more in Canada because they all the Salvation Armies and everything that hockey is like flagged. And actually, you can get a mug. You can get a mug cheaper on eBay than you can buying at the Salvation Army or Goodwills now. They've went too far because they think, oh, that's rare because it's got Gretzky on it. Like, yeah, it's $2, and you got $9.99 on it. It's like, come on.
What happened is a lot of the thrift shops around here wised up, and as soon as they saw anything that looked like it was a collectible, they would pump up the price.
Understandably so.
Yeah.
Okay, but
Sure.
not everything. If you looked online and you go, how did you get $20 on this thing when it only sells for $2? Like, how do you price that? Who's pricing that? And I guess they're looking for suckers at that point. Oh, it's got Gretzky on it. Oh, it's got Lemieux or whatever. Oh, Ovechkin.
Yeah.
Like you see those placket things, and they're like $20. It's like, you can go get them at the show for $10. Like, come on. What are you guys doing?
You just don't want to give to charity.
Oh, charity starts at home, brother.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah.
All right, so hold on. So for Will. All right. So we got our lovely big old picture. So should I zoom in on the lovely slab we have here? Zoom in a little bit here. So we talked about this one a little earlier tonight. This thing is genuinely ridiculous. Truly.
There's Beckett in all its glory.
Yep. All right. So real quick. So you can give him a little garbage. You can give him a little of that.
I believe it's pronounced garbage.
You're still
Ooh.
fucked up.
Yeah, it is.
Terry,
He's discombobulated ever since he flipped over a couple of his one touches that throws him off. with the
even when he
magnetic.
tries to speak English, he can't speak English.
That's a bunch of garbage.
It's
There you go.
garbage.
I'd like to react to random crap store sell. Yeah. That'd be more of a vlog. So again, you could do a vlog because that's entertainment genre, right? Shake it with the Shake Meisters.
It's like Target's garbage.
Target. True. Actually done some flipping stuff. There you go, Bob. Good stuff. Yeah. So this was a monstrosity that Beckett decided to put together to hold this booklet card.
It looks like it's like 1 inch. Like it looks like a mini.
If you held it and you pressed it with your thumbs, it's flexible.
Is it?
Yes.
a little bit, yeah.
That's extra trash.
Yeah. It's
Hit
not
him up with
even
another
solid.
garbage. Hit him
Yeah,
up
it's
with
not
another.
even solid. It's flexy. Like a pocket that you'd put like a magazine in.
That's what I mean. Like this feels like it's a magazine holder that they
That's
repurposed.
what it is. Yeah, it's flexy.
Yeah, like this looks like a magazine holder to me.
Yeah,
and it looks like they just tried to do it.
It's just a lower grade plastic, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's complete garbage.
There you go.
Yeah.
Let's put into the effort.
It is sad.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I'd agree with you. So yeah, bottom line. So there you go. There you go, Will. Hopefully that satisfies you. Yeah, not good. Not good. We've definitely had our fun with the holders today, and we got a couple of good examples. If you guys check it out on the replay, you can go back earlier, and we got a couple different examples. I even showed a PSA one, which isn't nearly as bad, but it is kind of weird. It is kind of odd. So I don't know. Looks
And I
like an
did
odd
dash
box.
PSA for some of the other ones, so I don't just hate on Beckett, but I do hate them the most.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I'm
You do hate on Beckett, yes.
yeah. He
Yes, I
does.
hate them the most.
So you just lied. And you're
Very
allowed
much
to
so.
lie on these podcasts, obviously.
Yeah, we have to deal with his lies. It's the shake weight. He's discombobulated to this day. But the thing is that we have Brad on, and obviously Brad has the association with the PSA and all that. And like I said, I'm agnostic when it comes to a lot of that. Like I don't care. Use whichever one works for you, or use none. If you don't like any of them, don't use any of them. That's fine. But we'll call them out when they deserve to be. If they don't do a good job, we call them out. When SGC has been doing a good job recently with some of the stuff, we give them their credit. We give them their props. And deservedly so. When Beckett does stupid shit like this, we have to make fun of it. Like, I'm duty bound. Morally, this must be mocked. But if they deserve it, they deserve it. PSA does dumb shit like this, they deserve it too. Like, this is stupid. But not nearly as bad as that thing. Not nearly as egregious, but still dumb.
It's so big. It's so thick. It's just beyond the card.
Yeah. And it's like, look, and that's the thing. We try to be fair. The only thing I can hope for is that we can try to be fair. If we can at least be fair, let's do that. It's all good. So let's see here. So you want to respond? You can do a wrestling promo if you want. You want to respond back to Crack Cardco, who's a big fan of yours?
I don't understand why he has to be mean. we're just trying to have a good time here tonight, and he's just gonna just be downright mean.
He went full heel on you?
Yeah, I just
Super heel on you.
that's not very nice.
There you go. There you go. I'm glad you.
And it's not my fault. He's a big stupid face.
You showed him. You showed him.
Yeah, I mean, you obviously have no idea what you're talking about. You're just a big stupid face dum head. So,
Let's bring out the big words.
Yeah,
the big words.
Can't say things like that about the Boston Bruins.
Where's the dictionary for that?
My God. By God, he broke him in half.
Hell.
Yep. All right. So here's the thing, guys. I'm quite content winding her down a little bit. Either way, I'm like good because honestly, I didn't even get a chance to do my refill. I feel terrible about this. And I wanted to. Yeah.
Wow.
Like, well, the thing is, we were engaged in a lot of good topics. So here's the thing. I'm actually good, but I also don't want to drag it out unnecessarily.
Well, I still have my question that I talked about.
Okay, well then ask your question. Do it. Get on with it. Let's go.
All right. And we said we were going to do this last week.
All right, do it.
Remember.
Go.
3 weeks ago, before the Super Bowl, I suggested that if you were in over your head, and it's only for those who are over their head, in Joe Burrow cards, I suggested you get rid of them before the Super Bowl.
Yes.
Because his cards, I didn't think were going to get any higher.
Okay.
Then right there, that was as hot as it was going to get. So, and I said, if he loses, which they were not favored to win. They were favored to lose.
Okay.
You were going to see a drop. Now, we said, 1 week wasn't enough really to look at that, 2 weeks. So now what are we, 2 weeks out now? Okay.
Yeah, I would say about right. Yeah.
So we said last week that it really probably needed more time.
Yeah.
So I predicted that within these 2 weeks, his cards from just before the Super Bowl till now were going to take a nosedive.
All right.
I
have a chart that I have pulled up. So here's what I propose.
Was I correct?
We're going to bring up the chart. We're going to bring the data. We're going to bring the data
over their heads. Now, rich people who don't care, you're not in any financial trouble.
Yeah.
People that I was specifically talking to people who were in over their heads, had these cards that I believe were at their complete peak. I said, get rid of them. Was I correct in that, or was I incorrect?
All right. So we're going to bring up some charts here. I'm going to start with 2020 Prism. I feel 2020 Prism is common enough. Like it's a standard kind of for football category. We'll do PSA 10. We'll stick with that.
Whatever, sure.
Seems like a good spot. And there's about a population of about 3,000 of them. So there's a decent amount for some traffic and some sales. So we can get a little bit of volume. You don't want to pick anything too rare, or it's not going to work. So I'm going to go with a 1 month chart here. So it'll give us a little bit before and a little bit after. So you can see there that we are currently right here. We're sitting at 357. So the Super Bowl was February it would have been Sunday.
16th?
I think like earlier than that.
16th? No. Oh, well, here, I'll find it.
Yeah. Just I just want to know which one it is. Either way, it's down. Like you can see the chart. Like it's not like it's that hard to figure
It was
out.
the 12th, wasn't it? 13th.
Is it 13th? Okay. So on the 13th, it would have been right here. So on the 13th, it would have been $390 for sale, and it came down right from before. So usually before the Super Bowl, right before the Super Bowl, is like a peak time to sell because the game hasn't happened yet. You want to catch it right around that time.
Sure.
So obviously right after it comes down, and then it's come down a little bit more. So right after the Super Bowl, immediately you get 390, and then right now you're sitting about 357. So not like a monstrous big, not a gigantic big number, but down. Now, what's going to be interesting? So short answer, a couple of weeks out, the answer is yes. Now, what's going to be interesting, and this is what happened with,
Almighty Eric's premonition.
No. What I'm referring to is this is what happened with a couple.
That's
of
going to be in
previous-
that lineup too. There, yeah.
Yeah. But this is what happened with a couple of previous Super Bowl appearances. What's going to be interesting is now we're in the football off season. And then we're going to want to go, what happens a couple of weeks down the road. Because what's going to happen next is likely it's going to stay kind of stable around this number. And then it'll start creeping back up as we get into the season. Oh. So if you're talking short term and you were thinking you were going to flip it right after the Super Bowl, that's usually never worked. Like ever. And that goes, by the way, and we can do for comparison. We can go Matthew Stafford because he won. But he wasn't obviously he wasn't the Super Bowl MVP, but he won. So let's take a look here. 2009 Topps Chrome. We can do, let's see, we got the refractor here. Let me swap that out. PSA 10. So 1 month out, there's barely much volume. So this one's a little bit, let's do a PSA 9, see if I can get a little bit more. So even Stafford is down. And he won. So it doesn't really matter. That's the thing. Like historically, it doesn't work that way. Normally, in the immediate aftermath of the Super Bowl, it's the anticipation. It's always the anticipation of the thing. That's why, like, it almost never works out. The same thing happened with Derek Jeter. Right before he's going to the Hall of Fame, big run up. Right after it happened, dip right after. Why? It's like because it's the anticipation of the event. People buying in, trying to get in on the train right before, and then a bunch of people think they're cute. They try to sell right after. Doesn't work that way, my friends. Winner or loser, both sides of that equation. Doesn't matter.
But I was picking on the Burrow other than the Stafford because Stafford's been around for so long. Burrow was in the second season. His first because he was hurt his rookie year and whatever. And that everyone was all about the Burrow cards and his cards were going through the roof. And if you bought high during the spike, plus this kid's got a lot of press and he's gotten huge in the card market, and you bought then, and again, I was talking specifically to the people who were in over their heads and in financial difficulty and was really gambling on this to sell before. We now see the drop. Now, Carlos, you're right. It's gonna hover for a while, all summer, and then as camp opens up, you'll see a blip that's gonna go up. But I still predict after July 1st, it's not going to go back up to where you purchased it. Those days are done. And he could win a Super Bowl next year, and it's still not going to get that high again. Because
he's making it much more interesting prediction.
No, because here is the peak. We're never going to hit that peak again unless we all end up locked in our homes again.
Well, you do realize though that the Burrow price. So real quick, so I expect Burrow's price action.
It's going to come back up, but it's not going to hit. It's not going to get back up to that peak. That peak is unattainable again.
Are you sure?
Yes.
So you got to remember something very important. There's a factor you're leaving out. Burrow went up in the lead up to the Super Bowl, yes, but this particular playoff run was unexpected. He actually wasn't and he also wasn't the favorite. Yes, people were speculating, hoping that maybe, hey, but that team was actually the underdog. They actually weren't supposed to win. If they improve the offensive line, the AFC is going to be very difficult. To be clear, the AFC is going to be very difficult. Very difficult next year. So no guarantees they even get back there. No guarantees. However, if they improve the offensive line, he doesn't get sacked 70 times in a season, doesn't get murdered, which is still possible. He can still get murdered. But if he does not, and he's able to play well, has a great regular season, leads into the playoffs, and they do another playoff run, and this time around, maybe they come across, maybe the other team, they have some injuries or something, and they actually got a legit shot, he can surpass that peak. Because his first peak wasn't, it's almost like a false peak. Because we had this with Patrick Mahomes. Mahomes is an example of this. He had success early. He won an MVP in his first full season. He actually got to the AFC Championship game, so he was peaking. Second year, got to the Super Bowl. He was peaking. After that Super Bowl, he dropped. Then, second Super Bowl appearance, he actually went higher than the first time around. Lost, went back down. He's still substantially higher than he was in those first two peaks because he also kind of came out of nowhere initially. He actually barely played his first season. He was playing as the backup. So when a guy is coming kind of out of nowhere and he's not expected, he gets to rise quickly, but he also is going to hold and then drop back down. If he does something again thereafter, we'll see. The same thing happened with Shohei Ohtani. Now, Shohei Ohtani has got a better chance of being the not returning to those levels because he was a big sensation, and then he got hurt a bunch of times, and people kind of got down on it. And then he came out last season and killed it. So he went up way faster than he should have. Vladdy Guerrero Jr. had a good season, but he was already a little bit high. He had come down a little bit. People had gotten down on it, but not nearly as much as Ohtani. So he was already kind of high. Soto was already kind of high leading into the season. So he would have had to have a record-breaking season to go up. Ohtani, though, was starting kind of low. So when he was playing great, shot right up. I also want to give credit to Will and Cracked for hitting on the July 1st. We got to have that key point in there. Also, he's still a heel. Layeth the smack it down.
Chowder head.
Yep.
I guess that's me.
That's you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Take that
Just to be clear.
Well,
PSA, I don't want to know what the PSA is going to do it. Yep. So you're Mac Jones to the moon. There you go. We'll never see the pig again because of truckers. Well, that's another possibility. Next content headline. Super collector murders blank to increase the value of his collection. Facts. That could be next, but that would be hobby and activity, so we're going to ignore it.
So, anyways, it isn't so much an I told you so as it is, I think we need to really be aware that this is the direction that the hobby's heading in. And if you are financially strained every week that you wait, hoping that it's going to go back up and you're going to make some money, you're digging a bigger hole for yourself. And you better get out of this as soon as possible. If you're not financially strained, do you have a good time. But if you're, if you got yourself in a hole, stop digging. And you better start making some deals and take the money you can, because these prices aren't going back up.
So you're saying that your hashtag invest advice is sell.
Sell, Mortimer, sell.
Right.
Because if you're in financial stress, because they're not going back up. We're not going to see these prices again unless we're locked in our homes for 2 years and we have nothing else better to do, and those checks keep coming in to our house. So,
like, there's something wrong with that?
I still don't get the checks. When do I get the freaking checks?
I didn't get the check either.
I didn't get the check either, but a lot of
Locked
people
in the home I got, but I didn't.
But
Yeah,
a lot of
like,
people
no,
did
no.
get the checks, and then we talked about, even though you didn't get the checks, the money that you didn't spend driving to work, taking the train, this passed, that passed, that.
No, I'm aware. I'm aware
So,
of that.
right,
I've
so-
discussed it. I've discussed this matter, but I still
Yes.
would have liked to have the check.
I
Check
know.
would have been nice.
We
I
didn't
think
get
I
the
figured it
check
out
either.
though. Now that you made me think about it, I think I know where the check went.
Where
I
did
think
the
I know
check-
what the issue is.
Uber Eats.
Close. You're close. I'm a big fan of Instacart. I like Instacart sometimes because sometimes I'm busy doing stuff, and then you got the app, and you can do whatever. If I was basically, Fridays are usually a little bit busy because I'm usually trying to get caught up on some stuff before we head into the weekend. I really don't want to work on the weekend. If I can avoid it, I'd rather just be done my stuff. So then I figure, okay, I needed a couple of groceries, go in the app, grab some stuff. They go and grab it at the local grocery store and then bring it over. Now, they always struggle with the way my condos are set up and the way they put in the parking garage. And they always struggle. Where is your place exactly? And there's a condo apartment building in the middle of the thing. They always get lost. But I try to give them instructions and they always have to call me. Go in. The lady who did it was super fast, grabbed everything because I can track it with the app. Boom, 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 boom. And she's grabbing all stuff. I'm like, oh, you're going to get back in record time. Very impressive. So going in, it looks like never got a phone call. She figured it out. She figured out the whole thing with the garage. I was like, all right, I guess I'll leave her a better tip. Okay, good job. I get the notification. It's like it's been left. I'm like, okay, awesome. I open my door. There's nothing there. So I go to the app and I go, so where the hell did you drop it off? I go look it and I see a picture of a door. I was like, that's not my fucking door.
Oh no.
So then I go outside and it's like 2 or 3 doors down. And I'm like, that's not even close. Come on. Brutal. So I walk in and the lady that was living there, she like saw somebody drop it in, and I walk over and she's like, it's like wrong delivery, wrong house. Like, oh, okay. Thank you. Have a good day. And I'm like, brutal. So the problem is she probably tried to deliver my check and gave it to the wrong house.
That's probably what happened.
That's probably what happened. It's brutal. I'm sorry to say I'm not going to be able to give an extra tip of that. Like, you got close because everybody gets hung up on the whole parking garage, apartment building thing. She got it. She figured it out. She still delivered to the wrong house. It's like, there's numbers on... Oh.
Yeah, it's numbers on the doors, right?
You missed the landing. You did so well, but you didn't stick the landing. Terrible. And then you take a picture, to prove to me you did the wrong one.
Yeah.
I was like, man.
That's a bucket of dumb right there.
I've had that with Amazon drivers, and they're so proudly able to take their picture. It's like, literally, it's the wrong number. It shows it in the picture. There's unit numbers. Like, they're all there. No.
Missed it by that much.
It was so brutal because I was like, I was all set because I always get a phone call. So then I explained to them how to get the last bit, or I'll literally go out and get it myself in the car. Because look, you brought the stuff. All I really care about is that you got the stuff close enough. I'll take it from you and we're done. Nope. Dropped it off in the wrong spot.
Bobby, did you get that Get Smart reference?
Which one was that? Sorry.
Missed it by that much.
Missed it by that much.
Oh yeah, I got
Don Adams.
Yep.
Get Smart.
Yeah. If someone is financial stress from sports car, they have more worries, but there's a lot of people that have overdone it. They overcooked it. They spent too much.
They maxed their credit cards out. They took loans out on their homes.
They did, yeah, for sure. Guaranteed.
Oh, it's horrible.
Yeah. Most overpriced card in the hobby, the Patrick Mahomes. It's definitely still up there. Yep. As we close on July the 1st, I expect to see one less collectible over Eric's shoulder every week, just for symbolism. That'd be a good little.
That number 1 over there stands for July 1st.
Look at you. Yeah, that would be a good little Easter egg. It's like, see, he's like, can you tell which one he took out or what he moved over? Yep, so close. Uber Eats photos. Yeah, sell. Well, my favorite one was I had one driver. Like I said, in this case, he was literally 2 houses over. So got the wrong number. One of them didn't even try because there's 2 sides. Because what they did is they built a parking garage and the units are 2 and 3 floors. So the 3rd floor goes all the way down the parking garage and the 2 floors are built above it. And they go 2 floor, 3 floor, 2 floor, 3 floor, whatever. So what happens is the other one went there, saw the main street, there's a unit number, and literally put it in front of the parking garage and took a picture of that. And I was like, and I went looking. It was all the way on the other side of the front of the parking garage. I'm like, not even close, bro. Not even attempting.
Sounds like your postman's being sort of an Uber Eats freelance, doubling as your Uber Eats guys.
I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, you guys do realize we can put ratings on.
Like, yeah, right.
Like I usually don't give a crap as long as you're close. At least make the attempt. But it's like that wasn't even an attempt.
He's freelancing. That's why he's delivering 2 doors down. Same thing.
Yeah.
2 doors down.
Yeah, 2 doors down. Yeah, make a little sign or 11 that says July.
Better move. If you move, then you get everything.
It's true. It's true. Well, obviously the move is to move. That is a fact. That is a fact. All right. So, guys, any last thoughts or comments? Throw them in there, and then I think we'll wind her down. It's been a good show. Been we've gotten through a lot of good topics. I've been actually really pleased. The chat has been going like crazy. You guys have done a great
Yeah.
job, so thank you for that. As always, appreciate it. Thank you to Brad for coming on earlier. It was a good time having him hang out as always and showing some cool cards. So
Yep.
we'll keep an eye on a lot of these. We'll keep an eye on a lot of these charts and stuff and see how it goes, and we'll see if we move ever closer. One last thing I'll leave you with, briefly, touching on Eric's doom proclamation.
So right.
Yeah,
We'll see.
it is also wise, even if you're not in financial straits, to take advantage of some profitability when there is there. I mentioned earlier that Soto card where I paid less than $100 for it in the PWCC auction, and I was able to sell it for almost $300 on eBay.
Amazing. That's not much timelines.
No, and it didn't. It was only a couple of months ago I bought it,
Yeah.
but I bought it at a good price. So for me, I was able to take offers. I could have held out for more money, but why? I already tripled my money. Like, what's the point? Like, I did fine, and it basically paid for the other card. So I was like, and the other one is honestly the more valuable card. So for me, effectively, I got to sell the less valuable card, paid for both, including the more valuable card. And now it's like, okay, so I can go put it into the PSA holder, take it out of the thing, get it properly aligned in a holder. Well, now it has more value to somebody, and I've got the other card. So I can do something with that if I wish. I've actually been selling off a couple of pieces here and there, sending some stuff over. I've been buying stuff still, but I'm buying stuff that's like 10 or 15 bucks and selling stuff for 300 or 400. So like the scales are tipping a little bit more lately, which has been good. Like I've been very aggressive with my buying, and now it's time to be like, okay, I've made some good purchases. It's time to get some of that back. Let's tip the scales back a little bit more in my favor and put some cash back in my pocket. And that's kind of the goal. So want to kind of be in that position because I'm going to attend the next expo, not the Edmonton one, the one locally.
The real expo.
Yeah, the real expo. Yeah, and I'd like to have a little cash for that, and also I got to pay for that PSA. Also pay for that PSA submission because when Brad gets it back, it's time to pay. See, we don't prepay here. He prepays now, but I got to have the money on hand to pay once it comes time. It's not going to be an issue because we can figure it out. But I'd rather just have the money already in hand. Here you go, done, and then I get my stuff back, and we're good to go. So let's go here. Or they leave the food building lobby by the mailboxes. That's a fact. Trout isn't even the best fish. Salmon's better. These are facts.
Isn't that Tim Salmon?
Yes, it is. Look at you, Mr. Baseball.
That is right.
Yep. Damn, got to get up in 6 hours to go to Brad's show. End this.
Oh, yes.
I like that. I think that's a good comment. I like that. We'll end it on that.
That's an ending.
It literally says end this.
I'm getting tired myself.
There you go. All right. So thanks, everybody. On your way out, if you haven't already, if you could hit the like button, that is always appreciated. Thank you for participating. Thank you for the comments. And thank you for hanging out. We'll be back next Friday. Same bad time, same bad channel. You know how this works. Have yourselves a good one. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Sell, Mortimer, sell.
There you go.